Entertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to you. Happy Reaction Monday. We are still reacting, and there's plenty to react to today. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you enjoyed all the football. We've got our Super Bowl matchup for Super Bowl 58, and it is the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers. If you want to know who's going to win the AFC title games, just follow the trail of Sean Pendergast's predictions and turn 180 degrees and go the opposite way, because that's what wins. I had San Francisco, but I had them covering in the game as well. So at any rate, that's what we have, Kansas City and San Francisco. Welcome in on a Reaction Monday. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. And, Seth, I would say my big takeaway, and we'll get into each of these games, those are two losses for each of those teams and probably fan bases too, especially in Detroit. Those are going to sting for a while. I can live with losing 34-10 to a better team like the Texans did a week ago. Like I was okay like 6 hours later. But those are the way the Ravens lost with all the stupidity, and the Lions are the big one everybody's talking about. It
was with all the stupidity.
There's no other way to put it. They were just
it was just a heaping mounds of stupidity all over the place
in a very winnable game. And so and then the Lions, which is, this will be the one that I think most people probably around the country are talking about, because the Lions were 30 minutes away from doing a Chicago Cubs thing from back in 2016 and getting to a Super Bowl when they've never been to one before, and they just unraveled in the most Lion way possible. With the Dan Campbell decisions are getting a lot of scrutiny on fourth down decisions to go for it instead of kick field goals in the second half. But, boy, some of the things that started happening in that game, you're like, this is what a cursed team looks like, man.
You know what, I honestly felt like in both of these games, it's easy in hindsight to say this, but I think it would probably bear out if you look at kind of some of the, like, if you went through and classified boneheaded decisions, clutch situations, dropped balls, things like that, it felt like both of the teams with the most playoff experience took advantage of it and used it to their advantage, whether it's the way they played in the second half or like the things they did and did not do, all of that. But the turnaround with the 49ers especially, it hinged on so many kind of flukish things there in the third quarter. The just gimme interception that turned into an Ayuk reception at the 5-yard line. I think if they don't make that play right there, it's very unlikely that the 49ers even spark a turnaround.
Yeah, that was preceded by the decision by Dan Campbell to go for it on 4th and 2 instead of kick a makeable field goal.
Yeah.
And on 4th and 2, they had a play. It hit the receiver in the hands, Josh Reynolds. Josh Reynolds is going to be another guy who's not going to be able to sleep for the next 5 days. Crucial drop on 4th and 2, which wouldn't have been an easy catch, but it's a catch an NFL receiver should make. The drop on 3rd and 9 a little later on in the second half by Reynolds is the one that's really going to haunt him. That was just took his eye off the ball. But it felt like, Seth, that 4th and 2 decision, up 24-10, you got a chance to go up 3 scores. Dan Campbell's getting a lot of heat for this today. They don't execute on 4th and 2. And then a couple plays later, boy, it's on the TV in our studio right now. It bounces off the safety. Brock Purdy, who'd been awful up to this point, overthrows a deep ball that should have been an interception, hits the DB in the face inside the 5-yard line, and Brandon Ayuk makes a circus catch of it. It felt like that 4th and 2 decision was like this karmic gateway to then some real Lions things actually happening. Like they score right after that circus catch, and then the very next series, Jahmyr Gibbs fumbles on the first play inside Lions territory. Next thing you know, it's 24-24. They've scored 2 touchdowns. The Niners have to tie it up in a matter of 4 minutes in the third quarter. And
that Gibbs fumble, too, was on a play that was botched. It was somebody was going the wrong way on that. Yep. Miscommunication by either Gibbs or Goff or whomever it was. I'm okay with without even breaking down the analytics too much, other than to say that it seems like a lot of the analytics people say it's pretty much a wash in that decision in that situation. And if it's a wash, look, the Lions have made it that far by doing just that, and they very easily, they had the situations where they could have made those. And I think if you just even look at the game flow too, at that point when the Lions went forward on 4th and 2 with about 6.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Brock was 11 for 21 for 153 yards.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah, they had not been able to move the ball. And I appreciate what Dan Campbell was going for there. I don't think it was like an overtly meat-headed play or anything. And I also think that all of their decisions on 4th down are also guided by the fact that the kicker they're using he's not a good kicker. No, he's a really bad kicker.
He's bad. The second decision to go forward on 4th down, I think, is the one that probably invites even more scrutiny. You're down 27-24. And you've got a chance to kick a 47-yard field goal to tie the game, and you go for it on 4th and 3, and you don't get it. That one was more of a conventional. You didn't get it, you didn't execute. Like the Josh Reynolds drop on 4th and 2, you had a play that was there. Yeah. The 4th and 3 was probably the bad side of Jared Goff, where he got a little bit of pressure. He was asked to do things improvisationally, and then he just kind of threw the ball into an empty area, and it just landed incomplete. That one will invite more scrutiny because it's a 47-yard field goal. Again, as you point out, Seth, their kicker's not good. But still, I think, honestly, I think 31 other teams probably kick a field goal to tie the game in that situation. Here was Dan Campbell after the game explaining, or at least sticking up for his decisions.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back, and it's easy hindsight, and I get it, I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. It's hard because, we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out, but I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man.
Okay, so as far as the obviousness of going for the field goal in that situation, I think a lot of people look at it and think, 47-yard field goal, that's an easy 3 points. Why don't you take it? That kicker, Badgley, in his career, he's 13 of 24 from 45 to 50 yards. He's a 50-50 guy from 45 to 50 yards, whereas the Lions are 70% on going for it on 4th and 2 or 4th and 3. So just by that math alone, there's an argument to be made for him going there. And then I also think, I think when people do it in their minds, they just think, it's 47-yard field goal, no big deal. That's an easy 3, and it just wasn't with that kid. He's not a good kicker.
No. I thought the most egregious game management thing, honestly, even more so than going for it on 4th down, because as you've pointed out, this is what they've done all year. There's at least one of those I would have kicked the field goal. Towards the end of the game, they're down by 2 scores. There's about a minute to go in the game. They've only got 2 timeouts left. Or no, I forget. I think they only had 2 timeouts left. Well, they had all 3. They had all 3, and they had 3rd and goal. And they run the ball with a minute and change to go, and they don't get the touchdown, so they have to burn one of their timeouts, and that essentially means you've got to get an onside kick. at that point. If you had all 3 of your timeouts and you score a touchdown there, then you can kick off and hope that you get a 3 and out there. I mean, I get it. The win probability is very, very low at that point. It got a little bit of scrutiny from the broadcast team. It got way more scrutiny from Detroit people in their postgame show, I can tell you that. I listened to the postgame show for the Lions last night. Yeah, it's a hobby of mine. I like to listen to losing postgame shows. I've had a lot of practice here from 2020 through 2022, listening to it as I hosted it.
You can get tips for how to handle it.
Yeah. Well, and it's fun to listen to other people suffer sometimes. Pettycast. But I thought that was an egregious error, and that's a Ben Johnson thing as much as anything else. Like you had to burn a timeout. You had all 3 of them left, and you had to burn one with a minute and change to go. That essentially is a 40-second coupon that you just burned, and now you got to make an onside kick if you're going to – and they ended up scoring down there, too, on 4th down. They scored, and they had to try an onside kick, and they didn't get it. So little things like that. There's so many little things the Lions did wrong in the second half that go unnoticed because they did so many big things wrong. The punt that landed inside the 5-yard line that the guy tried to catch – for the Lions and walked into the end zone with it instead of just knocking it backwards, little. It's like that decision to go for it on 4th and 2, which again I don't think was a terrible decision. It ended up being the wrong decision. It was the gateway for all the weird and stupid stuff to start happening for the Lions.
I think part of it too is that I was really tempted at various points in the first half to think like, okay, well that's just Brock Purdy. That's Brock Purdy. But then in the second half, there are a lot of moments where I was thinking, that's Jared Goff. What are you going to do? That's you can't expect brilliance out of Jared Goff. Brock Purdy ran really appropriately well. He ran when he needed to run. I thought that's one thing that Lamar Jackson seemed like he almost seemed painfully opposed to running. And I worry sometimes when guys have tried to recreate themselves, which he has successfully recreated himself as a dual threat, like a genuine dual threat, passer and runner. Man, you get into these playoff games, and if it calls for running, run. Just run. And Lamar Jackson he ended up running 8 times. But I can't remember if there was even a single called run. There's at least one called run by the Ravens. And part of that was because of the way the Chiefs were blitzing as much as they did. But I felt like even after he was getting past the line of scrimmage, it was almost like he was still looking to pass.
Yeah.
Even after he was past the line of scrimmage. Like there was a psychological block there or something. Man, just run.
Yeah.
Like that the Chiefs defense, if there was one thing that was slept on really going into this conference championship weekend, I think it was just how good the Chiefs defense is.
They're good.
And what they did to Josh Allen last week and what they did to Lamar Jackson yesterday.
Let's talk more in the next segment about that AFC title game because I think there are a lot of Texan fans going, hey, we were blitzing a lot and it didn't work in the second half. What was working so well for the Chiefs and where was this Lamar Jackson a week ago? So we'll talk about that. By the way, the early line on the Super Bowl, San Francisco, a 1-point favorite. So this is basically a coin flip game between these two.
It opened up at 2.5 and then just got bet down very quickly.
Yeah. My guess is the Chiefs wanted to stay right at San Francisco minus something because the Chiefs have done a very good job of channeling this whole underdog thing the last couple of weeks.
Boy, if you went into that game hating Travis Kelce, I can't imagine how
the
rage you feel right now. It was a rough game to hate Travis Kelce.
Especially Kyle Van Noy. What are you doing? Like Kyle Van Noy comes up and headbutts him, and then Kelce just got exactly what he wanted, a 15-yard penalty.
Kelce's a perfect troll. He knows exactly how to – you break down when Zay Flowers got that stupid penalty, and you want to say immediately, he's just doing what Travis Kelce does, and you realize, no, Travis Kelce would have done one of those things.
Yeah.
But Zay Flowers pushes the dude down.
And spins the ball on his head.
Spins the ball at him, yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. It'll be Niners, Chiefs in the Super Bowl. We'll be there. We'll be there in Vegas starting a week from today. Seth and I will be there. The whole station will be there. Yingling Flight is sending us there. Low T Center as well. We appreciate them for sending us there. Up next, we'll dig into the AFC title game. Where was this Lamar Jackson last week? Well, the Chiefs may have had something to do with it. We'll talk about that in a minute. Men's T Clinic, mensteclinic.com. If maybe you got through this weekend here, you're waking up on Monday, you're like,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we dug into the NFC title game pretty heavy in the open. We're going to be circling back to these games all day long. If you're just getting in your car, you already know probably if you listen to a sports talk radio show that it's San Francisco and Kansas City, a rematch of the Super Bowl from 4 years ago in the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. We'll be headed there. A week from today, we will be out there at the Super Bowl. Again, thanks to Yingling Flight for sending us. Thanks to the Lotte Center as well. As far as this AFC title game goes, Seth, Baltimore losing to Kansas City 17-10. I think if I were a Lions fan waking up this morning, I'd be sad because it looked like we were going to go to a Super Bowl for the first time in team history. If I were a Ravens fan, I would be waking up angry at my football team. I would be waking up pissed off at my team because they did so much stupid stuff. Like stupid stuff that there's no way it affected winning. Like you can say Dan Campbell was stupid for going for it on 4th and 2 and 4th and 3. I don't know that it was necessarily stupid, maybe ill-advised, but you at least have an explanation for that. Kyle Van Noy coming in and headbutting Travis Kelce after a skirmish where everybody should be getting away from the skirmish, but Van Noy jumps in and exacerbates it, 15-yard penalty. Jadeveon Clowney, a silly roughing the passer penalty. Zay Flowers, the sequence that poor kid had, he'd had a good season too. He gets a taunting penalty for pushing up after a long catch on a Kansas City defender, spinning the ball on him and taunting him, and then a few plays later fumbles the ball going into the end zone. Just a brutal afternoon for the Ravens.
Fumbled the ball going in the end zone on a play where he would have had a touchdown whether he reached out for it or not.
Slide in,
he just secured the ball. The old Bill Belichick old Bill Belichick rule of not reaching out for the end zone. Like I can't help but think about that every single time something like that happens. So Snead's a hero on that one. Snead, who hadn't given up a regular season touchdown all year long, really just saved the game in a lot of, or secured the game in a lot of ways after that. I think that I feel like John Harbaugh too. I think like the recipe for winning that game would have required them to be like at 190 degrees Fahrenheit. They told the broadcast crew before the game that they weren't going to take no crap from nobody. They were going to let Pat Mahomes know that he couldn't just do these fake slides and everything and get away with it. They're going to hit him. So it was obvious that they came in there like at a fever pitch, like, hey, we're going to be the bullies here. And Harbaugh got him cooked up to the boiling point instead of just a little bit less.
Yeah.
They needed to be at 190 and they were at 212. And that was enough to just tip everything over the edge.
Yep.
And then the worst decision of all was Lamar Jackson throwing the final interception he did there, where I don't know if it was a bad decision or if he just didn't have enough touch on the ball. If he tried to throw it out, the back of the end zone there to Mark Andrews instead of where he threw it into three different defenders, it wouldn't have been an interception.
You made this point after the Texans game. It was either you or Clint, or maybe both of you made this point, that even in that game with Lamar Jackson against the Texans, as efficient as his numbers were passing the football, you could still see, like, he's throwing the ball behind guys. He's not precise. Like, even when his numbers are good, a lot of it's because, in that scheme, and they've got to respect the run so much, he's got guys that are more open than the average receivers are. I'm not saying he's a bad passer. He's adequate. He's fine. For whatever reason, Todd Monken yesterday, and maybe it's they get behind in the game, and this is maybe part of the reason, although I know Monken's only been there a year, part of the theme since Jackson's gotten there is they don't play well from behind. Monken seemed to, the OC, panic very early in that game and go away from doing what they do well and were doing well, which is running the football. He was asking Lamar to throw all these east-west passes, sidearm passes, and Lamar was just doing Lamar things where he's just a tick off and guys aren't catching the football. Well, it was weird.
And it felt, though, too, for the Chiefs blitzing as much as they were, or at times the Chiefs had like two linebackers spying Lamar Jackson, and they were not attacking behind those linebackers the way I thought they would. And it was like all screens are still trying to go deep. Yeah. That part of it was kind of weird from a play calling perspective. And again, I think you got to give the Chiefs secondary their due as well. I mean, they're really, really good. So there was that. After the Chiefs scored in the second quarter, the Ravens ran the ball twice that quarter. One was a scramble by Jackson. The remainder of the game, they ran the ball 7 more times. In a one-score game, or what was a 10-point or a one-score game at various times. That did feel strange. I mean, sometimes you go back and, okay, if you fail running on 1st and 10, then it turns into a passing game.
Yeah.
But, I did. Again, on the coaching side, too, I think. Yeah, look, Monken won a national championship in college. It's a different deal in the NFL. And I think that everything looked kind of disjointed. And, the difference between those two quarterbacks, obviously, is that Pat Mahomes, especially in these situations, has all-time accuracy. There were a lot of throws and completions he made where guys were 100% covered, and he just threw it with perfect touch. The connection between him and Kelsey, I think that playoff experience has mattered a whole lot these last couple weeks. Kelsey's looked like a different dude. And Lamar Jackson just does not have that same touch on the ball that Pat Mahomes does.
Yeah, we got to give Kelsey his credit, man. He passed Jerry Rice for most playoff receptions in a career. I didn't even know he was that close to Jerry Rice for that. No, I didn't know any human being was that close to Jerry Rice for total playoff catches. But Travis Kelce passed him yesterday. 11 catches, 11 targets, a fantastic touchdown catch down to score the first touchdown of that game. I mean, Kyle Hamilton had good coverage on him on that play, and it was a great throw by Mahomes, great catch by Travis Kelce. I would imagine the feeling that a lot of the NFL teams that are competing with the Chiefs on that level, the Texans have not been competing with the Chiefs on that level for 4 years. But I would imagine that a lot of the teams probably feel a lot like the teams in the American League do, competing against the Astros.
The Chiefs did a brilliant job blitzing, and I think that's one of the reasons Lamar Jackson didn't run more than he did was that the Chiefs were able to, when you're rushing 5 and everybody's rushing with discipline, there's just nowhere to go. Whereas with the Texans, I saw somebody on the text line earlier ask, why weren't the Texans able to blitz as effectively as the Chiefs? Really simply, it's the Chiefs can cover. I think if you put it that way, and they'll do, you heard Romo talking about the Chiefs playing zone. They'll play a lot of match though too, where if you start off in zone and then you identify your guy and then you plaster him. They do a really good job of that. It basically turns into man. And Lamar was looking downfield and didn't have anywhere to go with it. And I do think. I hate to put this part on Lamar Jackson because it's not his fault that guys aren't getting open downfield, and yet I do think that when you're going against a defense like that and they're taking away all of your options, man, you've got those legs. Just use them. Whatever narrative there is about whether he's a complete quarterback or not, it doesn't matter, man. Don't play to somebody else's version of what a good quarterback is. You are a really, really good quarterback and MVP because you can do it both with your arms and your legs. And I felt like there's times where, man, he's waiting for guys who are plastered to get open downfield, and they just were not going to get open.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and pull it down and go. And then when you go. It looked like he was looking for laterals or something. He's running. He's got his head on his swivel after he's past the line of scrimmage. And I don't know if that's some kind of just, trying to adhere to being the new type of quarterback that he's become, but it doesn't matter in the playoffs. Josh Allen ran his ass off last week because that was the only option at times.
Dude, you took the words right out of my mouth. I said, I really thought Josh Allen gave him the blueprint last week. Josh Allen had zero issue running as soon as the opportunity showed last week. I think
there's times, too, where, look, if it's for 5 yards, it's for 5 yards because there's nothing open downfield. And it doesn't, a 5-yard run is better than what you're getting with everything else.
Well, I think there's probably sometimes, too, maybe in the regular season, because you're trying to be judicious about physicality with Lamar, especially with Lamar. He's not as big a guy. This is the AFC title game, man. You got 8 months to rest after this.
And I get it. I know that people have been saying oh well, what the hell, you guys? You don't want him to run, and then you want him to run. I honestly feel like Lamar Jackson is a type of quarterback that his legs and his arm, he's a quarterback. It used to be people thought that a quarterback is all defined by your passing, and it's not. It's not anymore. It just flat out isn't. And I think to totally utilize everything he is as a quarterback, when the run is the only thing that's available and the only option is the quarterback run, then just shred them with the quarterback run because those guys were plastered on their receivers. They've got. The defenders have their backs turned at time to the quarterback. Just go ahead and get 5 yards plus and just go. But and again, that's not it's the rest of the team around him that's letting him down. Not to mention, man, that guard on Chris Jones was just he didn't have a chance.
No, that poor kid.
Chris Jones' knee injury was basically the only hope that the Ravens had at one point.
Yeah, he's a beast, man. He's an absolute beast. Text message, I'll never understand how Kelsey gets open so much when the whole world knows it's coming. Guess those guys are just that good. He's excellent at finding soft spots in zones and whatnot, man. He's really good.
I think a lot of that is if you think about Gronk and Brady, when Gronk was basically done and useless in the regular season and yet in the playoffs, I think they just have that knack for they've got that ESP connection between the two of them and just exactly how Kelsey's going to respond to coverage, and Mahomes has complete and total trust that he can just get the ball to him when he needs to get it to him. It's not just Kelsey; it's the combination of Kelsey and Mahomes.
What did you make of the what? At least in the little short snippets that wound up on the internet, looked like two of the varsity athletes bullying some little soccer player on the playground before the game, where Mahomes and Kelsey. Justin Tucker, the kicker for the Ravens, was trying to get some work in before the game and was doing it down at the Chiefs' end of the field. And Mahomes kept taking the little holder apparatus to hold the ball for Tucker and tossing it. Kelsey at one point just walked over and kicked and tossed Tucker's helmets and footballs away. Like that got a lot of run. Like, oh, look at the juice on this game.
I saw a lot of people in the comments saying that, like, oh, this is just people are going to try to make something out of this when everybody's just joking. I was trying to look at the facial expressions. It didn't look like anybody was joking. And this does happen. There's specific time windows when the offense is allowed to be on specific areas of the field and when special teams is allowed to be on specific areas of the field. So I don't know in that moment exactly who is allowed to be where or what. I don't know. I think sometimes the kickers think they have a little bit more free reign of it than they actually do, but I have no idea. It was interesting.
I put it to the audience on the app called X, formerly known as Twitter. The one opinion that I got on this, like, okay, this guy's opinion is educated on this because he's a former NFL player who played special teams, even long snap for a little bit at one point for the Texans in a pinch. Joel Dreesen, former tight end. This was his take. He said the kicker is 100% to blame. Get his ass to his own side. Was a funny power struggle and was handled exactly how it should have been handled.
Well, there was I remember one time that the Bills came to play us in NRG, Reliant at the time, and one of their returners was like catching kicks in the middle of our stretch line, and it was like an altercation there. You're like, what the hell are you doing? It gets a little bit into a turf war. I'm like, wait a second, no, you're not allowed here right now. What are you doing in this neighborhood? Yeah, and you got to boot him out. Yeah, especially when it's a kicker, especially when it's Tucker with his little apparatus.
Well, and I was wondering, like, when I first saw it, I'm like, okay, well, they're probably just having some fun. And Mahomes is from Texas, and Tucker's from Texas, and maybe they've crossed paths with each other before, and they're just clowning with each other. And you're right. Like, at some point, when I saw the second video of Kelsey picking things up and tossing them, like like Tucker's helmet and the footballs, I'm like, ooh, they're not joking around here.
I wonder how do the Swifties feel about that? Kelsey being a bully. Is that going to be?
It's a good question.
Is that gonna open their eyes to perhaps what type of
I
man
can tell
really
you,
is?
the Swiftie that is my daughter, if that were the case, it was not affecting her fandom of the Chiefs at all after the game.
She's a Chiefs fan now.
Big Chiefs fan now. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I figured, like, I don't have this image of, like, the non-football fan Swifties that are watching the game is just wanting to catch glimpses of Taylor Swift, but obviously they're going to root for her boyfriend.
Oh yeah, big time, yeah. And I'm guessing.
I try not to think about it too much. Because at the beginning of the season, I was like, everybody settle down. You guys are overreacting about all the shots of Taylor Swift. It's been an entire season, and I'm done with it. It's just too much. I don't need to see anybody's family members every single time that person does something. I don't like that generally as a rule.
You know who's had too much of it based on reading lips in the press box? Taylor Swift. Did you?
Really?
I don't know if you saw. Yeah, if you go look it up, Google it, or go on Twitter and look it up. There was a point where they were showing a promo for the Grammys, which is on CBS.
Yeah.
And they were showing her up in the press box because I'm sure she's nominated for a jillion Grammys, and she's won a jillion Grammys. Yeah. And you could read her lips, and it was something to the effect of, will you get this bleep off of me, or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think she's even probably
What if she was talking about Pat Mahomes' wife?
Get this bleep off of me.
Get this chick
Oscar
off
Jackson
my cock.
Mahomes, yeah.
I'm tired of this,
yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Headlines, we will continue to react to the AFC and NFC title games, and also coaching news, which involves the Houston Texans that we will get to as well. A former Astro is now officially a former Astro. How are we feeling about that? Whole lot more in headlines. We roll on next.
Kirk Holmes is the
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get into it. The Super Bowl matchup is set. Kansas City beats Baltimore yesterday in the AFC title game 17-10. San Francisco beats Detroit in a huge second-half comeback or a huge second-half collapse, depending on how you look at it. The Lions went into the locker room at halftime up 24-7. And they lose 34-31 to the San Francisco 49ers. I saw a funny graphic, Seth. You know those map of the United States graphics that put colors in the states that show who's rooting for what team?
Yeah.
The infographics. It had the Chiefs logo inside of Kansas and Missouri. It had the Niners logo inside the upper half of California. And the rest of the country was just gray. And gray was like, we wish this matchup had never happened or something like that.
Oh,
like there's no, like, I feel like if the Lions were in this, that would have been an America's darling kind of thing. Maybe even the Ravens, because Lamar Jackson is pretty likable and he would be breaking through. Even though the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl in a long, long time, I feel like these are two teams that, by and large, America is probably a little tired of, the 49ers and
the 49ers, of the teams that have had a lot of historical success, I feel like they're the team that has the least national fan base. Do you know what I mean? If we were to lump together like the Packers, the Cowboys, the 49ers, who am I missing? The Patriots. I feel like the 49ers have
Steelers.
the Steelers for sure.
Yeah.
Of those teams, I think the Patriots and the 49ers have the fewest like nationwide fans.
I would say so, yeah.
You go to any sports bar anywhere in America, there's going to be Steelers fans, there's going to be Cowboys fans, there's going to be Packers fans.
Yep.
I don't think that the 49ers and Patriots have that same level of support nationally.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Like, and boy, I would say when the Raiders were in Oakland, you could make a case that the Niners might not even have the most national fan base in the Bay Area. You know?
So the Raiders are another one of those teams.
Yeah.
You go into any sports bar, there's Raiders fans.
Yeah.
So and I guess maybe the different. Well, the Patriots, it's been more recent success, but the 49ers had their success back when, back when people were forming their allegiances and everything.
80s and 90s.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something about, I don't know. The 49ers have something in common with the Chiefs, maybe, is that, I don't know. There's something that people just, I think it's more driven by the quarterback than and his image. So perhaps people don't even become a fan of the. People hate the Chiefs right now. That's all.
Yeah, they do. No, the Chiefs are getting the Patriot, like whatever the Patriots were for the last 20 years. The Chiefs have evolved, to their credit, have evolved into the 2020s version of that. The early line on this Super Bowl, and we're going to dig more into these two games at 7 o'clock, just all the twists and turns in the games because we got other headlines we got to get to. The early line on this game, Seth, it opened with San Francisco nearly a field goal favorite. It's come down to San Francisco -1. Do you have an early feel on this game at all, or we've got 2 weeks to dig into this thing? Do you have any sort of early vibe on this game between Kansas City and San Francisco? Any early gut feel on it to you?
I think the Chiefs' defense has been, I don't want to say criminally underappreciated this year, but it is. I think that. I think people didn't quite want to believe that the Chiefs' defense was carrying them as much as they were.
Right.
So after having watched Brock Purdy, like really honestly, I didn't feel like Brock Purdy was actually playing good until the score was tied at 24-24. And some of it was done with his legs.
Yeah.
They were lucky as hell on the would-be interception. They may have gotten called back by an interference anyway, even if Ayuk hadn't caught the ball. But that was a flukish play. There were a couple flukish plays in that comeback. Brock Purdy throwing back across his body on a stupid pass that ended up being a completion.
And they're like fourth wide receiver makes a one-handed catch. A huge catch, yeah.
So I think, I don't trust Brock Purdy versus that Chiefs defense right now. I have an extreme respect for the Chiefs defense.
Yeah.
And what they've been able to do the last couple of weeks.
47 and a half the total, which is actually for two teams that have very good offenses, at least talent-wise, very good offenses. I know the Chiefs' numbers have been down this year. Somewhat of a high total for two teams that have elite defenses or I should say elite level offensive talent on their teams. We'll dig more into these games at the top of the hour, but it'll be Kansas City and San Francisco.
Well, I like Pacheco with 2 weeks to rest and get completely healthy versus that 49ers run defense that you could see is really Like the 49ers run defense is one that the numbers just do not tell about the weaknesses that it actually has. And you saw that at least in the first half last night.
Yeah, total yardage, they're not bad. It's because they're ahead all the time and teams don't run against them very much. All right, coaching news. Gerard Johnson, Texans quarterbacks coach, continues to garner interest around the league to potentially be an offensive coordinator. Up till this weekend, he had interviewed with Cleveland, New Orleans, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. I know at least 2 of those have been filled. Philadelphia has hired Kellen Moore. Cleveland is hiring Ken Dorsey, the former Buffalo offensive coordinator. Add Tampa Bay to the list of teams that Gerard Johnson is getting interest from. And this would be one, presumably, where he's going to be calling plays because Todd Bowles is a defensive head coach. So Tampa Bay, Gerard Johnson's still getting a lot of interest. No offers yet, but interest as an OC.
And Gerard was in Tampa before, right?
He's been everywhere. I'm not totally sure.
Well, he was with never mind. I want to say, yeah. So, the timeline on this is an interesting one. Hopefully, we'd find out within the next couple weeks, so you can start making moves for who replaces him. But I feel like Bobby Slowick's probably going to be here. It seems like a lot of people in the know feel that Ben Johnson's got a really good shot at getting that job in Washington, and maybe they announce that within a couple days of Ben Johnson being eliminated from the playoffs.
And likewise, Dan Quinn in Seattle seems to be a pretty heavy favorite for that. Yeah. So that's where we are right now with coaching news with the Texans. Their former defensive line coach, Jacques Cesaire, finds a home in Cleveland. He'll be their new D-line coach. Quick baseball news. Hector Neris signs with the Chicago Cubs. He turned down his $8.5 million player option with the Astros to sign what will at a minimum be a 1-year, $9 million deal with the Cubs, which could turn into a 2-year deal for as much as $23 million with incentives and so forth. I would have signed if this were the deal for the Astros to sign to bring back Hector Neris. I would have brought him back at this money. Problem for the Astros is they're already way overspent in the bullpen. Rafael Montero, $11 million. They just spent nearly $20 million on Josh Hader. Ryan Presley still on the payroll at 14. I don't think anybody thought Neris was coming back either. I think it's sort of seemed like they've conceded that Neris, Stanek, and Philip Maton are all going to be gone in free agency.
Yeah. And I think that this is another one where you can't worry about some of the pitching contracts you wish you hadn't done.
You're stuck.
This offseason. Yeah, you're stuck with those contracts, and there's only so much room to maneuver, and your maneuvering was basically Josh Hader. So I'm like, yes, I would much prefer to have Hector Neris compared to some of the guys that have big contracts on the Astros right now, but what's done is done, and if you're going to go after Josh Hader, that calms me down a lot about losing Hector Neris.
Yeah, for sure. Neris was good for the Astros. He's been among the league leaders. I think he's been third in appearances during his time in all of baseball during his time with the Astros. So decent signing for the Cubs, I would say there. Last one here in headlines. Good job by Deion Sanders' 3 sons. They bought him a house in Boulder. This is how you know NIL is working. Shiloh, Shadur, and Deion Jr. bought their dad a house near the CU campus. It's a nice house. If it's the same house he was standing on the back patio of when you hear this audio, hell of a job by the sons. Here is Coach Prime reveling in the fact that his sons just bought him a house.
So y'all three that just, want to put it together so that y'all make sure I'm straight when y'all gone is, that's unbelievable, son. It almost provokes a tear. Look at that, man. Your life complete now, man. We'll win. That's when it's complete.
It's going to happen.
I appreciate this, though. My 3 sons.
Your life's complete now. There's nothing. Is there anything more heartwarming than the story of a kid who makes it, or 3 kids who make it, and then buy their father a house, which he's had multiple of before, and how already is super rich and famous and everything.
Their dad, who is still in a job that pays him like $8 million a year, right?
Is their father working like nights as a janitor while he works a day job at a manufacturing plant or something? No, he's a Hall of Fame Hall of Fame Division I football coach Deion Sanders. Oh, okay.
My dad's
Your life is complete now.
My dad's got 3 sons, and I can tell him right now if he's listening, you're not getting a house, just so you know.
It's really nice. I don't mean to take away from that. It's really nice.
Yeah.
It's just not the typical tearjerker that you might expect when some kids buy their parents a home.
Nice house, boy.
Deion's had plenty of nice houses.
He has. Maybe he had a goal to live in 20 nice houses, and he was at 19 forever. And now your life's complete. You've achieved your goal of living in 20 nice houses.
I feel like after the cameras are off, Deion might tell the kids, like, listen, guys, I've told you this so many times before. If you're gonna flip a house like this in 2 years, which I very well might have to, by the time you work in realtors commissions, property taxes, everything else like that, this was dumb, guys. This is really dumb.
Not to mention that house caters to about 0.01% of society has the ability to buy that house.
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, no, I mean some of it's not to say that he can't turn around and sell it or anything. It's just if you're only planning on living somewhere for a year or two, the home purchase doesn't make a lot of sense.
Maybe this is a sign he wants to stay in Colorado. Who knows? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. So let's continue to react. AFC, NFC title game. We've got our Super Bowl matchup. There are major Houston parallels from the AFC title game yesterday. Ones we like, and then ones that remind us of some really bad things. We'll get to those next.
I'll remind you guys of something. Valentine's Day. You can
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. AFC title game, Chiefs 17, Baltimore Ravens 10. The NFC title game, 34-31. The Niners beat the Lions. Both very entertaining games in different ways. The AFC title game, Seth, two huge Houston parallels in this game with these teams. One, I think, evokes positive Houston memories. The Chiefs are now the Astros. They have been, but the numbers are startlingly similar between these two teams. The Chiefs are now in their sixth straight AFC title game. We know the Astros have made 7 straight ALCSs. Chiefs will now have gone to 4 Super Bowls. The Astros have been to 4 World Series. They've each won 2. The Chiefs have a chance to win a third here. They're a 1-point underdog against the San Francisco 49ers. So that's the good one. The bad one for Houstonians, the one that invokes bad Houston memories. Lamar Jackson is officially cementing his status as the James Harden of the NFL, where major regular season monster. He's a tour de force in the regular season, to the extent where he's won MVP. He'll have won multiple MVP awards by the time next week rolls around and he wins the MVP award at the NFL Honors. Even similar to like James Harden with the Rockets, like, you know, finally after a few years broke through to a Western Conference Finals, and that was a big breakthrough. And then it went horrifically bad against the Golden State Warriors in 2015. And similarly, Lamar finally breaks through, gets to an AFC title game, and it was not a great day for Lamar and company yesterday.
No, it wasn't. I guess the other comparison you could make is to an early years Peyton Manning, where Peyton was just absolutely phenomenal in the regular season, and then a huge flop of a disappointment in the postseason.
Peyton went years without winning a playoff game.
Yeah,
like it took him
really
like
bad.
5 or 6 years to win a playoff game.
Yeah.
Really
and I guess the question is, all right, as it was with the James Harden Rockets, it's a little dicey with the Rockets because as easy as it is to pile on James Harden, they did happen to be really good when there was an all-time great team in the conference. You know, if it weren't for, I'm not sitting here saying that like, oh, they basically won a championship, but if it weren't for the Warriors being just as good as they were, I think the narrative would be a little bit different. But there were also playoff disappointments that involved the Spurs or other teams where James Harden just was not the same guy in the postseason as he was in the regular season. I think that part, the Colts with Peyton Manning in the early years where they couldn't play defense when they had to play defense. Peyton Manning didn't have great games when he needed to have great games. The Ravens under Lamar Jackson feel a lot like that. And his MVP season's all right. Is this a team that's just built for regular season success? But when you go up against genuinely awesome defenses, what happens to you? It didn't look good yesterday.
Yeah, that's interesting. The dynamic of having a great team or a potentially great team during an era where there's just an all-time team. Because the Chiefs are that right now. The Chiefs, I think the Chiefs, similar to the Astros. Like I think there's a lot of fans of American League teams, probably the Yankees, maybe some others that feel like, man, we had our window at a time where the Astros had just created this juggernaut for 6, 7, 8, however many years it's going to wind up being. That's an interesting one, Seth, because I wonder who that team, that fan base that feels that way in the AFC is right now with the Chiefs. Like, man, it's probably Buffalo, right? I mean, because Buffalo's actually lost to the Chiefs three times in the postseason now.
Yeah.
It's probably Buffalo.
It's hard because this year's version of the Chiefs is a different one, though, too. The Chiefs' defense is really, really good, and it has been all year long. Like, it's no fluke that they looked as good as they did yesterday. I think the difference is that, Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce have a different gear that they get into when they're in the playoffs.
That's the most impressive thing to me about the Chiefs is this season. Similar to the Patriots. Like, remember early on with the Patriots dynasty, they were doing it with defense. Brady was not somebody you leaned on necessarily to go win for you. He was more of a cog in the machine. And then by the time 2006, 2007 rolls around, Brady's an elite quarterback, and he's thrown for a jillion yards and all that. And you do it over 20 years, you're going to wind up just by happenstance doing it different ways. But the fact that the Chiefs have flipped it so quickly that they've adapted, they trade Tyreek Hill, so now they're not by nature going to be as explosive as they used to be. They're going to have to lean on their defense more probably. That their defense is probably their more impressive side of the football over the aggregate of this season, and that they went on the road and got to this Super Bowl too. Like that was something a lot of people were saying, man, I don't know. I know I was saying it. Like, hey, man, this is going to be uncomfortable for them. This is the first time they're going to have played a playoff game outside of Arrowhead Stadium, aside from Super Bowls, which are neutral fields, but like leading up to the Super Bowl. And they passed with flying colors in both of them. They beat the Bills as underdogs. They beat the Ravens as underdogs. That's the most impressive thing to me is that the Chiefs have adapted. They're winning differently now than they were when they were winning the other Super Bowls.
I also think, though, too, I mean, The Lamar Jackson story, I feel like there's a little bit of what happened with Josh Allen last week. All right, did Lamar Jackson play well enough to at least win this? Like, did he play well enough to win this game? Zay Flowers had a touchdown. Like, that was a touchdown. Zay Flowers should have scored a touchdown right there. He has the ball poked out. And then other guys just kill drives with just absolutely 100% idiotic decisions at times there. And I think that, like, Lamar Jackson played much better in the second half than he had in the first half. That's where I think that the first half of this game, and then it's not like it was an overwhelming final score, but it was one that maybe didn't tell the whole picture of exactly where this was. This could have been a gritty, tough win for the Ravens if just a couple little twists of fate had been different. So I'm not, I guess, like, as I talk my way through it, I'm not as down on Lamar Jackson as I was at the end of the game immediately, when you think about all the other things that went wrong for them in that game.
I still don't think he played well. He had a lot of passes knocked down in the first half. He had if he doesn't catch his own pass, he has as many completions as he has batted balls in the first half of that football game.
Yeah. Pat Mahomes didn't have a great second half. It just, like, Pat Mahomes, they scored, they scored 17 points in that game. There was a lot of other stuff going on with the Ravens beyond Lamar Jackson.
No, I understand. I'm not. There's a lot of blame to go around, and I've dished it out for sure. There's a lot of blame to go around with the Rockets too when they would lose games, but it would always fall on James Harden because he's the star. And I don't think James wasn't all that likable either. That probably didn't help. Lamar's probably a little more likable. This is what I'll say about Mahomes and Jackson, Seth, is that when it came to nut cutting time, Lamar Jackson threw an interception into triple coverage, and Pat Mahomes converted a third down deep down the field that ended the football game. Like, that's how these perceptions get created, for better or worse, is that when it came time to make a play, Mahomes made the biggest play of the game, and when it came time for Lamar to make a play, you're driving, you're trying to tie the football game, he threw an interception into triple coverage. So it's tough morning to be a Ravens fan, man.
Well, the Ravens have a tough offseason. They got a lot of decisions to make. A lot of their best players are free agents. And it's funny, I like Madubuike is a free agent, the really good interior defensive lineman for them. And I cannot find an article written that says that the Ravens have, like, come to terms with him or something. But there are a bunch of Ravens fans who are convinced there's, like, a secret agreement between Madubuike and the Ravens that he's totally 100% coming back. I don't know. Like, the Ravens are they're not as liberal with using the franchise tag as a lot of other franchises are. But whether they keep Madubuike or not, they have a lot of some of the top tier, but then a lot of their kind of, like, blue-collar dudes that are really important to the team are also free agents, and they don't have a ton of cap space. So it's not so simple that the Ravens can just run this back. Not impossible or anything. It's just going to be a different team next year than it is right now. They're going to have to replace some of these guys.
Well, and they're entering expensive Lamar era. Lamar signed that big deal this past offseason, so they're entering a new era of having a quarterback that costs $50 million a year.
The other thing, one of our listeners makes this point, to Seth's point about regular season dominance versus postseason. Can't that really be more of a coaching issue than players? We hear how great Harbaugh is, and he's really a good coach, but the Ravens team yesterday looked undisciplined and frustrated. That falls on coaching. They looked like the Texans when they played the week before. I do think that John Harbaugh does deserve a fair amount of scrutiny, at least, for the fact that team looked like the moment was too big for them. Between the number of absurdly idiotic and stupid errors they made in that game, and then just some of the physical errors and mistakes that they made, then, I think that they looked like a team that was a little bit blinded by the lights. I don't know how much Harbaugh can be blamed for just the lack of experience in those. You're going up against a team that's got a boatload of experience in high-pressure situations, whereas the Ravens don't. And I like, to some degree, are the Ravens a little bit of a victim of their own success in that they very, very rarely had to play from more than a touchdown behind in games this year.
Maybe, yeah. They just weren't comfortable in that situation, and it looked like that as early as the first half. I thought Todd Monken got very antsy as the offensive coordinator in that game. Too big was the moment too big for them? I think it might have been, which is, in a way, you're at home. So at first blush, I said, well, that's inexcusable for you to have the moment be too big for you when you've got the home crowd behind you. But there are different ways for the moment to be too big for you. There's the I'm on the road and I have the deer in the headlights version.
Yeah.
Like the Texans against the Chiefs back in 2019 when they were coughing up that 24-0 lead. The moment got too big for them. I think the moment got too big for them. I thought you laid this out perfectly earlier in the show where they almost got to too high of a fever pitch. You want to get the water to boil. You want to get the water near the boiling point, but you don't want it bubbling and boiling and have it be at 250 degrees.
Well, yeah, like John Harbaugh told the broadcast crew beforehand that, for one, they weren't going to let Mahomes get away with scrambling and not getting hit at times, which is that's a dicey proposition in today's NFL. I do think the officials on both sides and both those games last night were not calling roughing the passer nearly the same way they were early in the season this year. They were allowing some hits, so maybe that was the right strategy. But man, yeah, if the recipe called for 190 degrees, they were at 212.
Yeah,
they were at boiling, and they were. So you end up getting all like Zay Flowers with his taunting penalty. You have Jadeveon Clowney hitting the quarterback late. You had all these things that were just a little bit over the edge and over the line, and those things add up.
Yeah, and that's kind of my point is that like there's different ways for the moment to be too big for you. The moment can be too big for you, and there's being timid sets in, or the moment can be too big for you and a complete lack of discipline sets in. And that's what I thought it was for the Ravens. I felt bad for Zay Flowers because it was almost like Kadarius Toney had inhabited Zay Flowers' body or something like that. Like, that's not who the Zay Flowers that you saw, like, that's not who he is. Like, he was, I remember the scouting reports of him coming out of BC, and it was like, man, this is a kid whose football character is super high. Guys are leaving BC in droves when the transfer portal became a thing, and he stayed at BC. Just a dude who he's a Baltimore Raven. Like, the dude he's the perfect Baltimore Raven, and it was like really out of character for him to do what he did when he got that taunting penalty. And then obviously it was a physical mistake to reach out and then fumble the football. And then we haven't even brought this up. He gets back over to the sideline and winds up and punches the bench and slices his hand open.
And looked the entire time after that, every time the cameras came to it, that he was just like in emotional turmoil.
Yes.
It was just, he was freaking out.
Yeah.
Which it's understandable and yet not where you need to be in those moments. That's like, okay, get the steely-eyed focus back and get back out there and redeem yourself. Yeah. It was kind of a meltdown for Zay Flowers in a game where he was one of their only actual good options. Yeah. And like that's the really double-edged sword of it was, man, he was the actual guy that was doing stuff and making things happen, and yet he was also hurting the team more than anybody else too.
You know that another storyline in Baltimore this year is going to be, got to get Lamar more weapons. Got to get him more weapons, after people spent the season saying, well, they did draft Zay Flowers, and hey, these are upgrades. OBJ is better than what they had. Rashad Bateman is doing some decent things. And I get it, Mark Andrews was hurt for a big chunk of the year, but I guarantee you that'll be a storyline in Baltimore. Like, you got to get Lamar more weapons. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. All right, let's get to the NFC title game. Dan Campbell taking a lot of heat this morning over decisions to go for it on fourth down and not kicking field goals in situations where I think many coaches would have kicked field goals. Decisions came back to bite him. What was his explanation? What was his message to the team after their loss to the 49ers yesterday? You're not going to want to miss that. It's an interesting one. It is an interesting message.
It's a really interesting one.
Yes, I promise you will not want to miss that. That's next.
Another interesting development. Daisy now.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Dan Campbell, head coach of the Lions, is taking some this morning because he had two crucial decisions in their loss to the 49ers yesterday that many believe were integral in them losing the game. Up by 2 touchdowns in the third quarter, 4th and 2 in 49er territory. Instead of kicking a field goal to go up 3 scores, he chose to go for it on 4th and 2. They don't convert. Josh Reynolds, wide receiver, probably a ball he should have caught, but does not secure it, and so the Niners get the ball back, and eventually they go ahead 27-24. We'll dig into some of the details of that comeback because there were a lot of very Lion things that happened in this game. The other 4th down decision was late in the game, in the fourth quarter, down by 3, 27-24. 4th and 3 or a 47-yard field goal. The decision Campbell made was to go for it on 4th and 3. Jared Goff throws incomplete. Niners get the ball back. They go down, score to go up 34-24, and essentially the game was over after that. 34-31, the final score. We should point out Dan Campbell, one of, if not the most aggressive coaches in football all season long in terms of going for it on 4th down. Has been for years. Here was Dan Campbell following the game explaining his decisions, particularly the one that would have tied the game in the fourth quarter, to go for it on 4th down.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back, and it's easy hindsight, and I get it, I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. It's hard because we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out. But I don't, and I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man.
Yeah, this is where I am on this because I think a lot of people have understandable objections to it going for it, 100%. I think that there's this perception that the analytics are saying that are always telling you should go for it, and that coaches are following that, and that's why analytics are ruining football. I don't feel that way at all. Like in this particular situation, if you just go by the analytics, it gave a slight favor, like a 0.02% chance or something of going for it in I think one or both of those situations, whatever it was. I honestly think, if anything, it's just kind of liberated coaches to actually go with their gut more and not take the conservative route necessarily, but to make that decision where, hey, in this moment, given the game flow and given what we do we feel good about going for it now? And do we have a pretty good chance of making it? Yes. And I thought that the outcomes of the plays showed that, yeah, they actually did have a really good chance of making it. You also have to factor in the fact that their kicker, who is a replacement, is career just above 50% on kicks from 45 to 50 yards. He's just not a good kicker. And you could argue, okay, well, they should have replaced him before that or what have you. All right, he's already a replacement, and B, what you should have done beforehand doesn't have a damn thing to do with what you do in the moment. This is what got them there. They were not egregiously stupid decisions or anything. It wasn't like he was going for it on 4th and 5 or 4th and 10 or what have you. This team, the Lions all season long, they convert at 70% when they go for it on 4th and 2 or 4th and 3. And what happens is when people analyze these decisions in their minds, they always assume, oh, yeah, of course, you're going to kick the field goal, and then you'll have that lead. The other team won't score at all, and it makes perfect sense. Just like in baseball, when you're like, oh, of course, I'm going to bunt. You're just going to have a guy go out there and bunt. Then he'll get on base, and then he'll steal second. All these things, you turn it into a parlay in your brain. It's worked for Dan Campbell. It got them to the championship game. And frankly, they don't have an awesome quarterback at all. That I don't think you could trust that they're going to just cruise on in with that extra 3 points and assure victory with some of the. I mean, look at the mistakes they made later on. I'm just good with it. I'm all in for it. And it's not because the analytics. I would just say the analytics don't usually give oh yeah, you've got a 70% better chance of winning it. It's usually okay, well, it's 50-50 here. You can either go for it or kick the field goal, and either one makes sense. Whatever the coach feels, it's his call. Yeah,
the variable in the second one is just how bad the kicker is, for sure. I think that's a really good point. He's in the numbers, he's 13 of 24 in his career, including the playoffs, from 45 to 50 yards. To me, the big number in that is the 24. He's only attempted 24 field goals in his career in that range. So he's an inexperienced kicker, including 8 of 16 outdoors. So that's absolutely a variable in all this. And those are in situations, too, A lot of them where it's, week 14 of the regular season. This is with 6 minutes to go in the NFC title game. Just how does that pucker factor into all this with the Lions? Those are decisions that came back to bite Dan Campbell. There's explanation on the other side of those, which he was making, which, you can debate back and forth. To me, the biggest play in the game was the potential interception that bounced off the safety, I forget his name, number 28, that bounced off his face into the hands of Brandon Ayuk and put the Niners right at the doorstep for a room service touchdown. That was followed by a fumble by Jahmyr Gibbs on what looked to be sort of a miscommunication on the handoff between him and Jared Goff. They score a few plays after that, the Niners do, and now all of a sudden it's tied. That was the big one to me. The Ayuk catch on the 51-yard doink off the guy's helmet, that was the one that got the Niners kind of going again,
And I wonder if that was going to be called interference. And I mean, the official threw the flag, and they picked it up, but it was maybe because there was reception or maybe because somebody else with a different angle said, no, it wasn't. I don't know. Sometimes, now the booth is giving these guys a lot of recommendations there. So one way or the other, that they may have ended up down there. I guess that was the one that – but I also think, with or without the interference, I don't feel like Brock Purdy actually turned a corner until the score was 24-24. I didn't feel like the 49ers were – methodically driving down the field or anything. That first field goal of the first half, there was that one big reception to Deebo Samuel down the middle, but it was a very herky-jerky affair and just kind of some flukish, weird things that got them back in the game, and then that's when perhaps just everything else took over.
Yeah, his numbers are really good in the second half. He was 13 of 16 for 223 yards. Again, 51 of those yards probably should have been an interception.
Yeah.
I thought where Brock Purdy was really good, we're going to get to Dan Campbell in a second here, the message to his team, because I know we teased that. I thought where Purdy hurt them more than anything was with his legs.
Yeah.
Crucial scrambles at really crucial times in the game.
When they ran, it was after the fumble, he ran from the 25 down to the 4-yard line.
Yeah.
And that put them in position to score. That ended up being the McCaffrey touchdown, right?
Yep.
And it was his legs, and when he scrambled and ran, they were big in a few moments.
Yep.
It's weird. It's not like he looks unathletic or anything, but I think he's more powerful than you expect. He's not. I don't think he's particularly fast, but he's able to run through contact to get out into the open field, and then he's also able to. It's not like he scrambles to buy time. He kind of just positions himself differently, and he'll scramble a little bit, and then he'll just kind of stand solid and throw against the grain at times. He's an odd watch at times. He just figures out ways to get things done.
Well, he's a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. It doesn't look like a prototype, and yet the numbers are exactly that of a prototype. Here was Dan Campbell. Again, this is one of the greatest seasons in Lions history. Say it's the greatest season. They made it to an NFC title game, and they won a bunch of games down the stretch, won the division. Here was Dan Campbell telling us what his message to his team was.
Look, I told those guys, this may have been our only shot. Do I think that? No. Do I believe that? No. However, I know how hard it is to get here. I'm well aware, and it's going to be twice as hard to get back to this point next year than it was this year. That's the reality. And if we don't have the same hunger and the same work, which is a whole other thing, once we get the offseason, then we got no shot of getting back here. I don't care how much better we get or what we add or what we draft. It's irrelevant. It's going to be tough. Everybody in our division is going to be loaded back up, and, you're not hiding from anybody anymore. Everybody's going to want a piece of you, and which is fine, which is fine.
I'm going to tell you, if I ever get a diagnosis for any sort of terminal illness, I don't want Dan Campbell to be my doctor. Let me think I'm going to survive it for at least a day or two. You know what I mean?
Sean, the odds are pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't
pretty bad.
Yeah. Give me a little bit of sunshine right out.
You know what though? I guess okay. Actually, now that you frame it that way, I feel better about his speech.
You do?
Because I want to know exactly what the odds are. Okay. I do. I want to know if I've only got a 2% chance of survival, because that'll really give me a laser focus, and I think that's what he was thinking. I do think the whole like that might have been your only shot. The analogy I thought of was like, all right, like your son. Your son has his heart broken by his high school sweetheart or something. Maybe the best thing to say isn't like, she really might have been the one. Never gonna find another one like that. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Not with that face of yours. Yeah.
Do I believe that? No.
No. I mean,
but I did just say it.
You just gotta know, son. I mean, she was.
This is what would scare me if I were a Lions fan. Is that I think a lot of what Dan Campbell is all about is. Let me back up. I think Dan Campbell is a fantastic head coach to have if you're an underdog. If you are a team that's hunting, not the hunted, that's what would scare me is, okay, this 1.5 year sugar high that we've been on since we turned the corner last year, is Dan Campbell's like sort of ethos a sustainable thing to carry us to a championship? Because he's going to lose at least one coordinator this offseason.
Right, yeah. And so I think Aaron Glenn, like, unless he gets a head job somewhere in one of these remaining spots, which doesn't look like he's the favorite in any of these.
Running out of chairs, yeah.
Yeah, so in Aaron Glenn, Greg Olsen is so much better than Tony Romo, and yet I got a little bit confused with some of his analysis in the second half last night. But I thought he did a really, really great job otherwise. But talking about kind of Aaron Glenn taking sort of a non-traditional approach to the way he matches up with opponents and with the 49ers, and yet in the second half it seemed like the 49ers had made the right adjustments in the second half. They started playing man on defense more. They went out of type a little bit. They started going passing game from under center with Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. Sean. The one thing I think I might have, like one of 29 things that I was actually accurate about in my predictions for this game this weekend. I thought that both the 49ers and the Lions are some of the best running teams in the NFL, and that Kyle Shanahan, more than anything in the world, just wants to destroy you in the run game. That's just what drives him. As much as he gets credit for the passing game and everything, everybody says he just loves destroying people in the run game. And I feel like he almost destroyed himself with that strategy in the first half. Mm-hmm. I feel like Aaron Glenn may have baited him a little bit into that, but had the right personnel on the field to stop it. Like even in passing, otherwise when he might normally have like nickel personnel out there, he's just out there with his base defensive personnel and stopping the run. And Shanahan either talked himself out of it at halftime, or somebody grabbed him and shook him and said, "What are you doing, Kyle? Grab a hold of yourself," and then gave him the glove slap or something.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we'll do our 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories to get your Monday going here. Up next, the Ravens have some guys that if the Texans are looking to go shopping, I would certainly take a look at. Is one particular Houston Texan already putting the recruiting gloves on here for Nick Caserio? Maybe some social media evidence that is the case, and that is next.
The Astros are back in business.
our passion.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Couple Texans-related thoughts on what we watched yesterday in the AFC and NFC title games. First, Amy was asking me during the games, like, okay, who are the guys that we should be watching in these games that might be Houston Texans next year? And one of the names I suggested in the Ravens-Chiefs game was Ravens linebacker Patrick Queen. I think that'd be a an interesting signing. Probably going to be pretty pricey, I would imagine. He'll be one of the pricier linebackers on the market. You know who it would appear would love to have Patrick Queen on this football team, Seth, based on reposting posts on X, formerly known as Twitter? Derek Stingley Jr. Derek Stingley Jr. reposted a post from NFL Rumors, pending free agent Baltimore Ravens Patrick Queen stats this season, including the playoffs. And he's got all his tackle. He's got a bunch of tackles, 9 TFLs, 6 QB hits, 6 passes defended, so on and so forth. So Derek Stingley Jr., I believe teammates at LSU back in the day.
Patrick Queen was drafted in 2020. So they would have been teammates in 2019. Derek Stingley's incredible freshman year. Derek Stingley and Patrick Queen either teammates once, and I'm guessing might still know each other because Patrick Queen's from Louisiana, so he's probably around campus in the off seasons and whatnot.
Sure.
So I'd be for that. That would be really cool. Christian Harris and Patrick Queen manning those two main off-ball linebacker spots could be pretty damn sweet.
It would be sweet. I would say of the Ravens, though, that I would want to get, and I would guess that maybe D'Amico wants, even though he's a former linebacker, he likes to talk about the D-line. Matabike, that would be pretty dope.
Matabike, the only thing about Matabike is that, man, awesome all-pro caliber defensive linemen rarely hit free agency. And especially the Ravens have constraints, and they're ones. I mean, they showed even with Lamar, they didn't give him the true franchise tag. They gave him the one where he could go out and find a deal. The
transition
tag there, yeah. So that's the big one. Matabike might end up being kind of like what Mario Williams was to the Texans when the Texans had just too many free agents on a good team that they couldn't justify giving Mario Williams what ended up being, well, they couldn't franchise tag him and sign everybody else. It was just way too uncomfortable. If it gets down to the wire with Matabike, the Ravens might have to say, well, look, we can't franchise tag Matabike as well as keep these other 10 really good free agents that we have, or at least keep a big portion of them. So we're going to have to let him go. That's the big question mark there. I guess the one thing I wonder with Matabike is Matabike is awesome. And look, I say this without insulting the defensive tackles for the Texans, but Matabike is just simply one of the very best interior defensive linemen in the league. I do think the two starters you have right now, one of whom is a free agent, Collins is the only one to be around. But like, if you were to say you're about to keep both of them, like that might be more cost effective. I feel like you're getting pretty good play out of those guys, and then maybe you draft an interior defensive lineman, or get somebody that's a little bit more cost effective. I don't know if that's where I'd want to spend like big money in free agency.
Yeah, they've got the money to make at least one big swing like that. So we'll see where it is. If I had to guess, it's going to be on the defensive side of the ball. And if I had to guess even more granularly, I would say it's going to be on the defensive line.
Yeah.
Because that's what D'Amico said last week, and because there's a lot of good defensive linemen out there.
And that's where I just wondered, because I like Sheldon Rankins, and Sheldon Rankins is a free agent. And I don't know what kind of contract he'll command. He could only get a one-year deal from the Texans here last year. And I think that if they spend big, I'd prefer it to be on an edge rusher if they can get Rankins back. But I'm not turning my nose up at Matabike at all.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm maybe a little bit like I don't want to wish for something that I'm probably not going to get. But like Matabike would be a huge addition to whichever team he goes to.
The other thing in watching the NFC title game, that was the AFC title game. In watching the NFC title game yesterday and watching Christian McCaffrey do his thing and watching Jahmyr Gibbs do his thing, and I get it, Christian McCaffrey might be the best running back in football. Jahmyr Gibbs is the 12th overall pick in the draft. I watched that game. I'm cool with going out and investing some resources at running back. And I know you may differ with me on that one.
Yeah.
And I know the big response that I got when I tweeted that out was, well, what about the offensive line? I'm like, I get it. The offensive line needs some fixing as well. Because I'm tweeting my desire for a running back. Let's not do that thing where it means I'm ignoring everything else. I only have 280 characters to express this thought. If I listed everything, then we might be here for a little while. But man, just watching. I mean, McCaffrey's next level. I'm not expecting them to go out and get Christian McCaffrey, but Jahmyr Gibbs. They got a lot of criticism for using the 12th overall pick on Jahmyr Gibbs, and he, fumble notwithstanding, I get it.
Yeah.
I know he had a major faux pas in that game, or at least was part of it, but he was a huge reason why they were in that position in the first place, like overall, like this season.
I guess but the problem is if you're talking about drafting a running back, then like cool. Like, and I feel like the Texans are now, they're a playoff caliber team and they're drafting late in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get a running back on a cheap deal for a few years. I'd be okay with that in theory. I think it's just that no matter who the running back is, if you pay big money to a running back free agent, it's just a dumb play statistically. There's a really, really good chance that you're going to end up wondering, why the hell did they pay so much money to a guy that either isn't good or is injured all the time? It's just how it's played out, you know? I just don't, like, no matter who it is or how much it makes sense at the time, it's just so rarely the right thing to do.
Yeah, I'm not saying overspend, like overspend on running back. What I'm saying is, and I think part of what I'm about to say is I think they were counting on way more from Dameon Pierce this year than they got, way more. The solution can't be to run it back with Dameon Pierce and some other Devin Singletary level signing at 1 year, $3.5 million. That cannot be the solution for your top two running backs going into next year. If you can get one of the names you and I went through last week at what we think is a reasonable price, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, any of those guys, Austin Eckler, and then you supplement that, not with a guy in the 6th round, but like maybe use your 2nd or 3rd round pick if it's warranted. Like, don't overdraft the guy. But I am cool with that being a position that if by the end of day 2 you've used 3 picks, one of them's on a running back, I'm fine with that. Like, it's so clear, like with those two teams yesterday, that, they have really good offensive lines and they block really well. But once the offensive line has done their job, they got guys that are doing things in the open field and doing things just with speed that the Texans just didn't have that club in their bag this year.
That's the thing with the thing about the offensive line, too, when it comes to the run game, is you got to remember that they wasted the first half of the season not giving Singletary that many carries. That once they actually started running with a running back that was capable with a lot of the zone runs, that they actually started looking a lot better. And that's Devin Singletary, who's not a premier guy. The reason I get excited about the prospects of Derrick Henry is that I think for the most part, I would expect he's not going to get a lot of good offers. I think a lot of people are going to look at his age, and in his performance last year, he was the 2nd leading rusher in the league, but it's different these days than that. That means something different than it used to. But he was playing behind probably the worst offensive line in the league. That just simply having a running back who knows what the hell he's doing with a lot of the outside zone, as well as just, the conventional gap schemes too, that makes your offensive line look better too. It does. So that's where, like, I look at Derrick Henry almost like maybe like a Frank Gore type. I don't know, like he might play 10 more years, and I don't know if he'll be premier or anything like that. But I think he's still got a lot of functional life left in him, and he might be that rare outlier where you don't have to worry as much about his frailty like you do with every other running back in the league, including and especially Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I would say if I signed Derrick Henry, I would say I'm signing you to carry the ball 175 times. Something like that. Carry the ball, touch the ball 8 to 10 times a game, right? Something like that for Henry.
I don't know. I think it would be a game-by-game thing. I think there might be some times where he's
like over the course of the season. I guess I'm more looking like he's carried it twice that a lot of seasons. I guess I'm just saying you're going to be part of a committee here, where you may end up being the main guy if there's certain games where we got to put teams away and we're going to lean on you to do that. Yeah. Text message: McCaffrey looked hurt after his run inside the 5-yard line in the 4th quarter. Ended up landing on top of his head. Trainer was tweaking his neck. Irwin. That was the long run that McCaffrey had, and he got tackled inside the 5. And, he was calling for a sub after that. Like, he got up and he was waving to the sideline, and they showed the replay. Yeah, and they were massaging his neck on the sideline. He landed directly, like pile driver style, on top of his head. He looked fine on the podium after the game, or the dais, whatever we call it, the stage. He looked okay. He didn't look hurt.
Like I thought they were doing like an active release technique on his neck was probably all jammed up.
Yeah.
The other guy, Greenlaw had a stinger, which I figured at the time that it was a stinger or a separated shoulder. Like neither of those are that big a deal. As long as he doesn't, like, sometimes you get a stinger and it sucks. I thought it was a stinger with Greenlaw because he had the look on his face of somebody who gets a lot of stingers, and it's kind of embarrassing because in the moment you can't move your arm and it feels like you broke your collarbone. Like the pain is as bad, but you know that it's going to go away. So it's kind of embarrassing because you're like, look, trust me, my arm isn't working right now, but I also at the same time know that it's not that big a deal.
That was, and if you said this, I'm sorry. Dre Greenlaw, that happened to him in that game.
Yeah, that's who I was.
You're talking about. Okay, sorry about that. I was.
That's okay.
Looking up.
Yeah, so he ended up coming back. His replacement was out there for a couple series after that, but then he was in by the end of the game.
Yeah.
But then sometimes if you get a stinger though too, you can lose strength in that arm for a few weeks. So. I guess that'd be something to monitor, but it's not as. I think he'll be fine.
He looked okay.
He had the look of somebody who's had multiple stingers. I used to get them all the time, and it sucks.
He definitely had the look of somebody who wasn't worried about it after about 5 or 10 minutes.
He's kind of laughing about it on the sideline.
Yeah.
No, it sucks because it does. You can't move your arm. It hurts. It hurts. Like the first time I ever had one in high school, I thought I broke my collarbone or something because it's above your collarbone. But it's like you don't know. It just hurts. It hurts like something broke bad, and it never stops hurting that much. It's just that you know that it's going to go away.
Yep. I don't know if I agree with this text message. Purdy is Johnny Football if Manziel had studied and practiced. Manziel's a next level athlete. Manziel's a next level athlete. Like Purdy is not running away from guys in the SEC.
I don't know if he was a next level athlete
compared to Purdy.
Okay, yeah. I don't think Manziel. Because when he got to the NFL and he tried to run, it felt almost. I don't know. Kind of like when people thought Bryce Young was a good athlete. And, okay, he can scramble around in college, but he gets to the NFL and he's not that guy. But yeah, I would say Manziel is definitely a more fluid athlete than
right. Next level in a vacuum. Next level is probably exaggerating. He's a way better athlete than Purdy, in my opinion. Yeah,
but that's such a big diversity. That's almost like saying that
This feels like somebody who's saying he's 6 foot tall and he's white, so he's Johnny Manziel. That's what this feels like.
Well, like saying that I don't think it's really doing due justice to how little effort Johnny Manziel put into things.
Right.
Like it's like to say that if it's like basically saying that if Jack the Ripper hadn't been a psycho killer, he was a hell of a guy.
Right.
Like that's what it's like saying. Like if Johnny Manziel had worked harder at it, then he could have been Brock Purdy.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you on a. Someone says McCaffrey was a free agent. He got traded there. McCaffrey was not a free agent. He got traded to.
No, but I think the point is still valid. Okay, it's a guy that was on his second contract.
Yeah.
And he's gone and done that. Yeah, that's a valid point. What did they give up to get McCaffrey?
They gave up a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5.
A lot of draft picks.
Yeah.
So it's the draft picks more. The part about his contract though is that the Panthers took the lion's share of the damage on the contract.
They did, yeah.
So whatever that works out to, does that work? Did all those draft picks all equated to like a late first round pick? I think.
Well, dude,
if you add them all up,
I'll tell you. I don't know what they equated to, but I saw a tweet last night as to how they've been deployed. And if I'm a Panther fan, I'm probably already on suicide watch. But the picks have all been deployed, and the main ones, the second round pick they used in the Bryce Young trade. And the third and fourth rounders they used to move up and get someone named DJ Johnson, the Panthers did. And I don't know what they did with the fifth, but it's a fifth, and I don't think they did anything significant with it. So they've I don't know what the Jimmy Johnson chart says. I just know that the Panthers traded their best player, turned around, and then used it to get a quarterback who looks completely snowed over and some guy I've never heard of before.
Yeah, as far as McCaffrey goes too, I'm always going to be skeptical of any running back trade, always. The difference with McCaffrey is that he's also such a good receiver that if you are going to do it, if you're going to pay big money or do a second contract or anything, which remember, the 49ers are not paying the whole second contract. The Panthers took most of that damage on that. It's got to be a dual threat guy, like an extreme dual threat guy, because that's where it's worth it with running backs now.
And dude, he breaks tackles. Holy cow, he breaks tackles. Christian McCaffrey, you wouldn't think it to look at him because he's not Derrick Henry, but he's so strong. He is so strong. It almost feels like with the running back, with the McCaffrey trade, Seth, they were trying to do at running back what it looked like they were trying to do at quarterback with Trey Lance, where it's like, okay, we got this system, and this Jimmy Garoppolo sure can run it well, but boy, if we get somebody who's got these next-level superhero powers, then this might unlock some things. And it felt like the McCaffrey trade, especially in retrospect now that he's an MVP candidate, has been like, okay, we've done this with Elijah Mitchell and Raheem Mostert, and it's worked out pretty good. But boy, what if we get this guy who can catch the football and actually break tackles? And that one worked. The Trey Lance one, this just in, did not work. That one did not work. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's do the 8 at 8. 8 stories to get your Monday moving along here.
One.
All right, let's start with the playoffs. Let's start with the AFC. Kansas City, 17, Baltimore, 10. This was a game where the Ravens made just a litany of bad mistakes, undisciplined mistakes, penalties in this game. Ultimately, Lamar Jackson throws an interception into triple coverage in the end zone, which is the dagger in the heart of this game. I thought,
real poor job by Gene Steratore, by the way, on explaining why that was
very poor. Yeah,
I didn't think it should have been interference because it was just such a bad throw.
Right,
but because I don't think he could have. I don't think the Ravens receiver could have worked his way back to the ball. But Steratore is acting like there was no contact before the ball got there.
Right.
Like that's very untrue based on what you're showing on the screen right this moment.
Literally saying it as the guy is getting hit before the ball is down there.
I blame Romo. I think Steratore spends so much time explaining the rule only for Romo to understand it even less that I think Steratore's kind of given up.
Yeah, maybe. This was a game I thought at halftime, I thought the Ravens were lucky to be down 17-7 at the half, honestly. Chiefs dominated that first half.
It was kind of like the Texans game last week where it was tied, but, man, it did not feel like it should be tied.
Right.
It did not feel like the Texans should still be tied in that situation. Yeah, the Chiefs just so thoroughly dominated in the first half of that game that if you would have told me the score was going to end up 17-10, I would have thought it would have involved more fireworks out of Baltimore, but it didn't.
Yeah, did not. So Kansas City is on to their 4th Super Bowl in 5 years. Just the third team to do that. The Patriots did it from 2014 to 2018. Of course, the Buffalo Bills went to 4 straight and lost all of them back in the early 90s.
2.
NFC title game. Been talking about this one quite a bit today. This one seems to be getting the most run because of Dan Campbell's controversial decisions to go forward on 4th down a couple times in this game instead of kicking field goals. The Lions had a 24-7 lead at halftime of this game in San Francisco, and they lose 34-31. They were on the scoreboard thoroughly dominated in the second half. Eventually, they were dominating the Detroit Lions, but there were mistakes and fluky things happening that I thought helped the Niners get back in this game. Certainly Campbell's decision to go for it on 4th and 2, up 24-10, where he could have kicked a field goal and gone up 27-10. That didn't work out. They didn't convert. But the Niners got a fluky catch on what should have been an interception by the Lions. This is deep down inside Lion territory. They turned that into a touchdown. The very next series, Jahmyr Gibbs fumbles the football on the first play from scrimmage. They turned that into a short touchdown. And all of a sudden it's 24-24. And if I'm the Niners, I'm like, man, it's 24-24, and I feel like I haven't even earned this yet. And that's kind of how it played out. Like, now we got some mojo going now.
They did, and there was some flukishness to it. At the same time, I felt like the 49ers made the right adjustments at the half. Defensively, they changed it up and started being a bit more aggressive. Not in terms of blitzing or anything, but just playing more man coverage. Offensively, they realized, okay, what are we doing here? We're trying to run into a brick wall for no good reason. Let's just get back into, or we're passing out of gun. Let's just get back into Brock Purdy under center. Let's attack through the air when appropriate. And they just kind of ultimately through some of those fluke plays, but then also through I think just physically winning more downs, just took over. And then, and then Dan Campbell just decided to go for it.
He did. We'll talk plenty about this game in the last couple hours of the show here.
3.
A little coaching news for the Texans. Nothing new with Bobby Slowick. It'll be interesting now to see what happens with Ben Johnson, the OC for Detroit, available. Does he indeed get the Washington Commanders job, which would eliminate one empty seat for Bobby Slowick? And then there's Seattle, who does have interest in Bobby Slowick, but it looks like Dan Quinn has emerged as the favorite for that job. The Cowboys defensive coordinator, former Seahawks defensive coordinator, so there's familiarity with him. So we're in a holding pattern with Bobby Slowick. Meanwhile, Gerard Johnson continues to garner a ton of interest around the league, potentially as an offensive coordinator. He's interviewed for jobs in Cleveland, New Orleans, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh. Some of those have been filled, including Philadelphia, naming Kellen Moore, former Cowboys OC, their OC over the weekend. Add Tampa Bay to the list of teams interested in interviewing Gerard Johnson for their vacant OC job. Their OC, Tampa Bay's, is now Dave Canales, now the head coach in Carolina. So they have a vacancy in Tampa.
And I guess the other potential vacancy you got to think about is that OC job with Detroit if Ben Johnson is up and out of there too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Ben Johnson is, as they talked about on the broadcast last night, I love Greg Olson. Ben Johnson doesn't, you can't necessarily pin him into any one particular school or not, but Jared Goff does have a whole lot of experience playing for Sean McVay in that Kubiak-Shanahan system. So, it would make sense that Gerard Johnson, with his experience this year, might be able to start off with a head start working with Jared Goff.
Dude, forget about his experience in a system. The main reason Gerard Johnson becomes a candidate in Detroit, Aggie. Dan Campbell, Aggie. Yeah, that's Aaron Glenn, Aggie.
That's right, yeah.
He could have an all-Aggie staff if he gets rid of Ben Johnson and puts Gerard Johnson in there.
4.
All right, let's get to some baseball. Hector Neris. If you're an Astro fan with a Hector Neris jersey and you've been holding out hope that your jersey still applies for the 2024 season, that you can wear it to games without looking like one of those fans who's living in the past, newsflash, you're going to be looking like you're living in the past. Hector Neris is a Chicago Cub. He signs a 1-year, $9 million deal, player option for another year if he gets to 60 appearances in 2024, which, if this season is anything like other seasons, Neris should get to 60 appearances fairly easily. The maximum total on the deal, 2 years, $23.25 million with incentives. Congratulations to Hector Neris, who did a lot of good things for the Astros through this latter part of their golden era that we're in right now.
Yeah, and it's this is one of those situations where, yes, there are other contracts you would rather not perhaps be on the pitching staff right now, but they are. And it's baseball. There's nothing you can really do about it. That money's guaranteed. So you would have preferred Hector Neris compared to others, and yet the fact they got Hader pretty much precluded any of that from happening.
Yes.
So I'm at peace with it. Hader, if it weren't for Hader, then I'd really be wondering, what? I'd be a grumpy old man about it. And since I can't ignore you mentioning somebody wearing an old jersey or something at a game, I did the guy wearing the Derrick Henry jersey at the Ravens game.
Yeah, what was that all about?
He's just wearing a Derrick Henry jersey.
And cheering like crazy.
Yeah.
That was so strange.
I don't know. Was he a Chiefs fan that hated the Ravens
I don't
or
know.
something?
Yeah.
Or was he,
I was thinking the same thing. Like, who is this guy?
I saw that Derrick Henry was trending, and I was like, oh, maybe this is Texans involved. Like, no.
Oh, was he really?
Crazy...
That's probably why.
Yeah, he was trending. No, he was trending because there was a crazy Derrick Henry fan.
That was wild, yeah.
5.
All right, 5. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, he's heading into his second year in Colorado. He got a nice gift from his sons over the last few days, his 3 sons. Shiloh and Shadur, both of them play for him, and Deion Jr., who does social media for Colorado. Apparently, they're doing pretty good, the 3 of them. Good enough to where they can get their old man, who himself I don't think is hurting for cash, but it was nice of them to do this. They just bought Coach Prime a new house, a nice new house, in Boulder, right near the CU campus. This is Shadur and Coach Prime just chopping it up about this new house that Coach Prime got, just standing on the back patio.
For y'all 3 to just, want to put it together so that y'all make sure I'm straight when y'all gone is, that's unbelievable, son. It almost provokes a tear. Look at that, man.
Your life complete now, man.
We gotta win. That's when it's complete.
It's gonna happen.
I appreciate this, though. My 3 sons.
So there you go.
I don't know. I felt like that was almost a dismissive. I appreciate this, though. Like, that's not. Yeah.
House. I thought the same thing. I'm like, man. He's like, it almost evokes a tear, and I'm like,
no. I honestly, I'm putting myself in Deion Sanders' situation. There's a part of me that's like, I want to tell him, like, guys, I really appreciate this, but what the hell are you doing? Like, no, we've talked about this. I've told you where you're going to put your money, how you're going to preserve it. I don't need this freaking – I've got houses.
Yeah.
I don't need this house. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it, but what the hell are you doing?
Well, the weirdest part was the beginning is like, I appreciate you looking out for me once you're gone. Like he's saying that to him like he's sleeping on Shador's couch right now or something like that. Like, Dad,
yeah.
I know you've been staying with me since you became coach of Colorado, but someday I'm not going to be here anymore. I'm going to be in the NFL, and so is Shiloh, and you're going to need a place to stay. So here's this 7-bedroom mansion on the mountains.
I can't. Maybe I'm too cynical with the way the NCAA is right now and everything, but I can't help but feel there's a really heavy staged element to this about like showing that he's committed to staying there and his sons are on board with him staying there and everything. I don't need to have this presented to me like it's some kid that just bought his mom, who works 2 shifts at the hospital every night, a house for the first time in her life. You said the one son does social media. What do you mean?
Deion Jr. does social media for Colorado, for the school, for the football program. Yeah, maybe among other things, but I know he does it for the school.
6.
Kayvon Thibodeau, defensive end for the New York Giants. Localizing this a little bit here, the Texans have done a really good job of steering clear of having any of their young players generate any sort of drama or opinion that could cause any sort of strife in the locker room. Here was Kayvon Thibodeau, Giants defensive end. If we recall, Daniel Jones got paid this offseason, and Saquon Barkley had to toil on the franchise tag. Here is Kayvon Thibodeau on the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast, which includes Carmelo Anthony as one of the hosts. And he had this to say about who should have gotten signed first between Saquon and Daniel Jones.
Let me tell you what I'm mad at, and this is the only thing I'll say about that. What I'm mad about is that Saquon, because if you look at the game, the tape, Saquon was responsible for at least 30% of our explosive plays.
Oh, yeah. Not more.
Talking about the year we won the playoff game. So for me and for the integrity of, working together and hard work, and we all believe the same things, I feel like Saquon should have got paid first. That's what I feel. And maybe, who I don't know the back end. Maybe it's a franchise. Maybe it's an extension. Maybe it's blah, blah, blah. That's none of my business. I don't,
that's just that's the respect we was talking about.
Like, exactly. When the team chemistry and all that, because we see it.
Why not? Like, when you think of Saquon, who you think of? The Giants. He's the face of the game. Yeah,
I'll tell you what, this is the danger of the podcast there, because when you hear him in his tone of voice, I actually think, I feel like he was trying to be deferential to the organization, and like in that conversational tone, this is a conversation you could be having with your friends, perhaps, and yet, like, you got to be conscious enough of the fact that, like, well, no, you're doing it on a podcast, and in print and everywhere else, it's going to look a whole lot different.
Yeah,
that's it. When I read about it, it was not nearly as bad as when I heard that right there. But the qualifiers and everything that he puts in there, that doesn't make it to the article.
No.
Like him saying multiple times, like, hey, look, this is just how I feel. Like, I feel like it should have been this or what have you. You got to be conscious of the sound bites, man.
7.
All right, another sound bite coming up here. You know my take. I feel like Joe Flacco deserves comeback player of the year over Damar Hamlin. And I understand the nuance of the situation, and I understand I'm in the minority. I also understand Joe Flacco played the same amount of games as Damar Hamlin. He did do it at a much more difficult position and at a high level.
You're not part of the minority. You're part of the people that aren't bothering to. Most people are just like, this is not the fight I need to fight.
Okay.
Because everybody else on social media is like, I can't believe that anybody would claim that Damar Hamlin. Don't you see how noble I am in advocating for this?
Then for all of you who won't speak up, I'm the hero that you need. I'm here to speak up about it. Now, you know who might be one of those people that Seth just did that weird voice for? Joe Flacco. Here is Joe Flacco on the Zach Gelb Show on who he thinks should win Comeback Player of the Year.
I'm just coming back from, being old and, not being on a team for a couple months, so who knows.
Would that be bizarre if you won the award with the way that you just laid it out?
Oh, of course. I think we could probably go through most of the guys on that list besides Damar. I don't know if we're necessarily coming back from anything, but
so you think Damar should win it? Is that what you're saying? Just wondering.
For sure. I don't know how many snaps he played, but I just think mentally to get yourself back to the point where you feel comfortable doing that kind of thing and, obviously the physical part stands for, you don't need any explanation there, but I think mentally to get yourself ready to go back out there and feel good doing that, what we do, especially at his position, is pretty cool.
That's a good case he makes.
It actually is.
Right there.
It actually, that is a point, like the whole, like, okay, I nearly died on the field getting hit in the chest on a routine football play. Like, that part would mess with me, I would think, a little. I mean, there's a lot of things with football that would mess with me. I'm way softer than anybody who ever played the game. But that part, that is a point, that is a good point by Flacco, which is all the more reason I think he should win Comeback Player of the Year. He's playing quarterback at a high level and making good points as to why DeMar Hamlin should win the award. Yeah.
Okay, as you credit Flacco, like what else? What the hell else is he going to say? Anybody that's up for that award would say that. It's not like Flacco's going to.
No. But I thought the specificity of his point about the mental part of getting back on the field, of course I'm expecting him to defer. I'm not expecting Flacco to campaign for the award. I just thought he made a really intelligent point, which I've ignored, which is, that is true. Like, it was just a routine football play that sent you into cardiac arrest on the field.
It was on the SNL news update this weekend. It showed, I think, the first Native American woman ever to be up for an Academy Award, and then they showed the four other women who were up for the award, who were quoted as saying, "Please don't let me win this award. Please don't let me win this award. Please don't let me win this award."
That's funny.
You're like, if I'm up for that award, I'm like, oh God, please don't. I don't need to be the headline in it. Please,
need this blowback.
God, no. Just let me live my life. I just want to act. Yeah.
Oh my God. All right, last one. People who listen to this show or know me personally may know that I've got a big thing for Dolly Parton. Huge. She's one of my 5 favorite people on the face of the earth. I think she's a tremendous human being. So, when this singer named Elle King, who happens to be Rob Schneider's daughter, by the way, she's a pretty famous country singer. She was doing a tribute at the Grand Ole Opry to Dolly Parton, singing the song "Marry Me," apparently completely bleep-faced. And this is what it sounded like.
Holy I swear to God, if you guys tell Dolly, 1, 2, 3, 4, he gonna marry me, we gonna cut down, he gonna be so sweet, me gonna round round. I don't know lyrics to these things in this town. Don't tell Dolly, 'cause it's her birthday.
Yeah, she's messed up. She got the words wrong. She's cursing. Now she curses again.
Like, holy shit, we bought tickets for this shit.
I can't believe y'all bought tickets for this bleep.
So what? Okay.
She murdered that song. She got the words wrong. She inserted curse words. Dolly would never have a curse word cross her lips, I don't think. She's a delicate flower. She was hammered up on stage, too, by the way. She was hammered. In fact, she has postponed several of her upcoming shows because of this performance at the Grand Ole Opry. So I say this, Elle King, keep Dolly Parton songs out of your mouth. Sincerely, Sean Pendergast.
This is a bad thing? Like, people are taking it as disrespect to Dolly?
I am.
You are?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
She was just drunk on stage?
Drunk on stage, doing it as a tribute. That was supposed to be a tribute song to Dolly Parton. She didn't even know the words. And she's drunk.
She was drunk. Yeah.
Right.
Has country music grown this soft that they won't acknowledge?
I can't believe you're excusing this. I'll stand up for
38% of their songs are about being too drunk to do a proper tribute to Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton and Susanna Hoffs. If you have a bad thing to say about either of them, you're going to have to mess with me.
She was trying to show like she was drunk and showing respect to Dolly Parton.
She sucked at it.
Of all places, I am not going to get snobby about like sobriety of whether you can sing a country song drunk.
She couldn't. That was the problem.
There's somebody. Oh yeah, I heard that Kenny Chesney was drunk when he sang a David Allan Coe song. I'll never support him again.
Dolly's not drunk up on stage. David Allan Coe is. Yeah,
he's not drunk. Nobody sings about being drunk.
Yeah, he does sing about on stage. He does sing about being drunk.
Yeah,
he might be drunk up on stage.
Dolly Parton sings about murdering people and stuff and everything.
Yeah,
come on.
I knew this wouldn't be a supportive room when I had this take, but I had to put this out there. Elle King.
Dolly, you know who's gonna make you feel like a small
Dolly
man?
Parton. I know.
Yeah, whenever she is, she's a statement on this.
I know. She probably
she's gonna basically tell like I thought it was hilarious.
Googling the statement as we speak. All right, what if the Panthers had drafted C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young fell to the Texans? Among several what ifs that the computers have actually plugged in and calculated for us. We've got that. What would have been the Flipperoo Stroud Bryce Young effect? That is next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite hosts in Houston.
SportsRadio610Livestream.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. What if the Texans, or I should say, what if the Panthers had chosen to take C.J. Stroud and the Texans had chosen to take Bryce Young? The computer has actually played this out. We'll get to the results in just a minute. How good do you think? What do you think happens, Seth, if the Panthers draft C.J. Stroud? Is Frank Reich still the coach in Carolina?
If the Panthers draft C.J.
instead
Stroud,
of Bryce, like, do you think Frank Reich is still the coach?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think, honestly, I don't know how well anybody was going to do in Carolina this year. I mean, Bryce Young was really, really bad. There's never an excuse for being as bad as Bryce Young was. So I think that, I still feel like CJ would have done better than Bryce Young, and yet I don't see a Nico Collins and a Tank Dell, in that receiving core.
Yeah.
So I would say probably no. I think there was going to be disappointment, except yeah, I would say no. I think Dave Tepper was going to be Dave Tepper, kind of hurt his rookie quarterback by trading away the best receiver to get that young quarterback. Yep. And it would have been a disappointing result no matter what.
I think I'm with you, and my reason would be I think there's a big part of Frank Reich that looked around the building early on once he got there and said, this is not what I expected it to be. And I don't know that C.J. Stroud changes that drastically enough to where it doesn't feel like dysfunction. Frank Reich seemed like he checked out about 4 or 5 games into the season is what it felt like. When you would see some of his press conferences and he'd be talking about how miserable it was to meet with the owner and things like that. Yeah. So I'm with you. It was probably fraught for disaster anyways, maybe more to do with Young than the quarterback, or maybe more to do with Reich than anything else himself. Austin Mock, who is a writer for The Athletic, runs a computer model where he simulates the season. And he can plug in certain variables and things like that. And he did some what ifs that I thought were kind of interesting, including the big one, the lead to the article. What if the Panthers took C.J. Stroud and the Texans took Bryce Young? What do the computers say after you simulate a season with the two of them playing for those teams 10,000 times? The end result, the Texans are actually still better than the Panthers, but it's very, very close. Each team picked up 3.5. Well, the Panthers picked up 3.5 wins. The Texans lost 3.5 wins. So if you round up, Panthers 6-11, Texans 7-10, with Bryce Young as their quarterback. Is the
Panthers 6-11, Texans 7-10. So we would be sitting here with obviously, there's just. If you trust the computer on this one, I feel like I need to start, trying to sell you a bunch of other stuff because CJ's performance is going to be affected by so many other things.
Yeah.
I think that the biggest issue with the Panthers is their actual roster strength. In the way it's been constructed, as opposed to where I think with the Texans, what people ignored going into the season was that some of the 1-year and 2-year contracts that Nick Caserio had put together did actually improve the team. They were actually a better team than we realized. I think there's a whole lot of people that just put all of the issues from the last few years on the Texans and just assumed that was going to be the same, and all you were doing was adding a new quarterback into the mix. The other part of it too is just the actual value of Frank Reich as a coordinator, and exactly what does that bring. And Frank Reich's got a history now of making offensive lines worse. The Colts offensive line, it had traditionally been really, really good, and then over the course of the time that Frank Reich was there, over several years, it got worse and worse. And then all of a sudden, after Frank Reich left this year, that offensive line, without swapping a whole bunch of dudes out, got better again.
Yeah.
And likewise, the Carolina offensive line got a whole lot worse with Frank Reich there. And I just wonder exactly how good of an offensive coordinator Frank Reich ever actually was. So that's, if you put C.J. Stroud in that situation with Frank Reich, I think that you take away a lot of what A, Bobby Slowick did, and B, the way that Bobby Slowick and D'Amico decided to bring him along slowly. Yeah. I don't think they would have, okay, would Frank Reich have named C.J. Stroud the starter immediately, and just kind of put the cart before the horse in a lot of ways, whereas in Houston, they really did things methodically and kind of, wanted to pass certain benchmarks before they threw him out there as a starter. I don't think they would have handled him nearly as well.
I think he would have named him the starter immediately because they were naming Bryce the starter the second he walked off the plane at his introductory press conference. I think they were hell-bent on handling whoever it was they drafted at number one or with whatever quarterback they took. They were hell-bent on selling them as the next big thing for the franchise, which I think is part and parcel to your owner being wired the way he is there. If the Texans had gone 7-10 with Bryce Young as their quarterback in 2023, I think we would be sitting here saying it was a successful season. Like, we wouldn't know that there was a 10-7 season with C.J. Stroud sitting out there. We would just know that C.J. was a serviceable enough rookie for the Panthers to go 6-11. I'm saying that these computers were actually right that generated this.
No. I think that with a rookie quarterback, and that's where, again, like with why I was impressed with D'Amico, is that I think that given the circumstances the Texans had this year in playing a rookie quarterback, if many other coaches had come in, like if Sean Payton had come in and gone 6-11, I think people would have said, well, yeah, they made improvement. Yep, there's that Sean Payton effect coming in. What did the Broncos finish this year?
They were, I think 8-9, 7-10.
Yeah. If they were 8-9, it would have been like, yeah, look at that. Everything kicked in, and boy, the Sean Payton effect really took over there in the second half of the season. There were valid and reasonable excuses for a sub 500 season this year. So a lot of that I think goes to D'Amico and the staff he assembled and being better than that.
No doubt. Yeah, CJ got dropped into a great situation here. There are two other interesting ones on here in this simulation they did, this What If article on The Athletic. What if Aaron Rodgers doesn't get hurt? Reality was the Jets went 7-10. The What If computer simulation says they would have gone 11-6 if Aaron Rodgers had stayed healthy for the season. Are you buying 11-6 for the Jets if Aaron Rodgers had stayed healthy?
Yeah, I think so. I think that Jets defense ends up being more like substantially good. I say substantially. I felt like there were times where like maybe the statistics were a little bit misleading as to how good that Jets defense was, that you couldn't really rely on them. But it's because they also had nothing dependable on the offensive side of the ball. So I think as a complete team, they end up being a lot better with Aaron Rodgers out there.
The Jets are on the Texans schedule next year. Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers is presumably coming back. How concerned are you about the Jets with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback as a Houston Texans fan?
I don't think he's going to be as good as he was before. And I don't say that out of any malice towards him. I just say it out of the fact that he's 40-plus years old with an Achilles tendon tear, and his athleticism was a big part of his game. His mobility is a big part of his game. When he's been hampered mobility-wise before, you've seen it very much affect him. And I remain completely open to being surprised by his ability to recover from this. Just usually guys in their 40s don't come back being like any version of themselves from their younger days. Now, having said that, like Kevin Durant was no spring chicken when he tore his Achilles. He wasn't nearly as old as Aaron Rodgers is now, but well into his 30s, and he came back from it fine. So it's way more possible now than it used to be, but yeah. I'm still skeptical.
The other one that was interesting to me in this article was, what if Tom Brady had unretired in August and went back to play for the Patriots in 2023?
What did the computer say?
The reality was they went 4-13. The computers say they would have gone 8-9. That Brady would have won them 4 more games this year. I will say this, when you consider how many games they lost while only giving up 10 points or 7 points, their defense was really good. That might be accurate, actually. That might be true.
The only issue would be that Brady may have murdered somebody at some point.
Yes.
If you take the frustration that he would feel, well, when they were playing the Texans in his last year with New England, when he was screaming at people to somehow be faster when they're on the sideline. Right. He wanted them somehow to swap out their genetics for faster genetics or something. On the sideline. I think it would have been even worse this year. All the stress of the divorce and everything.
That too. I don't know how you simulate that.
Yeah.
Are you sad to see Greg Olsen now presumably stepping aside for Tom Brady? A lot of hullabaloo was made over that last night, that this is probably Greg Olsen's last game in the A chair.
Yeah, I really like him a lot.
He's great. I think he's great.
At the same time, one of the things that Brandy and I fight about the most is that she likes Tony Romo as an announcer, and she's got her reasons. Like she thinks it's just fun. The game's more fun when the mistakes he makes aren't that noticeable if you just ignore them or don't pay attention to them. And I'm happen to be the one that I cannot ignore the mistakes that he makes at all.
Either.
Whereas with Greg Olsen, man, I watch a game with Greg Olsen, and I feel like I'm being educated. I feel like, man, he's got a really good handle on exactly how this game is going. He does everything that Tony Romo does not. And I think Greg Olsen is awesome. And yet Brandy doesn't like Greg Olsen because she says she can barely hear him and that he just doesn't have that same energy. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know who's in the majority and who's in the minority there. Oh. I think that Brady is going to be like Greg Olsen in that he's not going to be maybe as much fun as Romo if you find Romo fun, but he's going to be studied as hell on the team. So, I think you're just like with Greg Olsen, you're going to learn something about those teams, and you're going to get a good feel for exactly what's going into the coach's decisions and all that.
It's really interesting. She thinks Romo has more energy than Greg. I think Greg Olsen has high energy.
Yeah, I think that, I couldn't hear the first year that Romo was doing it, I couldn't hear him enough. That was one of my complaints about it.
Yeah.
Was that his voice just wasn't
the cadence
powerful
of
enough.
his voice. Yeah.
No, the volume of his voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes that's more of a technical issue. I don't know why they can't figure that out in the sound booth.
Yeah.
But I think Olsen's just got a more understated way of saying things because he's actually thinking about what he's saying.
Yeah.
Instead of just
shooting from the hip. Yeah.
No, if they'd caught that pass, they could have gotten a first down. Yep, that's what happens when the play continues because of a catch.
Steve Zabin is a host up in Milwaukee. He used to be a national host. I used to work with him. He was counting the number of times that Tony Romo said Jim on the broadcast yesterday. Apparently he leads into everything with Jim. Everything's Jim. Yeah.
Are people suspecting that that's their way of maybe trying to make it seem like they're still chummy?
Maybe.
Despite sometimes it feels like they hate each other.
Not gonna lie.
It doesn't feel like Romo hates Jim. It feels like Jim might be done with Romo. That's how it feels.
That's how it feels. There's an article on Barrett Sports Media quoting me saying that last week on this show today. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Let's react to the AFC and NFC title games. I have got the name of 3 luminaries from each of the 2 games yesterday, and I want to know, how did these guys sleep last night? That is next. I'll tell you what, I sleep really well, a whole lot better than I used to when I was 50-some-odd pounds.
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dan Campbell has taken some today, the Detroit Lions head coach. Couple controversial in the eyes of some fourth down decisions in the game yesterday, the NFC title game. One in the third quarter that would have a field goal would have put the Lions up 27-10. He chooses to go for it on 4th and 2. They don't convert. Then late in the game, down 27-24, 4th and 3 at the Niners' 30-yard line instead of trying a 47-yard, what would have been a game-tying field goal. He goes for it on 4th and 3. They don't convert. So naturally, when you make decisions like that are viewed as unconventional, more teams go for it on 4th down than used to. But I think most teams, especially the last one, even with a kicker who's not great, I think a lot of teams would have tried the 47-yard field goal there. It doesn't work. You get criticism for it. Here was Dan Campbell following the game, saying he was comfortable with his decisions.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back, and it's easy hindsight, and I get it, I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. It's hard because we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out. But I don't, and I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man.
It's funny. I think people. This doesn't have to be about analytics. Honestly, people want to blame every time somebody goes for it on 4th down now as a matter of analytics. In a lot of ways, I think some of those same people, if analytics didn't exist, would be applauding the fact that he trusts his guys to go out and get the first down. Because, let's leave analytics 100% out of it and ignore the fact that, basically it was a 50-50 proposition with the analytics. For one, on a very conventional basis, what was the field goal going to be the second time to go for the tie?
47 yards.
47-yarder.
Yep.
That field goal kicker is just above 50% on field goals from 45 to 50 yards in his career. He's a lifetime 50-50 guy. But two, it's that, okay, if you make the field goal, you still do have to – you're going to try to win the football game. It's a tie at that point. And people are acting like, well, you could have tied the game. Okay. And then what? Are you? It's not the regular season. You got to end with a victory. So in that moment, if Dan Campbell feels like, okay, this is one of our best shots to actually get down and score a touchdown or take more time out, whatever, then I'm going to take this, because it's not as simple as getting back to this same spot against a team that, like he said, is able to bleed the clock. They've figured some things out against the Lions defense, and whatever the scoreboard said, the 49ers were very much having success moving the ball in the second half.
They were. That was the juncture in the game where the Niners had figured some things out offensively. I know it looks like they figured things out offensively from the 7-minute mark to the 3-minute mark of the third quarter.
Yeah.
They really just they were the beneficiaries of a crazy bounce circus catch for 50 yards and then a fumble deep in Lions territory. So when that decision had to be made to kick the field goal or go for it on 4th down, there were 7 minutes and 32 seconds left in the game. So I think what you're hearing Dan Campbell say there is look, if we tie up the game, the way the Niners are playing offense in the second half, and Brock Purdy had found a groove, Christian McCaffrey, there's a decent chance that they go down there and they end this game on us. Whereas if we keep our foot on the gas, burn a little more clock, and go score a touchdown, and it's 31-27, now there's a different type of game pressure on the 49ers. Yeah,
and it's just, I don't know. I feel like the only thing the analytics has done in a lot of ways is allowed coaches to actually go with their gut more. Because it gives them license to, they've got a backup for it. I think a guy like Dan Campbell is probably naturally inclined to want to go for it on 4th down more than not. And there's probably times where the analytics are actually the guys up with the computers are saying no, actually you probably shouldn't, and he's having to fight himself now. Like when he just chose to kick the field goal early in the game, they were out there, and he decided to kick the field goal. He used his discretion there in that moment. I think this, and then you add on to that in 4th and 2 to 4th and 3 situations this year, the Lions have been 70% in converting those down and distances. So it's not like if you just go by the strict old school numbers there, in a lot of ways, it made more sense to go for it there than it does to try to kick the field goal of the kicker that you don't trust.
He kicked the field goal in the first half, 4th and goal at the San Francisco 3.
Yeah.
A touchdown there puts them up 28-7 at the half.
Yeah.
I bet that was a hard decision for Dan. Oh, look, based on what he did in the second half, I'm guessing that decision on 4th and goal at the San Francisco 3 with 7 seconds left was a really, really difficult decision for him.
It was difficult in the okay, that's 4th and 3. If the goal line is different than 4th and 3 out in the middle of the field,
sure,
because everything's compressed, and
sure.
that's the calculation. If it was 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, he might have gone for it.
Well, and one of the benefits of going for it on 4th down deep in your opponent's territory is that it leaves them down there offensively.
Yeah.
There's 7 seconds left in the half. They're going to take a knee and burn out the half. So I don't know what percentage of the benefit that is of going for it down there, of leaving them down there. But whatever that is, that's out of the equation now.
Yeah, I look at that last one, and that last go for it on 4th down situation is more of a one that I think a coach could have made that 30 years ago without any computers involved whatsoever, and just done it more along the lines of look, this is where we are against a really good football team. And whether you want to invoke the M word, momentum, or anything like that, I think a lot of old school football coaches would have made that same decision right there. It's just now, whenever anybody goes for it on 4th down, they feel like they got to somehow wage war on computers in general.
Yeah.
That was, especially given that they have this replacement kicker who's no good. I'm totally cool with that decision.
To me, the more egregious decision-making, which I'll put this on Dan Campbell, even though he's not the one who calls the plays, he is the one who makes decisions as to how they conduct themselves offensively overall, is that when he got past the 2-minute warning and you get down into San Francisco territory, you got 1st and 10 at the San Francisco 24, 1:39 to go, and you got all 3 of your timeouts, I would think about kicking the field goal there. I would think about kicking a field goal. You leave yourself with 1.5 minutes and all 3 timeouts, and you don't have to onside kick. You kick it off to San Francisco. You try to get the ball back. You use all 3 of your timeouts, and you get the ball back. If you execute defensively, which may not have happened, it's San Francisco, so it might not have worked, but it's definitely a more sound strategy than what they did, which is hang on to the ball, grind the clock down to 1 minute, run the ball on 3rd and goal at the San Francisco 1, get stuffed, have to burn a timeout, and then they score a touchdown on 4th and goal, but now you got 56 seconds left with 2 timeouts, and now you have to onside kick in that situation. You kick a field goal with about 1.5 minutes to go, and you got all 3 of your timeouts, you leave yourself with a much more conventional shot at a comeback. Still low win probability, but just way less egregious than what they did.
In the who didn't sleep well last night and might not sleep well for another 3 months, I would say much more so than Dan Campbell. I think Dan Campbell's going to sleep well.
Yeah.
I think Zay Flowers is going to have fitful sleep for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Especially, which is a shame because in a lot of ways he was the Ravens' absolute best weapon, but he was also their greatest enemy.
Yeah.
And it was tough to watch, man. I felt like I was watching a dude melt down in real time,
I still feel like he's got a towel over his head somewhere. He was after the game. He was sitting there with one of those Gatorade towels over his head, and guys are coming over, having to console him. It looked like an out-of-body experience for a 5 or 10 minute period in that game. Gets a taunting penalty, fumbles going into the end zone, and then punches a bench and slices his hand open?
Yeah.
It's the complete antithesis of everything you hear about Zay Flowers.
It was, and again, some of that might go back to John Harbaugh. Apparently having these guys amped up like zoo animals who hadn't been fed in a week. He was just don't feed the tigers. I want them to really put on a show for the tourists. He the Romo and Nance were talking about how beforehand Harbaugh had said that we were gonna, or not. I don't know if it was Harbaugh, but the guys from the Ravens had said we weren't gonna let Pat Mahomes, think he could just run without getting hit, and all these other things where you feel like the pep talk might have gone a little too far. Because they were just doing stupid stuff. And some of the hits they put on Mahomes, like the Clowney hit on Mahomes, some of it was just really, really dumb.
How about the Travis Jones one where he comes this club up in the air, and that felt a little more incidental than Clowney's, but boy.
Yeah, I felt like he was just going for the ball and he just stuck his hand out there.
But I thought it was a good call. For sure.
Yeah. No, yeah, it has to be.
Yeah. And I guess my point is, I didn't feel like Mahomes was getting any protection in that game. I felt like the calls that Mahomes got in that game, the Ravens got their money's worth on those.
And they actually got one. Well, Chris Jones got tripped on his way to Lamar once and didn't get called. It was an obvious one.
And he got up gimpy too.
Yeah, the Chiefs actually. I never felt like the Chiefs got the benefit of the doubt there. There's some sketchy calls on both sides, like there always are. But I felt like the Chiefs, like
they earned it.
The calls that worked in their favor were appropriate.
They earned it. Pre-game distractions. There were actually a couple for the AFC title game yesterday, including one we've not gotten to yet. Some incredible audio from an inactive, at least inactive in the game, but active on social media, Kansas City Chief yesterday, which we will get to next.
Ability trees, incredibly active themselves. Louis Flores.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so we'll dig back into these games here shortly. Kansas City 17, Baltimore 10 in the AFC, and in the NFC, San Francisco 34, Detroit 31. It was a fun day of football yesterday, and it got started early. It got started before the games even kicked off. Kadarius Toney, wide receiver for the Chiefs, who this time last year was kind of maybe like a quasi-unsung hero for the Kansas City Chiefs. They traded for him at the trade deadline. He was making plays for the Chiefs last year in the postseason. He was a kind of a vital cog to them winning a Super Bowl, right?
But he was also that guy that, okay, you sign and he's good for like a half a season, maybe one season max, and like, okay, this is a guy that he wore out his welcome at his previous spot for a reason. So, I feel like they found that out this year.
They did
along the way. Kadarius Toney just not the reliable, breath of fresh air, revamped dude that he had been the year before.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. This time a year ago, it was going just fine. Now here we are in we'll call it the end of the 2023 season, January 2024. Not going nearly as well for Kadarius Toney. We know he had issues lining up off sides in a game against Buffalo that the Chiefs lost. He's had issues with drops all year long, some of which have cost Patrick Mahomes interceptions, like bouncing right into the hands of opposing defenders. Yesterday, though, Kadarius Toney was inactive for the game, listed as inactive with a hip injury. They actually put hip/personal because apparently his wife or girlfriend had a kid over the weekend. So it was hip/personal. The personal part, I'm guessing he has no issue with because you can't say, well, I didn't have a kid. But the hip part, apparently Kadarius Toney has an issue with the Chiefs listing him with this hip injury, among the other injuries they've listed him with, because he's saying, I'm not hurt. Take a listen to Kadarius Toney on Instagram, on an Instagram Live. There's going to be a lot of beeps, just be warned. Here's Kadarius Toney taking issue with the Chiefs making him inactive with a hip injury.
Out of here. All these they try to play me on God, bitch ass. I just don't got to get on this bitch and be on no go clear no up. Cause I'm ready to give a I don't with y'all. Have y'all to really do something. I do something here. Hey, I ain't good on that. On God. But hey, look, y'all reading all this cap ass. You feel me? Believe it. I don't give a I ain't never been that to go do all that. But yeah, man, that cap. I'm not hurt. None of that say that my too. On God, not hurt. None of that. Hip, been, it go from hip to ankle to this to that.
Had you heard that, Seth?
No. I want to see the transcript.
It's just a bunch of. You know what? Just use a random letter generator, a random alphabet generator, and just put all the letters in a row, and that's what the transcript is.
Speaking in syllables. He wasn't even getting out complete words.
Grunts and syllables and curse words. Drop.
Sounds like he was breaking a horse or something.
Dude, this is how you know, like, Kadarius Toney is just completely off the grid for them. Like,
yeah,
I don't even know that Andy Reid got asked questions about this. I haven't seen, clearly they were not distracted by this before the game in any way, shape, or form.
Now, the video on the Instagram that you had sent is it was just audio from him. He was doing it on Instagram Live. But
it looked like just audio. It was dark. There was no picture of him. Yeah. So it'd be
do we 100% know for sure that it was him?
I went to so when I first texted this or emailed this to you and Ben, I was very giddy about it. Then I looked at the Instagram ID, and it was a Kadarius Toney account, but it was not his original main account. But there were enough people on social media after about 30 or 40 minutes of it being out there to where nobody was contesting that it wasn't him. So I said, well, let's go for it. Several other outlets have gone for it. Monday morning, let's go for it and play. Suck bleep, bleep, bleep.
Brandon Ayuk after the game said, I don't know why this is reminding me of what Brandon Ayuk said. Maybe because everything that Kadarius Toney said sounded like he might as well have been saying Ayuk, Ayuk, Ayuk. He said that he knew that he was going to make that catch because before the game a ladybug had landed on his shoe, and it was good luck.
Okay. Well, that's a much more docile pregame contention than Kadarius Toney. A ladybug landed on his shoe. That's sweet.
That's what he claims, which is good luck. But I don't know if I'm buying that there were ladybugs in that weather in Baltimore.
I don't know if you saw my tweet, but I had not. Yesterday morning, I was at the grocery store at about 10:30 in the morning. And I was leaving the grocery store, and I was driving home, and I got to the intersection of Inwood and Kirby. And I had not yet bet on the game, but I had picked the Ravens all week long on the radio. Well, I looked to my left at the intersection. I was coming down Inwood, heading west on Inwood, getting ready to turn left on Kirby to go home. And there were 3 what looked like ravens, I'm sure they were crows, all gnawing away on some carcass of something in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
And so I looked at that, and the carcass was a bloody carcass, which matches the Chiefs' red. So I looked and I said, there's 3 raven-like birds that are picking away at a carcass in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Give me Ravens -4.
Didn't work out. I saw that. Well, you know where you messed up?
What?
I'm pretty sure those were grackles. What's
a grackle?
It's a blackbird that's not a raven or a crow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to tell. You got to look at the beaks, I guess, more than anything.
Yeah, I was kind of far away to do that.
Yeah. Those are. I'm pretty sure those were a lot of your commenters said they were grackles, and I'm pretty sure they were grackles.
Okay.
So that's how they misled you.
Yeah.
Basically, you lost money because of the grackles.
Right. Like I just looked at it. I'm like, that's a visual right there. That God is sending me a message right now that you need to place a wager, perhaps even a max wager. I didn't. On the Ravens, -4. So there you go. So Kadarius Toney, man. Kadarius Toney getting after it on Instagram. And the other, I guess, pregame story with this game was Justin Tucker trying to warm-up kick, literally like right in the middle of the Chiefs' warm-up drills down near the Chiefs' goal line.
Yeah. And it was out like before I think it was before the official warm-ups when everybody's just kind of out throwing around and everything.
Yeah, nobody's
in
pads.
Sometimes there's issues with that because like there are specific times that you're like each team is allowed to have a certain part of the field. And I don't know who's in the wrong there. You said Joel Dreesen basically. Now Joel Dreesen is a former tight end. Might be more inclined to stick up for Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes. He did stick up for Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes.
He did. He tweeted this. Joel Dreesen, former Texans and Broncos tight end, said the kicker is 100 emoji to blame.
Yeah.
Get his ass to his own side. Was a funny power struggle and was handled exactly how it should have been handled.
I liked it. I did. I honestly, I was kind of impressed that both Kelce and Mahomes at various times grabbed the little holder that they use, the little triangle that holds the ball in place, and tossed it out of the way. Yeah, it was very dismissive of poor Justin Tucker, the kicker.
Yeah, it was good.
They bullied him.
Yeah, they did bully him. They were too.
That's what your Super Bowl champions are like, America. Your precious heroes, your precious Pat Mahomes, your precious first Taylor Swiftie. That is what their true colors are.
Bunch of playground bullies is all they are. Just bullying around poor specialists like Justin Tucker. Did you see this thing? Peter Schrager has picked the last 4 Super Bowl winners correctly, like 30 minutes before the season starts. Like they're doing
with the spread or not?
No.
Oh, before the season.
Before the season, he's picked the winner. As an annual tradition, he started doing a few years ago. He's like, well, here's my 30 minutes before. He'll tweet it out, like my 30-minute before the season prediction on who's going to win the Super Bowl, and he'll usually do like Kansas City over such and such. He picked Kansas City over San Francisco before this season, like 30 minutes.
Wow.
30 minutes before the opener. And he's picked the last 4 winners correct. He's not gotten the matchup correct.
Oh, okay.
This year he got the matchup correct. But he's picked the winners the last 4 times. Tell me, Seth, you tell me which is the most impressive of these to have picked before the season started, if you're Peter Schrager. Kansas City before the 2019 season. Tampa Bay before the 2020 COVID season. The Rams before 2021, the year after they traded for Stafford. Or Kansas City last year when they ultimately they beat the Eagles, but Kansas City last year.
All right, so 2019 with Kansas City, they'd already been to a Super Bowl.
No, they haven't. They've been.
No. That's 2019 was.
They should have been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. That's right. The year before. Okay. I mean, it's not like he was picking vast underdogs or anything. I think that Tampa was the one that I feel like afterwards, it was very easy after Tampa won the Super Bowl to say, well, yeah, of course they would. But then you forget that, man, not every single team out there really thought it was a slam dunk that Tom Brady was going to be good. So, and afterwards it's easy to say, well, yeah, he's got Evans and Chris Godwin and all that. I would say the Tampa one.
Tampa's mine because I know my take going into that season was now Tom Brady's going to learn what it feels like to not even be the best team in his own division. He's never had that forever in New England. You had 3 bad teams in that division for the most part, and that was back when New Orleans still had Drew Brees and Sean Payton, and I don't remember what Carolina or Atlanta looked like back then, but that was my take, and I think I ended up being right. I don't think they won the division that year, but they ended up winning the Super Bowl. That's mine that I'm most impressed with. Tampa Bay before that season. That's a good job by him.
So are you happy that at the very least the conspiracy theory that the NFL was picking these winners based on the fact that the logo had been correct for the previous couple? I'm really glad. This year the logo colors would have been the Ravens and the 49ers on the Super Bowl logo. I'm glad. The fact that it came as close as it did, I can chalk up to, I do wonder if the NFL is kind of gaming it a little bit and saying like, okay, it is nice if we get if the 2 teams that are in it have the same colors, that makes it that much more marketable. So we'll just go ahead and take our best guess and go based on the gambling odds. Yeah. That perhaps that's why they did it.
Yeah. I don't know the Ravens were all that well thought of before the season started though. Like not well thought of enough to where they were the 1 seed in the AFC. Like I don't even know they were favored in their own division. It was probably Cincinnati.
That's I don't know. Maybe they
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think this part of the conversation is proving that you and I are both glad we don't have to talk about this next week when we're in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I wonder if next week in Vegas we get like a different strata of guests on Radio Row. Because A, it's Vegas.
Because it's in Las Vegas.
And B, Taylor Swift is involved in this thing. I don't know if the fact that the Taylor Swift is a storyline means that maybe we get some musical people walking around Radio Row.
The part about Vegas, the Vegas and the sports people, I don't think it will necessarily make a big difference. And we don't usually do a lot of interviews unless they're people that we feel are like the audience is like actually wants to hear from.
You and I are going to need people that are early risers too.
Oh yeah, that's right, because we'll be there at 4 in the morning.
4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Vegas time.
And I'm gonna walk to Radio Row every morning, which means I'll be doing my walking commute at 3 a.m. in Vegas, which I might as well just have my camera on the whole time.
Yes, you're gonna have some good stories.
Just have a GoPro on my chest and just have at it. Just walk, hopefully show up on time.
I went to Vegas. We took way back in the day. We went to Vegas. We took our kids to Vegas back in like 2005, something like that. This is back when I was married. First time I was married. And we took the kids to Vegas, and they were probably like 8, maybe like 8 and 7 at the time, something like that. They were elementary school age. We didn't take them to like strip clubs and casinos and sports books and things like that. Now, I may have explained to my sons how a parlay works. There's no crime in that. That's just math. But I remember one morning, we stayed at the MGM, and one morning I was up early, and my daughter Judy was up early, and nobody else was up. So I'm like, well, let's go get some breakfast, Judy. Let's walk the strip. And it's like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning because we're still on Central Time, right?
Yeah.
Dude, the amount of stuff I had to explain to her on that walk at 4:30 in the morning in Vegas. Yeah, like, Daddy, why is that person acting like that? What's that pamphlet that guy's handing out right there, Daddy?
What's it like at 4 a.m., though, too? Does it still have, like, a pretty... I feel like, like in movie versions of Vegas, a lot of times it's an overly glamorized version of it.
Yeah.
Where you'd think that everybody's dressed to the nines and everything, where in reality, there's a whole, like... It's very touristy all the time.
Yeah.
At 3 or 4 a.m., does it look a little bit more like you're... Like the outside is a nightclub, or is it just still very touristy?
For me, I've always said it's always dependent on the day of the week. You know, like I feel like on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there's still a lot going on outside in Vegas, depending on where you're, especially on the Strip. Yeah. Weekdays it's a little more tame, but I would say I can't think of anything where I've seen Vegas like represented in movies or TV or on documentaries or whatever where it feels like it's like over the top, like, no, it's just not that way. Like, no, Vegas is that way. There's going to be a lot going on all week long.
Oh, no, there's a lot going on, but I also...
Like late at night, I mean, like into the wee hours.
Yeah, no, I know there's a lot going on, but I also think that there's also, like, yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm explaining it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. All right, let's circle back to these games and the AFC and NFC title games. Which one was more impressive? San Francisco's win over Detroit or Kansas City's win over Baltimore? And I've actually got some Deshaun Watson audio from Quincy Avery's podcast that might explain why, if the Texans stop listening to Deshaun's ideas for helping build the Texans, this audio might explain why. We'll have that for you next. But first, SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss. 2020 in June was when I went to Soda
Louis, Missouri.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Reaction Monday going on right now. All right, so Kansas City 17, Baltimore 10. San Francisco comes back to beat Detroit with a just tidal wave in the second half, 34-31. Which team were you more impressed with yesterday, Seth? Were you more impressed by the Chiefs grinding it out the way they did against the Ravens, or the Niners ultimately straightening things out and dominating the Lions in the second half of that game?
For me, it's the Chiefs because of their defense. It's not like Mahomes had a great game or anything. I do think that Mahomes in coming out and just taking it to the Ravens defense when they did, and really unable to do much at all in the second half versus that Ravens defense. Like, they attacked and made their hay when they had the opportunity versus the Ravens defense. The Ravens defense figured a few things out, settled down somewhat, and shut the Chiefs down in the second half. Chiefs only scored 17 points. But that Chiefs defense was good throughout, and as much as it was on Zay Flowers for fumbling the ball on his way into the end zone, I got to give it to Algerius Sneed, who's been phenomenal all year long, and very much that wasn't a flukish caused fumble. He was like a laser in on thing and punched that ball out. It was by the finest of margins that actually happened, but he's been in position to make plays like that all year. He wasn't the primary coverage guy there, but he didn't let up a touchdown the entire regular season.
Right.
So there's something about that dude, Sneed, that when it gets down into crunch time in the goal line in the red zone there, he knows what he's doing. So yeah, that Chiefs defense, and then the fact that Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce just have some absurd way of turning it on in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's absolutely maddening.
L'Jarius Sneed, free agent.
Yeah. Huh.
Would you if you had one splashy signing, would cornerback be a splashy place you would go if you were DeMeco Ryans? If you could get another guy who could cover like that on the back end to go with Stingley?
It would be a flashy place I could go. I wonder, I'm all primed up now that I'm expecting the Texans to spend on defensive line and free agency in the draft. And yet, remember, I had all kinds of fancy explanations for why the Texans were going to draft defensive linemen when Lovie Smith was the coach. And ultimately they ended up going with Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie. So I think that on defense, that now I don't know how much Lovie Smith was dictating draft strategy then compared to DeMeco now.
In retrospect.
Yeah, in hindsight, okay.
Yeah.
I think Nick might not have been actually, really listening to exactly what Lovie said he wanted.
Right.
With DeMeco, it might be different because DeMeco's been saying D-line, D-line, D-line.
Yeah.
And Lovie now, and to Lovie's credit, Lovie wasn't saying D-line, D-line, D-line. It's just his history as a head coach and even as a coordinator when he was in Tampa, but in the same philosophy was that they had taken they very much like DeMeco had always been about building up front, taking D linemen.
Let me ask you this: I've seen some texts come in today, tweets about if the Chiefs win, then could this be it for Andy Reid? Could this be it for Travis Kelce? Both have had retirement rumors swirling around them at various times this season. Travis Kelce and Andy Reid both.
Yeah.
I do not want to root for the Chiefs because I've got Patriot-type fatigue of the Kansas City Chiefs. I respect what they've done for sure. If you, as a Texan fan, could pick one of the two to retire after the season.
Yeah.
Because Mahomes ain't going anywhere. We know he's going to be there. Which would be more beneficial, Travis Kelce retiring or Andy Reid retiring?
Well, it'd be most beneficial to see Andy Reid retire because it's not so simple that, they'll just replicate all this with – remember, Andy Reid – it's almost like Andy Reid's entire history at Philadelphia is kind of cast aside and you don't remember how competitive those teams were, despite him never really having a genuine awesome quarterback. He's a hell of a head coach, aside from offensive architect. So as much as I'd love to see Travis Kelce not be around to be the most effective troll ever on a football field, and he's made it even worse now with all the Taylor Swift yet. I'd have to say I hope Andy Reid retires.
Andy Reid, yeah. See, mine might be Kelsey, because I feel like there's a decent chance they'll find a good enough head coach. They'll find an offensive head coach who can work with Mahomes. I feel like the drop off to Andy Reid and the likelihood of getting a good enough head coach is less than the drop off of Travis Kelce to whatever the next weapon is they'd get to replace Travis Kelce. Because keep in mind, he's like the last of the elite offensive weapons that Mahomes has right now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do in terms of trying to – they really are in the middle of a rebuild offensively.
For sure.
They just managed to have such an awesome defense this year. And when you get to the playoffs, we've seen this now in the playoffs. It's just a whole different beast, just like it was with Brady and Gronk. They became a different duo in the playoffs. I think that the biggest thing about Reid that people underestimate is just how much of I don't want to say a disciplinarian he is, but he sets a very high bar, and he has very tough expectations. And those, like, they are as, like, hardworking a football team as there is in the NFL. Like, notoriously the hardest training camps, and people just don't want to believe it or accept it because he's not a yeller and a screamer. But the fact he is incredibly focused and attention to detail, but he also is very, very demanding of those guys in terms of how they practice and everything. And I don't know if it's just that simple to replace. It's not just like he has to find a good D coordinator and then be smart offensively, and then there you go.
Yeah. I was thinking yesterday about the audio that we played of Dan Campbell on Hard Knocks before the season a couple years ago, where he's kind of begging the guys, like, hey, guys, I know these drills are tough, but we got to do this, man. We got to do, like, tackling drills. We got to do full contact stuff, man. Just trust me on this. Just trust me on this. I'm like, man, this is a really poor tackling team for somebody whose coach does, like, a lot of contact stuff in the preseason. They suck at tackling, man.
Well, you know how I feel about that. Like, most of a lot of the tackling, sometimes coaches Sometimes coaches mistake, like, being physical with teaching tackling. Mm-hmm. And, like, the art of tackling is you can accomplish a lot with non-contact drills. Sometimes the more contact you go, the actual less focused guys become on actually the technique of tackling.
Yeah.
And on some teams, there's very poor instruction on it. So, yeah, that might be the case there. A whole lot of bluster and a whole lot of banging into each other, but that's not the same as practicing tackling.
No. And then, like, the Ravens were the exact opposite. I'm like, man, this team tackles. That is a good tackling football team. Shifting gears for a second, here was Cam Newton last week on Good Morning Football, naming the only franchise in the NFL that he would come back to play for next year.
Well, I can't go back, but you can.
Oh. First off, let's just put it like this.
Can you not do that real quick? Can you just give us the top 3 teams that you want to go to? Come on, bro.
It's not even 3. It's just really 1.
Ooh.
Me having, a family now, it's always been about family, and I don't see myself leaving Atlanta.
Ooh.
So if it's not Atlanta, I don't want to do it.
Bill Belichick reunited, and it feels so good.
That audio obviously took place before they hired Raheem Morris to be the head coach in Atlanta. And look, Cam, the last we saw of Cam, he was washed. He was going 7-9 for the Patriots in 2020. Carolina brought him back on, like, a Hail Mary in 2021 that they were celebrating, like, the prodigal son returns. It's like, oh, wait, the prodigal son is, like, 90 years old. Okay, this isn't good. And he's been retired ever since. He loves to keep his name out there as a possibility, but Cam is done.
Can I correct you on one thing?
Sure.
34 years old.
Okay, is he not?
Is that way younger? Is that not way younger, though, than what you think?
Oh, yeah.
There's something where I don't know why that is, but for Cam, it feels like he's been around forever, I guess, maybe. And because he had early success, I don't know.
Correct. I was joking when I said he was 90.
No. No, I do think, though, 34 is not old by today's quarterback
No, you're right.
standards.
You're right. Yeah.
It really isn't. Like it could be. It's not old at all by today's quarterback standards.
Good lesson for the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons of the world, right? That are out there taking all these hits all the time. And that was Cam. So Cam's saying I'd come back to one team, Atlanta, and I don't even know if he was serious about it. You know who seriously thinks this is a really good idea? Like a really good idea?
Who?
Atlanta area native Deshaun Watson and Quincy Avery, who's from Atlanta, on Quincy Avery's podcast.
Earlier today where Cam said he will only come back to play for Atlanta. And I'm hopefully I'm saying it the right way. I think that's a great-ass idea. I think Atlanta needs some energy. Atlanta needs some juice. Atlanta needs Atlanta. That's what it needs.
Atlanta needs a real one. You know what I'm saying? No knock on Desmond Ritter, but they need somebody who go take the city by storm.
Take the city by storm. Get people in the stands, and that's where it should start. And then everything else is going to follow. You're going to get guys there because of Cam, because the energy is high. You're going to have every celebrity there. People want to go to the games, but if you're not winning, of course somebody's going to show up. So, like, for Cam, I believe he can still play. I believe he can still play at a high level.
Okay. Remember back before the set of decisions that wound up with Nick Caserio coming here, that offseason where they needed a new head coach and a new GM? And it looked like the Texans may have engaged Deshaun in conversations to get his thoughts on it. I can see now why they might have ignored. I don't know if they did or not. I could see where you'd ignore Deshaun's thoughts on roster building if that's his take on what Atlanta should do at quarterback. Sign washed-up Cam Newton because it'll get celebrities in the crowd.
Is that what I couldn't tell whether he was. I couldn't tell whether he was saying also that like it doesn't. Maybe they won't win games with Cam Newton, but he'll have that energy because of it.
At the end, he said you'll start winning, and other people want to come there. He used the word winning.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he thinks Cam can still play.
The biggest thing, I mean, the last 3 years that Cam played, 2019 through 2021, he just
not good anymore.
Was not the same guy whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, he was never a good enough passer that when his physical skills eroded, that he'd be able to make up for it with his arm.
Yep.
He didn't make that transition like an NBA player will, to where like he develops an outside shot over the course of his career, and like Jason Kidd, and all of a sudden he can play forever because he developed an outside shot. He just never did that part of it.
Yep.
But I don't know. There's always a part. I've got a never say never attitude anymore when it comes to quarterbacks, because now that all these reclamation projects that have made it, like a Geno Smith or anybody else like that, I feel like, who knows? Maybe in the right circumstances.
Yeah,
he's only 34, Sean. He's only 34.
That is true. He's young. He's been out a couple of years. Maybe his body's had a chance to heal.
Fresh. He's still big as hell.
Yes.
You know?
Sorry, Deshaun. I take it all back. That's an amazing game plan that you've got for the Atlanta Falcons to become relevant again.
I can put that on Quinn. Look, Deshaun was asked a question, and what's he going to say? Screw Cam.
I don't know if he was. It sounded like Deshaun was bringing that up of his own volition. Deshaun was the one who was talking at the beginning. Ben, play the beginning one more time.
Earlier today where Cam said he will only come back.
So I don't know what the lead-in was. Yeah.
He was mentioning,
So I don't know what the lead-up was to it. I just know it sounded like one of the silliest ideas I've ever heard.
Desmond Ritter or Cam Newton? Put a poll. Put a poll up.
Pender poll, Desmond Ritter or Cam. To all my Atlanta followers.
If you were a Falcons fan, would you rather give another year to Desmond Ritter or just take a flyer on Cam Newton?
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that today after the show's over.
I need to hear from the people. Because they all disagree with me on going for it on fourth down.
Do they? You get a lot of blowback for that?
It's not that they all disagree with it. It's that the people who do disagree with it think I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
It's one of these issues. It's one of these hotly contested issues where people, if they're against it, they think that you're the biggest moron in the world, that you would ever go for it on fourth down.
I wonder if there's an age correlation. Like if it feels like the conservative feels like kicking a field goal to tie it up, or kicking a field goal to go up 27-10 or whatever, feels like the more conservative and maybe more old guy non-analytic play.
I don't know though. I think there's some people that otherwise in another era would have been all for going for it until it started to be analytics that recommended it.
Yeah.
And now they're like, all right, now you're just letting the computers make the decisions for you.
It's the A-word.
I look at it as, in a lot of ways, the computers have liberated football coaches to actually go with their gut, and they can get up in a press, and they're almost lauded for it, as opposed to being crushed for it. Now they can go with their gut, and get up in the press conference and say, well, the analytics said it was a 50-50, so I went this way. Because it's almost always 50-50.
Yeah.
I don't like the stat nerds who will get up and act like because the analytics say that it's a 52% over 48% proposition to go for it, that it's a big deal that they didn't go for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. The dust is settled. We've got our 2 Super Bowl teams. And also, we should be winding down the head coaching carousel. Now, the coordinator carousel is something altogether different. But where are we right now? Status check on the coaching carousel as pertains to 2 very important Houston Texans. That is next.
The Astros are back in business.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. It's a Reaction Monday. Hand the baton over to In the Loop at the top of the hour. All right, so the dust is settled now. We know who's going to be in the Super Bowl. Now, I would imagine these next few days are pretty critical to the coaching carousel, especially because neither of the Super Bowl teams, I don't think, have any coordinators who are prime candidates for these jobs. I don't think that San Francisco, I don't know who the OC is there right now. It's Kyle Shanahan, really, we know. And Steve Wilkes is the defensive coordinator, and I've not seen him as a hot name for any jobs. And then Kansas City, it's Steve Spagnuolo, who's not a hot candidate for any jobs. And then is Nagy still the OC there under Reed? Matt Nagy? I'm not sure. But at any rate, the two teams that lost, all four of their coordinators are candidates for jobs right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that factors into who won yesterday or not, but all four of their coordinators have been interviewing for jobs.
With the 49ers, the co-OCs are Chris Forrester and Clint Kubiak.
Okay.
And so I don't know exactly, because Clint Kubiak's been talked about. Chris Forrester was the guy who was had the unfortunate video that he had sent to a young love interest of him after he was what looked like snorting cocaine, talking about how he hoped to be doing it off of her soon. Yeah. I don't know if he's up for any big-time jobs anytime soon. But they're not up for head jobs, though.
No. So I would imagine some dominoes are going to start falling here fairly quickly. That's why I say that, because Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, the two coordinators in Detroit, Mike McDonald and Todd Monken, the two coordinators in Baltimore, are all in the mix for jobs. There's only two left. It's Washington and Seattle. Anything happen with Ben Johnson in that game where you would hit pause if you're Washington on hiring him? You know, maybe the way it was managed at the end there. I have a hard time thinking an NFL team's going to let a few decisions, even in an important game like that, affect how they look at things. But
no, I think that the decisions there were mostly Dan Campbell's. Other than I'm sure let's see, they ran on third and goal.
Had to burn a timeout.
With the idea, if you're passing there, then and again, I don't know if that goes to Dan Campbell where he's got to get in his ear and say, like, look, we need to preserve time here. Just go ahead and whatever.
I think he's safe. Ben Johnson. Like
safe in terms of getting the job?
Yeah, if Washington wanted him before, I don't know that anything happened in that game yesterday that would deter me from hiring him as the head coach.
Yeah. The Seattle's the weird one in just that it almost seems like an afterthought in a lot of ways, and yet that's kind of a pretty big hanging vacancy out there. That's a big job.
It's a fairly talented football team too.
It feels almost like the way when Sean Payton left and Dennis Allen took over, people almost acted like nothing had happened at all. I don't know. I feel like people are just content to let the Seahawks just continue on as they will, and somebody will get hired. But it's not. I don't know. It occupies a strange place in the NFL's mind right now.
Yeah. Are you worried about Bobby Slowick getting either of these two jobs right now, Washington or Seattle?
I'm still worried about him getting the Washington job.
Okay.
Just because I don't know. I've seen so many various reports start to almost get into that groupthink area where of course Belichick's going to the Falcons. You're an idiot if you think otherwise. It turns out not to be the case at all. I really haven't heard anything emphatic about Ben Johnson going to Washington other than people seem to think it makes the most sense. But I don't know. I personally haven't seen any unnamed sources or anything that say that it's all but a done deal.
Boomer Esiason was the most emphatic. He did a Sports Minute where he was, doing everything short of declaring Ben Johnson the new head coach in Washington at one time last week.
Yeah,
he was very emphatic about it to the point where it sounded like he might have known something.
What was his biggest justification?
I don't know. It's a Sports Minute. It was 15 seconds. You know what I mean? But he was very emphatic about Ben Johnson getting the Washington job.
He gave a Sports Minute on tax law earlier today. That was a strange
we should have pulled that.
It was a strange turn for the Sports Minute.
Yeah. For those of you wondering why athletes pay 35% income tax and owners only pay 12%, and he starts explaining tax rates on fixed assets as opposed to income. And I'm like,
that's exactly what I was wondering about the day after the Super Bowl.
Dude, how do you have the highest rated show in New York if you think that's what people are thinking about right now? Like,
that's not what he's talking about on his radio show. That's what he's doing on. You know what that sounds like, Sean? That feels like my friend that intentionally ran a bad 40 because they knew that that's how you got yourself on special teams.
Trying to get out of doing the Sports Minute.
We got to start paying attention to see if Boomer starts doing steadily worse and worse sports
That's
minutes.
A heat check. Let's see how bad I can do this thing until they get rid of me.
I feel like he's been doing it for a while. Like he's done like minor league Northeastern hockey team sports minutes. I feel like he's trying to. He's screaming for somebody at corporate to notice, like, hey, these sports minutes, they suck, okay? Can you take me off of them, please?
What's your concern level over Gerard Johnson no longer being with the Houston Texans because he gets an OC job? And I guess just to lay the backdrop here, by my count, Seth, he has or will have interviewed some of them twice for 5 jobs. Philadelphia and Cleveland, who have both filled their roles. Yeah. Pittsburgh, I'm not sure if they have. New Orleans, I'm not sure if they have. Tampa Bay is the new one yesterday, and that Tampa Bay job doesn't look awful to be an OC.
No, it doesn't look nearly as bad, especially since people seem to be getting credit for doing anything with Baker Mayfield at all. I guess my big question would be, all right, I'll come take this job, but man, if Baker Mayfield all of a sudden is without Mike Evans, where this past year he had Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, then I don't look. Then it's a lot harder for me to look as good as Dave Canales is without Mike Evans.
Are you buying high on Baker Mayfield if you take that job there as the OC? Right? Does he have nowhere to go but down? Can Baker Mayfield? Is there any more growth he can show, or is this the best we're going to see out of Baker Mayfield? The other thing I would say too is how secure is Todd Bowles there? You know, if I want to go work for a head coach, I don't want to work for one that's going to get fired at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So,
as far as I think you had asked, I think the question you were asking was, how do I feel about Johnson?
Johnson? Sorry about that. Yes.
I think, as long as CJ doesn't lose both of them, then I'm not going to freak out. And like the OC is a bigger part of the equation, obviously. So if he doesn't lose the OC, but he lost Gerard Johnson, I'd feel, as long as they can find somebody who's a good and competent QB coach, I don't worry as much about that. If you lose both of those guys, you lose both your quarterback coach and your offensive coordinator, then that's when I'd start getting nervous, because it's not as simple as just finding somebody that's who is of like mind. You gotta find 2 competent people.
Yeah.
That's obviously a lot harder to do.
I'd be nervous. I would be very confident that DeMeco Ryans has planned for this contingency. Like, I don't think DeMeco is waiting to see what happens and then go, okay, now what do I do? And due to the fact that these are 2 guys that people are interested in, I know it's a small sample size, but I trust DeMeco Ryans' instincts on what good looks like when it comes to hiring assistant coaches. So I feel confident that there's a good backup solution. I'd just rather not have to deploy it. I know it's the bird in the hand. I know what it looks like with these 2 guys, Yeah,
and I think the other 2 things with Gerard Johnson is I think he's got to evaluate perhaps, and maybe this is the conversation that he's having with DeMeco right now. All right, if Bobby Slowick gets a job next year, is Gerard Johnson next in line to be OC? Because then that might be way more enticing. I would, if I had to gamble, I would gamble that Bobby Slowick gets a head coaching job sometime in the next couple of years, because I think CJ is going to continue to look better and better. And then it's just up to Gerard Johnson of figuring, like, all right, what's my best opportunity to actually succeed as an offensive coordinator? It might be just sticking here with CJ Stroud.
You brought this up earlier. What if Ben Johnson gets the Washington job and then Gerard Johnson then becomes a candidate for Detroit?
Yeah.
Would you rather, in 2024, be the offensive coordinator, assuming Jared Goff is coming back in Detroit, would you rather be the offensive coordinator for the Lions or the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans?
I think the upside of CJ is just so good that you got to take that. And like with Detroit too, I mean, with their run game, that's the enticing part.
The run game's elite.
They got a couple of good running backs. Yeah, and
they got an elite tight end, an elite wide receiver.
Yeah, boy, they have you talk about actual weaponry that's right there and not a projection.
And
or
a good old line.
But you've already got a relationship with CJ.
Yep.
And and you'll have been one of the guys working with CJ that whole time.
Yeah.
I'd want to see it through, both from a personal and a professional standpoint. I think I just want to see it through with CJ.
Jim Nantz had the funniest line yesterday. This is a message to the show. When the Ravens defensive lineman attempted to decapitate Mahomes, Nantz responded, "I haven't seen that since the longest yard." That must have been the Travis Jones, club to the face of Pat Mahomes, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Hey, how about the one? Okay, I haven't brought this up yet with the Ravens. This is how bad it was for the Ravens yesterday. Like the Clowney late hit, the Kyle Van Noy unsportsmanlike conduct, the Zay Flowers taunting. How about the juncture late in the game where they committed a penalty, so it's 1st and 5. So Roquan Smith is trying to intentionally get an offside penalty, so it puts them back into 1st and 10. Because at that point, you're just trying to get off the field and get a 3 and out. And Roquan Smith just waylays the right guard and gets an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Like you can't even. You're trying to get an offsides, and you can't help but get an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
That's how dialed up they were. Yeah. And Roquan was the reason ultimately that what's his name, the other defensive end, got the unsportsmanlike, because he was getting into it with Kelsey. Remember?
Van Noy, yeah, Van Noy.
When Van Noy came in and got himself, it was because Kelsey and Roquan were going at it.
Yeah,
and they just were. I think they were just a little too amped up. It was just they needed to dial it back half a notch from where they were, the Ravens, because they couldn't help themselves. And that's in a game where really in both those games yesterday, I thought the officials were not being nearly as aggressive calling the unsportsmanlike hits on quarterbacks. They were allowing guys to hit the quarterback some. I mean, Purdy had his lip bloodied by that one hit after he was already down.
Came up, yeah.
Yeah, early in the season, that would have been a fine and a suspension probably. Yeah. They're letting them play. I was actually impressed with that.
That's a good point. No, those two, we haven't mentioned that. I thought those were two well-officiated football games. We should mention that because bad officiating has been one of the major storylines of the season this year. I thought those two crews did a pretty good job yesterday.
There weren't any that I felt overly
egregious?
Angry about or thought that were sketchy or anything like that. If anything, it was non-calls, and I'm okay with – I'd rather err on the side of non-calls. I'm cool with that.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? There was that one – there's a really bad defensive holding and or interference last night that wasn't called.
On the late game or the early game?
I want to say it was – felt like it was Mark Andrews got lassoed around the hip.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll think of it.
Yeah.
I'll think of it 30 seconds after our show.
Okay. Yeah, but nothing egregious like in the moment where you go, okay, well, that changed the game. I mean, nothing like what won the Super Bowl for the Chiefs last year.
Yeah.
You got to.
So somebody said, so y'all not convinced the NFL is rigged? The Ravens had 9 penalties. Yeah, they deserved them. Like they were like, I would have gone in that totally. I would have totally thought that if anybody was going to get preferential treatment, it would be the Chiefs, and I didn't think that was the case at all. Seriously? Are you kidding me? Did you see what the Ravens were doing? They were idiots.
Yeah.
They were absolute idiots. The Ravens earned those penalties through sheer idiocy. I would imagine any sane and rational Ravens fan would tell you right now, yeah, they were being dumb.
Yeah.
Like Clowney hitting the quarterback in the helmet, going helmet to helmet on Mahomes after the play is gone.
Yeah.
That was dumb. That was really, really stupid.
Zay Flowers, dumb. That the one thing I saw a lot was people going, well, Travis Kelce points first down and taunts all the time. Like, yeah, but he doesn't push up off the guy getting off the ground and spin the football on top of him. Like, you can't do that. John Lopez is in studio here. John, what do you have to say for your fellow Aggie?
Fellow Aggie, Ravens.
Campbell, yeah.
There was a lot of dumb yesterday, as you guys just mentioned. But come on, man. Obviously, this is a big part of the story. It was not just dumb; it was stupid.
Which are you
Dan
talking
Campbell
going for it on 4th down?
The first one I actually didn't have a big problem with.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, the first one I did not, but the second one, some of his, and we're gonna talk about this obviously, but some of his reasoning is the reason you should have kicked the field goal. Like not why you shouldn't have kicked the field goal; it's why you should have kicked the field goal. But I thought my wife actually had a very good point yesterday when we were watching the game. He was reading his press clippings.
Who, Dan Campbell?
Yeah.
Oh, how so?
Because this is what he is. I got to be the guy that always goes for it.
Okay.
Logic says don't do it. But because he's like Dan Campbell, he felt like he needed to do it there.
Bravado.
Yeah.
I am 100% in favor of him going for it there, and not even based on analytics, but on just old school dead reckoning. That his kicker sucks, and they convert those 4th and short at a 70% clip. And also, like on the last one, if you end up tying the game, you still do have to get back down into scoring position and win the game. So I like doing it all in one fell swoop. I'm lazy is what I is.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm anxious to listen to the next 4 hours for sure. And the 4 after that. Yeah. Bring it today, all right? Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT, KILT HD2, and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I will see you tomorrow at 6.
Antibodies to you, yeah, 6, okay.
6 a.m., yeah.
So I'm a little out of sorts. I haven't done 4 hours this morning.
I know,
Yes,
I'm bushed.
yeah.
I'm bushed.
Oh,
yeah. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
What a day of thanks yesterday was. I am so thankful that the Texans don't have a bit coach.
I was waiting for this.
And I heard Seth's, that the stats, like, 70, 50, all that. Those like, how many of those were against the 49ers defense? Like, what's the 49ers defense on 4th and 3 and 4th and 2 and stuff like that,
Right.
Dan Campbell yesterday was an absolute bit coach. And that the justification that I hear the most for Dan Campbell, and thank God D'Amico's not a bit coach. I don't want to hear this is what they did all year long.
Well, you did.
Because I'll go back to D'Amico Ryans, and I will lay out an example of perhaps willingness to change in the playoffs. This was D'Amico Ryans after the first Cleveland Browns game. This was him talking about Amari Cooper, who had 11 catches for 265 yards and 2 touchdowns. This was D'Amico Ryans.
No, that's not what we do. Talk about following guys. It's not a matter of following him. It's a matter of guys playing the coverage well. We got a guy double team, and he still catches the ball, and that's a problem. We got to play ball better.
All right, so that's not what we do. They typically don't have guys follow around. Well, you know what? In the playoffs, you kind of adjust. And they had Derek Stingley follow around Amari Cooper. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about adjusting in the playoffs and not doing what you've done all season long.
When we needed it most, our defense had their best performance of the year. In the biggest game of the year, he stepped up. Stingley did an unbelievable job on Cooper. I think we limited him to 4 catches, so it was an outstanding job by Sting. He was up for the challenge, up for the matchup. That's what playoff football is about, and that's what Stingley did all day today.
All right, so there you go. I am very, very thankful to have D'Amico Ryans. Dan Campbell made me appreciate D'Amico Ryans.
I think what Dan Campbell did, and you may have heard me telling Sean, I think he's like, well, this is how we got here. I think he was saying that. I've got to be me. I've got to be the guy that goes for it. But you said this, and this is one of the first things I wrote down. This was not a regular season game. This was not a regular season game. I actually had no problem. I could understand the pushback, but I had no problem with the first time that he went for it on 4th down. I got that. I understood that. That's what he was. The second one, the fateful one, was just stupid. This is not a regular season game. This is where you take the points. And his explanation afterward, Landry, about they drain the clock. That's why you take the points. It's not why you don't take the points. Because they run the ball, because you were preventing them from really just having the big giant plays. That's why you take the points. He read his press clippings. My wife actually told me that, and I thought it was pretty good. Like, he said, "This is what I am. This is how I got here. I got to go for it." No, you don't. It's a situational thing.
And where are we getting that their kicker sucks? I don't get. He's 37 of 48 from 40 of 49 like in his career. 30 of 39. He's 29 of 30.
No,
I don't know. Like, I heard those kicking stats. Like, he's 50%.
Seth just said it, and I kind of raised an eyebrow.
That's not true. It's not true. Like, he's 29 of 30 from 30 to 39 in his career, and he's 37 of 48 from 40 of 49. He didn't miss a field goal this year.
Yeah,
he's new, so I don't know where that's not true.
No, I raised
it wasn't. It wasn't the same percentage at all. That's not true.
We've been told that he's not good, but he's good.
No, yeah, Seth was. I think Seth's wrong on that.
And why do you have a kicker? for situations like that.
To not take the 3-possession lead with the way that game was going was just absolutely ridiculous.
It was stupid. I mean, that's a harsh word. I don't even want to say dumb. It was like, it's the season. Look, and look, I get that he is a, as you put it, bit coach, but it is.
Oh, I was ready to come in here and get jumped on like a damn trampoline. Trust me.
No.
At halftime of that game, no, I would have deserved it. No, I would have deserved it. I was completely, I was sitting there thinking, oh, man, I am going to get roasted by Lopez, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. I am going to get absolutely cooked.
I was just cheering for the Lions, but like I said, he is a bit coach. But we have to be fair here. It is how they got here. Like that, like his style, the way he built that team, like a totally different culture than the Texans, but still a culture that got them there.
But in that
situation,
you got to have some sort of feel for it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that was stupid.
Yeah, and the kicker.
Thank you,
I mean,
Figgy.
the kicker was fine. He didn't miss this year.
He was fine. Look,
he didn't miss this year. I don't know where this 50% came from. I was listening to it in the phone. I was like, "Damn, did I miss something?" No, that's
I
not
thought
true.
the same thing.
It's not true.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. No, look, like if you're going to sit here and say, "Well, he's got to go for it," it's how they got here. You're only half right. It is how they got there. I got to give them credit for what they built. I mean, they were just mauling people. They had that. They were unintimidated. It was man. There's a lot of Lions fans there, by the way. They were unintimidated, etc. But in that situation, have a feel. And I'm going to mention a name that you're going to think I'm nuts. And frankly, let me explain first. Dan Campbell is not Andy Reid by any stretch. You know, he's never called a play in his life. He is not the game plan, all this stuff that Andy Reid is. So that comparison I'm not making. I am making this comparison.
Okay.
Andy Reid got run out of town in Philadelphia because of the Patriots game. I think it was 2005. All this clock management, games that he should have won, could have won because of clock management. He got run out of town because of that. This is going to be something that haunts Dan Campbell.
He'll never be back
until he wins a Super Bowl.
Hey, and I'll reach my hand out to anyone. Yeah. I'm not a fan of making bets. I will bet anyone, and I bet Billy Lucci yesterday. I said dinner up to $300.
Okay,
he will never be back in the conference championship again.
I don't know about that, but
that guy is you know what Dan Campbell is. And if I were Cal McNair and Dan Campbell were my coach and he just did what he did, I would fire his ass and I would promote Ben Johnson. I'm being dead serious. It's the same thing I said after Atlanta lost the Super Bowl down the road in 2016. I would fire his ass and I would promote Ben Johnson because you know what Dan Campbell is? He's a combination of Coach O and Nick Sirianni. He is a bit coach. The meathead extra stuff gets romanticized and people start to like it. And you know what happened to Nick Sirianni once he lost his coordinators? They completely went to crap. Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson are why the Lions are where they're at. Dan Campbell is a poor man's Nick Sirianni. That's what Dan Campbell is. And as soon as Ben Johnson leaves, this guy is going to go tumbling down.
The only I saw you tweet that yesterday. The only problem with that,
he's not getting fired, Landry.
We know that. We know it's not realistic, but let's play along. The only problem with that is then you would be as reactive and hasty as Dan Campbell was. You know what I mean? Like you'd be like, well, we got to fire him. Like, well, I got to go for it. That's the only problem with that. And it, obviously, as Figgy pointed out, I think someone mentioned that to you, right, Figgy?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. But I understand what you're saying, but there's so many things going on. Like then you'd be just as reactive as he was. You know, like I got to go for it. Well, I got to fire him now.
No, proactive. It's proactive. It's not reactive. It's proactive.
But it's hasty.
I mean, what do you think Philadelphia would do right now if they could go back and hire Shane Steichen instead of Sirianni?
No, I get it, but then of course
this guy's going to be a lost cause when he doesn't have Ben Johnson,
and maybe not Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, he's going to be a lost cause.
Yeah, but look,
he's done. That was pathetic. Like he wet the bed, and all he had to do was make that one field goal. The 3 possessions. I don't think this because the momentum swing of stopping on a 4th down conversion, like that momentum swing right there is crazy. And I think there's something to be said for a reset too, when you get a reset and force the tie. But I mean, The kicker in his career is 37 of 48 from 40 to 49. The conditions were perfect. And he's 29 of 30 from between 30 and 39. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
It's absolutely a no-brainer. You kick that field goal.
And all these moronic stats that are like, and it goes back to like the go for two, where like in the playoffs you're probably facing better squads, right? Mm-hmm. So like, there's a 50% chance that they convert this 2-point conversion. There's a 50% chance on 4th and 3. How many times are they going against the San Francisco 49ers defense? How many times is there that situation that they're in? How many times is there more pressure? Like
in the conference championship,
simplifying it all as a percentage doesn't make sense.
In the conference championship, on the road with that much on the line, sorry to use a harsh word, but stupid. Stupid. Well, and the one good thing for the Lions is there are 3 guys that are like counting their lucky stars that Dan Campbell has taken the heat here. Because as much as like it was stupid, I mean, hold on to the ball, Jahmyr Gibbs. Catch the ball, Josh Reynolds. Ben Johnson, you had a little success running the ball in the first half, and then you abandoned it. Like these are all little things that would be huge if it wasn't for Dan Campbell. Like that first one, I had no problem with. Catch the damn ball.
Well, I had a problem with it. Like, I don't deal in hindsight. Like, sometimes you can take the benefit of hindsight and you can break it down. But in that situation, like, I say what I would do. If it works out, it works out. But I would have kicked both times.
In real time, I was okay with the first one.
Let me ask you this, just to put in perspective what bit coaching is. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So in that same situation, where after the 49ers went for it, or after the Lions went for it, San Francisco got down to the 10-yard line, and there was still plenty of time left at that point. But San Francisco got down to the 10-yard line, and they had a third down where Brock Purdy finds Ayuk to cut it to 24-17. At the time, it was 24-10.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't make that, there's 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Do you think Shanahan kicks the field goal? Because I do.
I do.
I think Shanahan kicks the field goal to make it an 11-point game, right?
Yeah.
And that's the difference between a good systematic coach, which is what you hope the Texans have, and a bit coach.
No, I would have kicked there, but I'm telling you in real time, because, Figgy, I actually tried to do what you did with Christina. I actually tried to – this was hilarious. I actually tried to record my wife on a rant like late in the game because she was calling Dan Campbell a dumbass and a meathead and all this other stuff. And I was like, nah, I can't do that to her. She doesn't want to be on the air. But I did record one that was so-so. But anyway, like in real time, the first one I was arguing with her. And I was like, I could see him going for it here. I think that it's not that bad. Like before Josh Reynolds dropped the ball, I was saying I could see this one. But then he dropped the ball. Catch the damn ball, Josh Reynolds. The second one, I was like, what? Wasn't there like 5 minutes left, just over 5 minutes? What are you doing? A 3-possession lead with that much time on the clock?
And I guess Seth has 45 to 50. He was 13 of 24, including playoffs. So 45 to 50 was the range. 40 to 49, he's good.
That would have been a 48?
I think it would have been 47.
47.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the one before that was on 25, so it would have been 42.
Yeah, 42.
I don't know.
Either way, why do you have a kicker for that specific situation? Like, that's why you have him.
The whole. I just can't believe Dan Campbell. I'm not big on Dan Campbell, man, at all.
Text Jan, dumbass. She said that like 15 times. I was laughing. I'll have to play it for you in the break.
She thought he was feeling himself?
Oh, she said it was press clippings. And that's actually, there's a lot to that. Like, he's like, I'm Dan Campbell. I go for it. This is how we got here. Yes, it's how you got here. It's not how you get to the next step. I think he was feeling it. Like, I've got to go for it.
I mean, I think he could have had Justin Tucker and he might have gone for it.
Yes, because that's what I am. That's what I look, and you can't downplay. It is how they got here. Credit to him for building that. It's a culture. It's not like a D'Amico culture. It's not like a Shanahan culture, but it's a culture. Credit to him. But just a little feel for the game, man. And where were where were Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson on that, saying, no, Dan, kick it. Both the offense and the defense wanted him to kick it, I'm sure. Like Aaron Glenn just should have walked right over there and said, no, man. No, I got this. We're going to stop them. They can't score 3 times on us. Kick it. There's a lot of little subtle blame if you want to. I thought, that was the biggest play of the game. But Jahmyr Gibbs, who had a hell of a game, fumbling, that was it. That's when I went, that's it. It's over. It's going to happen.
Man, just really, really rough, man.
Yeah.
You go up 3 possessions, you're in the driver's seat there. But now D'Amico's former squad in the bowl
again,
and the Baltimore Ravens, they are going home. So the Kansas City Chiefs, they're back, man. And I guess it's fair to say that Lamar Jackson's playoff questions, they didn't go away when the Texans faced them. They just went on vacation.
Mm-hmm. They were delayed.
They were just delayed. And now Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are being questioned. And you watch the Kansas City Chiefs just go in there and completely have a dogfight with the Chiefs. The Chiefs with the Ravens and just roughed them up.
I never thought I would say these words, but I think Patrick Mahomes can get to Tom Brady's record for Super Bowls. He's a year younger, getting to his 4th one than Brady was. Now he's going to have to play till he's 38-40, but nevertheless, it was incredible watching what this guy is. Like he's the best quarterback on the planet, and we know that. But is he Tom Brady?
He's better. I think he's better. I don't think he's the GOAT, though. I think in order to be the GOAT, you have to have, sustained longevity, and you have to have your accolades. Your accolades matter. But as far as when he's at his best, I said this last year after the Super Bowl, him at his best is the best quarterback I've ever watched.
I don't think you're wrong.
At his best.
I don't think you're wrong.
Now, does that mean that you put it ahead Tom Brady's 7 Super Bowls? No, but if
it's like Shaq.
Yeah.
At his best.
At his best.
Yeah, he was probably the best you ever saw. But that didn't make him the GOAT.
Yeah, at his best.
Yeah. I agree with that, but I think he's going to get there. I really do. That's asking a lot. But, boy, this guy it was just incredible to see how he's raised his game and on the road. That was the last thing, but they win so much in the regular season, they're playing at home, blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, he beat head-to-head Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
On the road,
by the way. Both of them. That was incredible.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, the haves and the needs of the Houston Texans. John Lopez watched the games yesterday, as we all did, and he's going to localize it. The haves and the needs for your Houston Texans next.
Place your bets.
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
The have-need list, Championship Sunday, Texans fans, media types sitting and watching yesterday. But for the first time in a long time, it's kind of easier to put yourself in the shoes of the Final Four teams. Hell, you were a half away from being there. John Lopez has the have-need list for the Houston Texans following Championship Sunday.
You know what we do on this show? We localize it, and the whole time I'm sitting there on my chair watching these games, I'm like, how does this team get there? What do these guys have that the Texans do not? What do the Texans need? And they're a lot closer. I mean, we've talked about this. I mean, obviously they got to the divisional round and they exceeded all expectations. I think just personnel-wise, just people-wise, culture-wise, they're really close to being there yesterday. Like a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever it is, the Texans are really close. So what do they have? I'm going to start with the haves because some of them are obvious, all right? A head coach that won't turn stupid. Like let's be, D'Amico Ryans won't turn stupid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dan Campbell's always stupid.
He's a
like
meathead.
he's stupid. Like he's Coach O and he's Nick Sirianni mixed.
I
Like if
call
they
him a
ran into each
meathead.
other and just butted heads, that's what you get. You get Nick. If Nick Sirianni and Coach O had a baby, it would be Dan Campbell.
I won't go that far.
Stupid.
I will say he's a meathead, but he's not stupid. He did build that, as we talked
He
about.
didn't build nothing. The GM built it. He goes around giving you sound clips that you get credit for, and the players like him. Yeah, I liked all my dumb teachers too, but I damn sure didn't get good test scores because of them.
Moving
hell out of here.
Moving on.
Bit coach.
The Texans have a quarterback, obviously.
Yeah, and I think that's the AFC side of things, depending on how you feel about Brock Purdy. But yeah, on the AFC side of things, the quarterbacks. But yeah, they have that.
The Texans have a next level play caller. For now.
Same system that we saw right there.
I'm watching exact system.
I think even Detroit, you can give credit. Like Ben Johnson's and Bobby Slowick are interviewing in the same place, so I think you can look at Slowick at San Francisco with Shanahan, or you can look at Slowick with Detroit.
Yeah, no, I'm not even talking about like the teams that won. I'm talking about all four teams there yesterday. Like I don't know if you agree with this or not. I don't think Purdy was all that yesterday.
He wasn't.
I thought he was good.
He wasn't.
It was the play calling.
He was doing a good job getting away. He did a pretty good job. He's a lot more like deceptive than you think he is.
He's faster than you think he is.
He's faster than you think he is, and he does a much better. Now, every time he's running, I feel like he's about to end up in the hospital.
Yeah.
Because he just looks so little. But man, he can get away. He can get away a lot better than you get credit for.
But people and this isn't just straw man. I've seen San Francisco columnists already write this. Joe Montana, come on,
I
man.
mean, let's be serious.
Yeah.
Now, I'll ask you this. This is a question I want to ask. I want to ask you and Figgy in the Loopholes. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. 2 questions. Number 1, do you think C.J. Stroud's better than Brock Purdy?
Yes.
Okay, Figgy?
Yes.
All right. Do you think Brock Purdy is closer to Jimmy Garoppolo or the Mahomes Lamar Jackson tier?
Come on.
I'm asking.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's what I think, too.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
It's not like he's, right there, on the edge.
Yeah.
But if you ask me, is he closer to being, in the category of $50 million a year quarterback or the $20 to $25 million a year quarterback, I would say he's closer to Garoppolo than those two. That's how I would put it.
I would agree.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No. And he's better than a slug.
Well,
but he's not that guy.
I also think we got to realize what he was. He was the last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
He might be a victim of his accomplishments.
But and then the way he looks, he just looks like such a nerd. Somebody commented, you see the video of him with the wheels and the backpack coming out of the locker room after the game?
Dude, he had a roommate 3 months ago because he wanted to save money.
Somebody said this is
as he should, because he ain't making that much, right?
No, he's not.
He's making a little bit
He
more.
had the wheels, he had the button down, he had the khaki pants and the backpack, and
Chilling, man.
Somebody texted, This is Dad getting to the airport 5 hours early. Just to make sure. But that feeds to what I'm saying. They have a next level play caller. Ben Johnson is that.
Yeah.
They lost, but he's that.
No, the Lions' game plan was sick. The Lions' game plan was sick.
It was ridiculous, but I would be really upset at him if I was doing Detroit radio right now. He's not off the hook. Man, they ran for what, $135 in the first half, and then he just ditched it? Come on. But anyway, he is a next-level play caller. Andy Reid, obviously. Texans also have a shutdown corner. I don't need to see anything else on Derek Stingley, and I think when you have that, you're way ahead of the game. Now,
I don't know that any of these teams have that.
I'm saying they have a next-level defender.
Yeah.
You know, Kyle Hamilton. Dude. Dude is a badass.
People were trying to compare him and Petrie. We got to stop
That's
that.
a little disrespectful, man.
Let's stop that.
Yeah. And I'll get to what I'll get to what San Francisco has.
Jeez.
When we get to the needs.
Yeah. Yesterday was also we're doing the haves needs with the OG John Lopez here. Yesterday was kind of like a reminder of the Kenyon Green pick, and I want to move on from. I was talking to Sean during the game, Pendergast, and he was like, anything pre-Stroud is forgiven, and I'm like, all right, but you drafted a guard, and I'm watching Jamison Williams, who you traded back, you could have had. I'm watching him score 45-yard touchdowns and go and do his thing. I'm watching Kyle Hamilton run around and do his thing, and then I'm watching Karlaftis running around doing his thing. Like yesterday was kind of like a reminder of the Kenyon Green.
They were all taken after him, right?
Well, they could have had him originally. Like they could have had him originally, and then they traded back. They could have still had Karlaftis, but there was talk that maybe they liked Jamison, and he went right before.
Yeah, they traded back.
So they could have had Jamison, and then they could have stayed put and got Kyle Hamilton.
Now, I'm not even going to mention running back and receiver because we know that.
Yeah.
But, like, what do the Texans need to be in that game? A badass offensive line. Like a badass offensive line. This is where it gets dicey.
But I actually think it's possible for Nico Collins to get in the tier of, like, maybe a notch below, like the St. Brown, Ayuk type of tier.
Yeah, but I'm talking
Zay Flowers.
Here. Yeah.
What's his awareness in Madden?
I got to figure this out. I got to do – what was he doing? I got to do, like, some deep digging on how they can do this, but they've got to address the offensive line, man. I mean, they have to. I know that we've been talking about they're kind of locked in and all that. They don't have an offensive line like that, like we saw yesterday. What else do they need to get there? All due respect, a big-time tight end.
Like all those teams have it.
All of them.
That's probably the 4 best tight ends in the league, right? Kelsey, Kittle, Laporta,
Andrews,
and Mark Andrews. Yeah. That's 4.
You have to get a badass tight end.
I don't know if it's as easy this year as it was last.
I mean, you can get him in the first round.
I don't know, man. That might be early, though.
Trader Nick.
Brock Bowers.
This is a weird one, but I think it'll get them to that game a lot easier. They got to get home field. They got to get home field.
There were 3 road wins in the playoffs this year.
2 of them were by Patrick Mahomes, though.
At Buffalo and at Baltimore. And then the other one was Green Bay, the thrashing of the Cows.
We saw what Detroit did with a home crowd. That would be very much like what the Texans would be.
I mean,
like.
it's hard to get home field, though.
That's what I'm saying. You got to get home, even just through the divisional round.
Yeah.
Just to get to that game. They need, and this is what I was alluding to earlier, you have to get a monster. I mean, an absolute monster at safety or linebacker. Like Kyle Hamilton, those San Francisco linebackers, I mean, in the middle, I'll do, hell of a job, Christian Harris, but Denzel Perryman, and all due respect, but like those were some badass dudes at linebacker. And when you got a team that's going to run the ball, which tends to happen, when you get to the championship game, you got to have those dudes, man. They're not very far away, but there are some very clear needs for this Texans team.
Yeah, I would say you could get the best of both worlds. We'll talk about that at noon. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on a Reaction Monday. Coming up, let's localize this. I was with the way that the Texans lost and the way stuff went down yesterday, Did it change either your pain or lack thereof when it comes to the way in which the Texans season ended? Localizing championship weekend next.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's look at this this game, the big game, and kind of connect it to the Texans here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. San Francisco versus Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Before that, though, let's hear from Christian McCaffrey. He was with Michael Strahan on Fox after the game.
Christian McCaffrey, everybody. Come on over here, Christian. You've been a great player in this league for a long time. You signed with the 49ers just for this moment to go to the Super Bowl. So how does it feel for you to know that you're going to the Super Bowl in 2 weeks? You have a chance to put that ring on your finger.
Man, it means the world. Faithful! I'm so pumped up to be a part of this organization, man. The guys in this locker room, from the coaches to every single person that puts their all into every single day, man. I'm just proud to be a 49er, and we got one more.
Yeah, we do. I want to ask you this. I was talking to Sean throughout the day yesterday, Pendergast. So, I mean, I was just picking his brain because I think Sean's a radio goat. He loves sports, and he likes to localize stuff. So I was talking to Pendy yesterday about the Baltimore loss and the way that things went down. And you most likely watched the game. If you didn't, basically Lamar Jackson came up short. They had a couple of turnovers in the end zone, one fumble through the end zone, an interception, a rough first half, and they came up short. And Sean said that he would have rather have lost the way the Texans did than the way that the Ravens did. Do you agree with that?
No, but I have a confession that I put on there that's similar, and that would be today. Today, not like certainly I want to have a chance to get to an AFC Championship game, but today I'd rather have lost in the divisional round than what the Lions went through, because the Lions. Your coach looks like a big dummy. You blew the biggest lead, 24-7. You're the Lions. You're wondering if you're ever going to get back there because you're the Lions. So, no, I'd rather be there than not and lose. But to lose like that, in retrospect, there would be there's not as many questions.
I would rather lose the way that Baltimore did than the way the Texans did.
I'm talking about the Lions, but Baltimore.
The Lions won. Oh God.
Yeah, no, I'd rather.
Oh my.
Yeah.
God.
I'd rather have lost in the divisional round than the way the Lions lost, because you have nothing but questions now in Detroit. You don't have any questions here. I mean, there's personnel stuff, but you don't have any oh no, I don't know if this guy can get us there. You don't have that. Oh no,
Lord.
I don't know if Jared Goff can have another. Our quarterback can have another year like that. That's what I'm saying. Mine's more toward the Lions.
Figgy, watching the way Baltimore went down, did that at all adjust your disgust or lack thereof with the way the Texans season ended?
Kind of did, man, because I felt like I feel like Baltimore can get got, man.
Oh, so you look at it as
I'm more upset that
the Texans should have competed with them fools.
Yeah. I'm not saying
the Texans are the only team that Lamar Jackson, completely lit up in the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like they could have had the game close. I'm not saying that Houston Texans should have won, but it should have been a way closer game to me. And Baltimore just was outplayed yesterday, man.
I think it feeds into what I said a week ago today.
And plus, we thought they could compete with Kansas City.
That's what I'm saying. I thought the moment was too big for the Texans last week, and I feel more so that way today, because they're not that bad. They shouldn't have been handled like Baltimore handled them. But when it comes to Baltimore, I'd have rather have been there. I would rather have made those mistakes, boneheaded young players doing dumb things. But not when it came to the Lions. When it came to the Lions, I'm like, yeah, I'd trade that I would not trade that right away. Yeah. Because the Lions are lost right now, and they shouldn't be.
They're done.
I don't know if they're done, but they're lost.
They'll never be back in that game with Dan Campbell. They will never be back in that game with Dan Campbell. Look, that sounds like an absolute statement. They won't. Ben Johnson gets hired, it's over. It's just like Nick Sirianni. It's over. It's done, sir. And this whole identity and this is what got you there. It's not what got you there. Come on. You're telling me because Lions
that's where I disagree with. I think it helped them.
Come on. Because they went for it on 4th and 2 or 4th and 3, that's why they got there?
No, just the way he built and had that team believing and got them playing a certain way.
So they wouldn't have believed without him?
Not like that.
Like, does San Francisco believe in themselves?
No, yes.
They don't have some big...
But they're not Detroit.
Cock diesel meathead walking around the sidelines. They got a real coach.
No, look,
Andy Reid's a fat ass walking around over there.
He's pretty smart.
Doing his thing.
He's pretty smart.
Yeah, but like this extra meathead thing, I think we just see these sound clips and we hear what the players say and we give Dan Campbell like credit.
I'm not gonna agree with that part because yes, he's a meathead. I agree with that, but that's what got them there. I think what the problem is he tried to get him past the field goal attempt. He felt it too much. He lived it too much.
3 possessions, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Field goal, it's a wrap.
Yes.
And the guy is good from 40 to 49. I guess the Payne and Pendergast, we're talking 45 to 50.
Yeah.
Let's just do 46 to 47 then. I don't know. I can't keep up with this. But I do think that I also think analytics kind of gets a bad rap because some of this is not analytic.
Mm-hmm. Not in that situation.
John, if you take I saw Mina Kimes put out a video and she's like, well, this is why it makes sense to go with when you're 14 down 2 twice because there's a 50% chance you're going to make a 2-point conversion. All right, what's the percentage at the end of a game? Because I'm assuming that at the end of a game it gets a little bit more difficult. Also, you're not facing San Francisco's defense. The Lions are not facing San Francisco's defense every week. What is San Francisco on 4th down conversions? What is their percentage? It's not the same.
And don't underestimate the pressure of the moment. It's different. You can talk about every game's pressure back. No, man. Not in that moment at that time. Kick the damn field goal.
You also got to feel out the game. The damage control of being down 14 and then making that field goal it's significant.
It's a lot. No, I absolutely agree with that part. But I can't downplay. I mean, this was freaking Detroit.
So?
And he built them into they were awful. They had no culture. Yeah, they had no winning.
They had a rebuild. Same thing the Texans did.
They had a rebuild, but somebody's got to do it. I mean, we're sitting here crediting DeMeco Ryans as we should.
Yeah.
You got to at least credit him for building what they had.
Who? The
Dan
GM?
Campbell.
The GM?
See, just refused to give Dan Campbell anything. The GM here had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, he did a good job going through the mud. Yeah. But I know what DeMeco Ryans does, and I know what it's like. It's not a bit.
Right.
It's not a bit like that.
The bit is what got them to play that way, to be that
Really?
way. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the bit, let's just credit. So let's give Coach O all the credit too.
No. It's not just Dan Campbell, but he put them over the top to get there. They won.
No, he kept them from going over the top.
Ultimately, he did.
When push came to shove.
That's why I think the whole Dan Campbell bite your knees got them to that point. But at some point, it comes down to what we're talking about now. Feel for the game, environment, on the road, 3 scores versus 2 scores, pressure, all that stuff. I mean, it was stupid. Don't get me wrong. It was stupid.
I don't know if they get back, man. I don't know if they get back. The other thing is, let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the NFC, man.
Yeah.
They're in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit easier than in the AFC.
It is. So who
So
knows?
they could get back then.
No.
Is what you're saying.
No, because I think their division's going to get more difficult. And Dan Campbell did a good job of saying that yesterday. This might be our last shot.
He did say that.
Yeah, he said it. I mean, he knows it.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard, man.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've seen all the numbers about teams that were in the playoffs last year and teams that aren't. It's very difficult. I walked away from yesterday, and I was more thankful for DeMeco Ryans than ever.
Absolutely.
Because what San Francisco does is a lot more aligned with what the Texans do. And say what you want, even when Detroit is giving you their best shot, if you build a foundation where you're able to run the ball, where you're able to have the offensive philosophy that San Francisco has, and you improve talent and you keep the mind that DeMeco and his coaching staff have, you have a better chance than Detroit, even if you're 3 possessions down at halftime.
I'll keep it simple. I don't think DeMeco Ryans would ever turn stupid in a moment. And that's what Dan Campbell did. Like D'Amico Ryan.
Well, it was what he did all year.
That's
what got him there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That mindset got him to that place.
It did, but don't feed the beast. Don't let it turn you stupid.
I also look at in the regular season, D'Amico Ryans. What did he do? Like he would not follow around Amari Cooper, and he even said that's not what we do in the playoffs. What did he do? Derek Stingley shadowed Amari Cooper, and you can say that's way different than okay. I mean, but I just think you gotta like at the moment you gotta kind of maybe adjust your mindset.
Yeah.
But it kind of is what it is, and Dan Campbell did his thing. But yeah, Campbell was very.
He has
average.
to win a Super Bowl now.
Did you look at that from like Aggie pride perspective on the text line? Jay Parrish, Locker doing his typical Aggie hating. I didn't even really think about Texas A&M when I was watching Dan Campbell, to be honest with you.
I wasn't either. I mean, Jan said something.
Yeah, I didn't think that.
I think she called him a dumb Aggie.
Yeah, I didn't care. Yeah, I didn't.
And she's won.
She's a prideful Aggie.
And she's won. Her dad played football at A&M.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't even look at it that way. And the corniest thing that I did see was I saw someone on like a Texas Longhorn website say, "Oh, Longhorn coach over Aggie coach." Kyle Shanahan went there for like a year and a half. He was at Duke for 3 years. Okay, like let's be serious. Yeah, I didn't. The Texas A&M element didn't even factor in.
No,
at all.
That's not what we're here for.
Yeah, I don't even think about it.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. That's not what we're here for
at all. Coming up, the best of both worlds. How the Texans could have the best of both worlds. And a combo plate of Championship Sunday. I'll lay it out. It might be easier than you think. Next.
Place your bets.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Best of both worlds for the Texans. That's a thought I had yesterday heading into championship weekend as we watched the San Francisco 49ers top the Lions and the Chiefs top the Ravens. We'll get long term in a second, like if we look at the Texans' long term plan. But in the short term, on the AFC side of things, you need a baller quarterback. And you can say what you want about Brock Purdy, but you need a baller quarterback like the Chiefs have with Patrick Mahomes. No matter what, whether he's throwing for 450 yards or he just needs to make huge third down conversions and fourth down conversions and the right play at the right time. No matter what the situation is, he's come through.
Yeah.
As much as most quarterbacks to ever play this game. You cross your fingers and you hope that C.J. Stroud can be just a small piece of what Patrick Mahomes is. Like, you cross your fingers and hope that, but you got to feel good about that.
100%.
You also need a system and a identity / culture to where if you want to talk long-term success, you need to be able to adjust accordingly. Like what Kansas City is right now is not what they were in 2018 when Patrick Mahomes first took over. They've completely transformed. Now they used to want to be on the track. Now they want to be on they want to be in a street fight. Like they've basically gone from a team that was just basically running a track meet to now all of a sudden they want to get on that wrestling match. And that's the most impressive thing to me for the Chiefs is that, you know, it's one thing for the Dallas Cowboys to win a few Super Bowls in a 5-year stretch and pretty much be doing the same thing each year. Like there's a few differences, but pretty much doing the same thing.
Same way, same style, same people.
Yes. Like New England did it better than anyone for 20 years. Like they were able to evolve and change the way they do things. And Kansas City's doing that. And I also think on a much lesser scale, San Francisco kind of is as well. Like where, you know, they've been there with Garoppolo. Now Purdy is there, so they're opening it up a little bit. But the Texans are going to need C.J. Stroud, and they're going to need to be able to transform if they want to sustain that success.
Yes.
The other thing that I think, and I think in the short term, the Texans can figure this out, and you know where this is going. I want to beat this to death. They need to invest in the running back position. And that's something that the Texans need to do sooner rather than later. The investment that the San Francisco 49ers made in Christian McCaffrey, it's made their quarterback better, and it's given them the opportunity to go win Kyle Shanahan's first Super Bowl. They invested a second, third, fourth, fifth round pick when they had limited draft equity to go get Christian McCaffrey. The Lions, who probably feel like they should have won that game, they invested a 3-year, $18 million contract to Montgomery, who scored a touchdown yesterday, and they used an early-ish first-round pick on Gibbs, who scored a touchdown yesterday. So all these running back investments have paid off. That's the short-term thing that I think the Texans need to do. But you have really some of what all these teams have, and it's not to mention that D'Amico Ryans comes from San Francisco, and he kind of brings that with you.
Well, the running back thing,
and he played for Andy Reid.
Yeah, he did. I'll beat it to death, too, because I think we saw it in really, I mean, Mahomes is an outlier, but really also for the vast majority of the season and certainly into the playoffs, the Ravens as well. And so that it's imperative. It is the most important thing to get that running game going.
Very, very important.
Imperative.
Yeah, it's a must. Like that's the one non-negotiable, and it's probably the easiest.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of stuff we can say that the Texans need, but that's probably the easiest.
Well, it deals with the offensive line too, and that's like the one thing I was like walking away from these games going, dang, I don't know how the Texans can get offensive lines like that. Now, the running backs certainly make them better, but those were some impressive. Those were some impressive O-lines, man, across the board.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So if you're looking at this and you're looking at the team that you would compare the Texans to most, who would you compare them to? Because you can't – I don't feel like you can compare them to just one, but try your best.
The Lions, except for the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're very comparable
Except they don't have running backs.
Well, I'm saying, but it goes to the point of if they get running backs too, at minimum like that, and somehow the offensive line improves or you rework it or what. Yes, the Lions, except at the quarterback position. I mean, Jared Goff has improved. It was very clear, but C.J. Stroud's better. So that would be the number one. The Chiefs, you can't even really compare because it's so different with Patrick Mahomes making those plays. Maybe the Niners, obviously with a better quarterback too, although Purdy was pretty outstanding yesterday. I wouldn't say that Purdy won them the game. He was just really good. So I think maybe that, if you can find a running back that can do that.
The broadcast, let's address this situation. Tony Romo, Jim Nantz got kind of fired up heading into the game. What were your thoughts on those two? Because they had me missing James Lofton. Like I was about James Lofton out for the 3-year stretch that the Texans sucked. I feel like he did like 80% of their games. I would rather listen to James Lofton than Tony Romo.
Tony Romo was awful.
But they were better than they have been.
And then I heard Greg Olsen.
Wait, you don't like Greg Olsen?
I love Greg Olsen.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying
so you're saying he made it even look worse.
He made Romo look even worse.
I gotta say, the play-by-play on Fox was kind of better, too.
Yeah. Oh, it was.
Being honest.
No, not kind of. It was, but they just don't work. I think they should trade Tony Romo before the Super Bowl. I don't know if I can take Tony Romo calling the Super Bowl. I'm being 100% honest. Like, trade him. I tweeted this out. They should trade Tony Romo, The Talk, and Bob Hart's Abishola to Fox and get Greg Olsen. Bob Hart Abishola is in its last season, so that's a good deal. The Talk is pretty popular, but who cares? And they get Tony Romo.
Greg Olsen, a free agent, ain't he?
Yeah.
Well, Tom Brady's coming in, man.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Greg Olsen was outstanding.
Yeah, the Fox broadcast versus CBS, it was almost unfair. Tony Romo's gotten really good, though. Like, and this is the biggest backhanded compliment ever. But he's gotten really good at least, like, not missing a beat when he expresses that he doesn't know what's going on. Like, there are multiple times. So Baltimore's lining up for a snap before the 2-minute warning, and the play clock's at 10. And they're clearly trying to draw him off sides. And Lamar Jackson goes back to the shotgun, and Tony Romo's like, "Oh, Jim, this is the advantage that you get when you're at home. You can adjust and you can change the play at the line of scrimmage." And then he goes, "Oh, trying to draw him off sides before the 2-minute warning." And Jim goes, "Yeah, true."
And I actually thought that's what they were trying to do. It's not hard.
Yeah, and then
it's not hard to figure out what they were trying to do.
And then another time he was like, that's ball game. Well, it's not over.
No, I wrote it down. I literally wrote it down. He says, "That's the game. It's not over." I'm like, wait a minute. You just said that's the game. That's the game.
And he stays in rhythm doing it. It's actually pretty impressive. The other thing is, like, when Baltimore, they got a 5-yard penalty at the start, and I was saying it was with 2 minutes. I was like, hey, jump off sides. And they did. They jumped off sides, knocked the crap out of them, got the 15, whatever. It really didn't matter. It was actually really smart by John Harbaugh. Nantz and Romo couldn't figure out why they did it.
Yeah. No, and Romo.
And then he goes to Jay Feely at the most weird times.
That's because they're looking for just another voice. Because it's just that discombobulated.
Just put him in the booth then.
Put him in the booth.
Yeah.
Actually,
just put Jay Feely in the booth. Make it a 3-man.
The weird thing about Tony Romo on the air is his career arc is taking the exact arc of his playing career.
Undrafted to really, really good quarterback.
This guy is awesome. Well, no, he's really not. I mean, it's the exact same arc. Broadcasting. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know if I can take him in a Super Bowl.
Well, you're going to have to.
I know. It's going to be brutal.
You're going to have to, sir.
Yeah.
That's just kind of where it's going. Who are you pulling for in this bowl?
You know, I think San Francisco.
Shanahan's got to get one, man.
I think San Francisco because of Shanahan.
They opened as a 1.5-point favorite, by the way.
Yeah, Shanahan and McCaffrey.
Yeah.
But, boy, as much as I'm kind of irritated with the Chiefs fans, because they got awfully cocky awfully quick, didn't they?
Well, they have a right to be.
Now they do.
Into 6 straight conference titles, bro.
As much as I get irritated by that, there's something about watching someone at the very best do things that have never been done before. Like Patrick Mahomes.
I just feel bad for. I want Shanahan to get his one.
Yeah,
because
McCaffrey.
Yeah, McCaffrey. It's crazy though that I remember back in the day, back in my day. My parents were divorced. My dad would pick me up on weekends. We go watch ball, and my dad picked me up on a Sunday. We went and actually watched the Super Bowl at a Chili's. And
that's a weird one.
We went to Chili's.
It's the Super Bowl. Where do you want to watch it? Chili's?
I mean, I'm a kid.
No, I know, but it's just like weird.
You want me to take me? Strip club?
Hooters.
Nah, I don't know. But yeah, we went to Chili's, and Mike Shanahan was coaching against the Green Bay Packers, looking for a Super Bowl. And on Mike Shanahan's team was a tall, honky wide receiver that wore punter shoulder pads and barely any pads named Ed McCaffrey. And now here we are.
Yep.
And Kyle Shanahan is coaching Christian McCaffrey. If that doesn't make you feel old and kind of strange, I don't know what will.
You should see it from my perspective. You should feel that from my perspective. I remember when Christian McCaffrey came into the league. Ed McCaffrey came into the league. That's how bad it is. I swear, one of these days I'm going to see a grandchild. I swear. Like of somebody that I covered or followed as a fan, as a kid.
You have to already be watching a grandchild.
There's bound to be one. I just haven't found one yet.
What about Stingley?
So it was... Well,
his grandpa got paralyzed in the game.
I was pretty small, so maybe. I mean, I watched it.
Or one of the Manning's kids or something like that.
No,
Arch Manning.
Arch Manning's going to be it.
Yeah.
Arch Manning is going to be it.
Yeah.
Because
I watched your grandfather play.
Yeah, because when Stingley got hurt, I think it was 1971. I think so. I was like 9 years old, but that might fall into the category. But Arch Manning for sure. I'm gonna see a grandkid of somebody that I.
Beastman. It means you've lived a hell of a life.
Speaking of which,
it means you've lived a hell of a life.
Speaking of which,
what's going on?
Update
any minute now.
Okay,
any minute now they're gonna be in the hospital. Wait,
you're having a grandkid today?
Grandbaby number 2. I think it's today.
Boy or girl?
A girl.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean you think?
Well, because they're inducing, so they have to have a room for her. You know, the emergency ones get first priority. So I think they're going to send her to the hospital today. If not today, maybe tonight or tomorrow morning. Grandbaby number 2, baby. That's going to be awesome.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah,
Greg.
I'm excited.
Congratulations.
It's weird when they schedule them because you go to bed thinking, all right, everything changes tomorrow. Can you imagine them?
Having a kid tomorrow.
Can you imagine the parents, like my son and my daughter-in-law? They're going to bed last night thinking, all right, the world is about to change.
That doesn't seem fun, though.
It doesn't. No.
Like, it doesn't seem fun to have it planned. Like,
well, they have to.
No, I know. I'm not saying it's their choice.
Yeah, no, it's
but
not.
I'm just
It's really
saying,
not.
man,
a
it's
choice.
almost like, okay. Well,
yeah.
How do you sleep?
That's what I'm saying. You put your head on your pillow and you're like.
But how do you sleep if you don't know when it's coming, though?
You just go about your life.
Yeah, you just kind of go.
Yeah, but you sitting here like doing the show, you like, oh man, maybe she could be in labor. I don't know.
Yeah.
And
well, that's fun.
like you just,
it's fun, man.
That you got to be stressing out, man.
That's fun.
You know, when we had our first, I bought a beeper. That's how long ago I had a beeper, and that's the only one I ever had in my life, just in case she went into labor, I could get buzz and go figure it out. Remember beepers?
Yeah. My stepdad had one.
Yeah. I had one for like a month, 2 months.
And then you got to go to the payphone, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 35 cents. Do they still have payphones? No?
I haven't seen one in forever.
Why not?
I'm guessing airports might. Do they?
I don't know. Does anyone ever, when you go to the airport, we're going to Vegas for the Super Bowl, who you pulling for from a Texans POV? You pulling for the Chiefs or you pulling for the 49ers? Does anyone ever buy those iPads that are in that vending machine in the airport?
Yes, I'm sure. Somebody forgot an
Big
iPad.
ass Beats by Dre.
Yep.
Yeah.
Headphones.
If you're working and oh man, I forgot my blah, blah, blah.
So
you got to go get
buy
one.
that?
Yeah. I'm sure. I bet you they do pretty dang well, to be honest.
I don't think the common folks buying that.
Yeah. Chargers, too. I bet you they sell that.
Chargers,
yeah. Chargers. That's,
I'm talking about the vending machine that has
with Apple Beats.
Yeah.
An expensive ass Lego set, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah.
That the kids use.
Mm-hmm. I guarantee you they sell the hell out of Chargers, though.
I could see you.
Everybody forgets.
I could see Lopez putting the card in and ending up with like a nice Apple laptop or something like that.
Well,
that
that's
he just
where you're
purchased
wrong.
from
I'm not an Apple guy.
Yeah.
Just purchased there.
That's where you're
check
wrong.
this out. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Forgot my laptop. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I want the 24-inch or the whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know. A little bit interested in seeing this travel next week. Yingling Flight in the Low T Center sending us to the Super Bowl. Going to be some Chiefs fans, going to be some 49ers. I think this is probably the ideal matchup for Las Vegas, though.
Oh, it is absolutely ideal.
Yeah, and you could say they wanted Detroit. Dude, San Fran, they just have to hop in a car. And it's always a 49er.
And they got
invasion.
rabid fans, man.
Yeah, 49ers and Chiefs. I think that's probably, if we were talking to, like, let's say the mayor of San Francisco or someone who runs a casino, I think this would have been what they wanted.
Yeah, and we're going to get into some of this when the internet goes nuts. But I saw a number today, and look, I know it's irritating. It's even, and I'm a fan, but it's even irritating for me, the whole Taylor Swift thing. But was it, I forget who posted it, I'll look it up. Taylor Swift has generated $300 million, it's estimated, for the NFL. That's incredible.
She's what?
She's generated an estimated $300 million for the NFL.
What's that based on?
I don't know. It was somebody, one of these advertising execs or whatever. But the other thing that she's done that is really interesting, this is by far the highest, the most viewed by women NFL season in history. So there's a reason for that.
So they're giving her credit for that?
They're giving her credit for that, too.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, why not?
Sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess if that's what they want to do, go ahead. Give her the credit.
Well, I mean, something had something to do with it.
Yeah, she's doing her thing.
Yeah. Have you seen the flight tracking stuff?
Yeah, where she's going to be at Tokyo, and it's a 1 a.m. Concert on Saturday, and then she can take a flight and be back on. She can be in Vegas on Saturday night. And then be ready to
She's getting in a time
get
machine,
ready for the
man.
game.
She's getting in a time machine because I think it's 6 p.m. Tokyo time is her concert.
Yeah, but which is 1 a.m. Las Vegas time.
Yeah.
So she'll be out
17
there.
hours.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah. Well, she's got to go through security and
Good
wait
for
in
him
line.
too.
There's always that. What if some security guy goes, we got flagged. I'm Taylor Swift.
You see they naming the flight after her, too?
Yeah, the flight numbers.
Flight 1989.
And then on the way back from Las Vegas to Kansas City, it's Flight 87 for Travis Kelce. American Airlines added 2 flights. From KC to Vegas, 1989, obviously her album, and then back is 87. Dude, it's real. You don't have to like it, and I'm getting irritated by it even.
The NFL love this, man.
It is real.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. Coming up, who lost the most sleep last night? There are a few contestants. We'll cuss and discuss next.
All right, guys, D&M Auto Leasing right now and leasing your next vehicle.
Super Bowl. Getting ready for the big one. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Who do you think had is feeling the worst this morning, on Monday morning? I'm going to give you a few choices. Let's start with Dan Campbell.
Him.
You sure?
Yeah, what he said is not true.
Foolish decisions by Dan Campbell, deciding to not kick the field goal to go up 17 in the third quarter, and then not attempting a field goal to tie the game. You think Dan Campbell?
Well, go through your other list, but it's going to be hard to top Dan Campbell. Like he spoke after the game, and he was talking about comes with the gig and all that stuff. I mean, he was just saying the right things. He probably still hadn't been able to go to sleep.
All right, well, 10-point game in Baltimore. Zay Flowers makes a massive play into inside the 10-yard line, decides to get up, kick the guy, and spin the ball, 15-yard penalty.
Yeah.
They then get back into the 10-yard line where Lamar Jackson finds Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers would have just had the first down had he just covered the ball up, but he reaches for the end zone, gets it punched out, and Kansas City gets the ball on a touchback. And to make matters worse, he goes over to the sidelines and he punches the bench and cuts his hand open.
Yeah, wasn't a great day. Wasn't a great day for Zay Flowers. He's definitely deserves to be on the list, but I still. Dan Campbell was just, he had to be sick. Like, he had to be sick. That's the freaking Super Bowl right there, just a kick away.
Okay, what about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who talks crap about Deebo Samuel in the second quarter with the Lions in firm control of the game, is waving to the fans goodbye. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that I thought San Francisco was going to come back, because I would be lying to you.
Yeah.
But I don't think waving goodbye to fans in the second quarter is a good idea.
No, that was, speaking of stupid. But then he also took a cheap shot at him, at Deebo, on, was it an interception, I guess? And he blindside blocked him. Like, he searched him out. That's more of just beef than anything. And, of course, Deebo tweeted this morning, "Somebody go check on little bruh." Why you waving, man? What are you waving for? Second quarter?
All right, so you think Dan Campbell is the guy?
Yeah, Dan Campbell is the guy.
Okay, I think it's Zay Flowers.
Really?
Man, yes.
I don't think Dan Campbell really believes what he said.
What do you mean?
Like, I do it again, and I don't have regrets, and et cetera, et cetera. He knows he screwed up. How do you not? I mean, he's not dumb. He knows what was on the line. They're actually, we're seeing it right now. It's just.
What about Lamar
I don't know
Jackson?
If he can't recover.
Where does Lamar Jackson fit into this? Because I think the answer could be Lamar Jackson. Like, you have all these questions. You have all these question marks about your playoff performance, and you do what you did against the Texans. The Ravens are feeling themselves. They're feeling good. And then they just reemerge. Your question marks basically went on vacation. They didn't go away, and it was a bad performance by Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was not good in this game at all. It did feel like he was kind of running for his life, and it does feel like maybe his weapons aren't as good as advertised. Flowers, we mentioned him. He might be the only one that he has.
Yeah.
But I got to think Lamar Jackson has got to be feeling pretty bad himself.
I think he's feeling today and yesterday like he's Charles Barkley. Like, why did my career have to come along when MJ is in the league? He has to be more like disappointed and despondent about, damn, Patrick Mahomes did it again, than mad or regrets or whatever. I mean, I think he's Charles Barkley until further notice.
On the text line with Dan Campbell, one of the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are one. It wasn't some 20-yard chip shot. The Lions kicker sucks from 40 plus. Blah 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 blah. Look, sucks from 40 plus. I mean, he's one of one from there this year. I know 45 to 50. Seth put out the stats, and I guess he's like 60-ish%, over 50%. But in his career from 40 to 49, he's 37 to 48. Like it's not like he's kicking in the snow or anything like that.
Well,
I just don't know why we try to justify stupidity these days with the Dan Campbell thing.
Perfect conditions, a kicker. I mean, why do you even have a kicker? Why do you even practice special teams if you're going to do that? You have them so they can attempt that kick, and it was perfect conditions. No wind either, which is rare for San Francisco. But I don't buy that. He's got to be mad. I don't know. He's not disappointed, but he's mad. I mean, I'm sure he wanted to kick that ball. But no, I think it's Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell the whole way. He can't recover from this until he wins a Super Bowl. He can't.
He's never going to recover.
Right. I mean, he may not. But I go back to Andy Reid, who's a lot more brilliant, a lot more hands-on, a lot more play caller than Dan Campbell, who's never called a play in his life. But Andy Reid got run out of Philly, man.
He did as an interim guy. Andy Reid got run out. Yeah.
He got run out of Philly.
Yeah, they got stale.
Because in large part, because of all those stupid decisions he was making with
the game management
and
whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it didn't go away, really even start to go away until he won a Super Bowl.
As far as the hot takes that are on their way, and I think these are like the first take forecasting. We'll call it first take forecasting here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610.
Okay.
Chiefs versus Patriots is probably going to be coming up, right?
Like dynasties,
yes.
Yeah. And, of course, Mahomes versus
Brady.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming up.
Hell, Kelsey and Gronk.
Kelsey's already passed him.
I think so.
Yeah,
but
Kelsey's already
but
passed
that's going to be discussed.
And I think Gronk's great.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But there you go. There's a hot take. But I also wonder, like, are we going to get the Andy Reids better than Bill Belichick? Because I can actually hear that.
Maybe.
I can actually hear that because, there's always the Bill Belichick, Tom Brady thing, which I think is unfair. But he did go to 4 straight conference championships in Philly and a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it's like there's a total body of work there where you can't just say him and Mahomes. I mean, he went to 4 straight.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was, as we mentioned, it wasn't that got him run out. It was his play calling and all that. You know what's frustrating if you're an AFC team fan with the Chiefs? I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. Of course, Mahomes not. I'm talking about Spagnuolo. He's not going to be a head coach.
No, never. There's no threat at that.
No, he's like 64.
Yeah, he's chilling.
His defense is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's relaxing.
And why would Andy Reid go anywhere?
Man, everybody's talking about like Andy Reid. Not everybody, but some people are talking about Andy Reid retiring for what?
Yeah.
What's he going to do?
Why would he go anywhere?
Why?
I never understood that.
Like
People was talking about that like 3 years ago.
What? Like what? For what? Like
he
why?
got a damn quarterback that's probably going to be
Why
here for
would
a
he do
long
that?
time.
And the other thing is like they've evolved. So that's what's crazy about the Chiefs. Like there'll be times where, the Texans will have to. I don't want to say change their identity, but you're going to have to find other ways to win. Like Kansas City is an elite defense and a very physical squad now. And they used to be a team that was just running a track meet. And I don't say that in a condescending term. Like both of those styles can win Super Bowls, but yeah, they were basically like I mean they had Tyreek Hill and like they were a team that runs track meet. Now all of a sudden, dude, they were going toe to toe physically with Baltimore and we didn't think that was possible.
No, that's what I'm saying. The only one who's probably going to retire and certainly maybe not this year, certainly not this year, is Travis Kelce. But Spagnuolo's not going anywhere, and that defense, man, and they've got some young players, and Andy Reid, I think he's like 66, something like that. Why?
He ain't going nowhere.
Why?
The other thing that's driving me nuts, like about this, and it happened in both the Detroit game and the Baltimore game. When you have the ball on the other side of the 2-minute warning and you're down 10. You kick the field goal first. Like do it quickly. Like even if you have to reach for like a 45-yarder, if you like with 2:40 left, like if you kick the field goal and you make it, and then you have your timeouts and you have the 2-minute warning, that's more valuable than trying to score a touchdown and taking it down to the 2-minute warning. Like in the world of analytics, there's 2 things that are driving me nuts. I'm getting in the sticks, but it was topical yesterday. Number one. When you're down 10, your main goal, if you're going to give me all these bullcrap percentages that I roll my eyes at, your main goal should be to avoid the onside kick.
Yeah.
Because that is the lowest percentage. Like that, I don't even know if it's 10%. The onside kick is like that. You should be trying to avoid the onside kick at all costs. The other thing is, it's almost easier to score the touchdown at the end of the game because let's say you get the ball back with 40 seconds left. You have to get out of bounds, or you have to go across the middle, you have to spike it. And, like, let's say you get to the 44, you're not even going to kick. Sometimes you're not even going to kick the onside kick. So it's almost easier to be trying to score the touchdown. I don't know why teams don't do that. And the other thing is this, quit calling timeouts to save 5 yards. Yeah. Timeouts are the most valuable asset you have in a football game. And the Lions yesterday, they used a timeout at the end. And if on the other side of the 2-minute warning, if you use one timeout, you're basically using 3. Mm-hmm. Right? Because you can't stop the clock each time.
That's what I was going to add, but finish.
Like, just using one timeout when you could have kicked the field goal earlier, you basically, you're losing the opportunity to get the rock.
Yeah.
And that's why it went down to 1 second.
I think another option, you're right, I agree with that. I think another option is on that last drive. If you're going to use one timeout, you should have used all 3 with 5 minutes left, because of it's the same premise as what you're talking about. Use timeout, make a play, use a timeout, try to score a touchdown, kick a field goal, because when you let it get down to 2 and then you use a timeout, you're down to 2 timeouts in under 2 minutes. Yes. That's not going to accomplish anything.
But like I was watching, and I think Texas did it in their national championship game, or their semifinal. Like, if you're down 10 and there's 2:40 left and you're at the 25-yard line and you have 3 timeouts, kick the field goal.
Yeah.
And then if you force them 3 and out, you're going to get the rock. You're going to have to force them 3 and out no matter what. Mm-hmm. Now you have 4 timeouts instead of 3. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you have 4 timeouts on defense instead of 3.
Yeah.
And you just need a touchdown instead of just needing a field goal.
That's what I'm saying.
Because if you get the ball with 19 seconds left, J-Lo, and you're at and let's say you're at your own 40, you're telling me you're going to get in field goal range? You're going to have to get out of bounds, or you're going to have to get it across, and then you're going to have to spike it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen more Hail Marys than, hey, with 8 seconds left, let's go get a field goal.
Look, I'm looking at it right now.
Or touch, yeah.
So the Lions got the ball with 3:02 remaining.
Yes.
Make your plays, try to move downfield, but call timeouts so you still have at least one timeout and the 2-minute warning when you're kicking off. And so at least you get the ball back for deep passes, out-of-bounds plays, Hail Marys. It's the same premise you're talking about, but I was thinking use them now, because if you don't use them and you end up kicking a field goal, then you're under 2 minutes, and it's done.
Weird. It's weird. Like, it's just selective. It's selective.
Yeah.
Analytics, but avoiding an onside kick is what you should do
at all costs. I mean, when they're like 3 recovered or 2,
yeah, like
all year long.
I hear all this, like, coin toss and 50%, these selective 50% numbers that I keep hearing, and it's like, okay, would you rather flip a coin if we're going to do this? Would you rather flip a coin, or would you rather get a scratch off and think that you're going to win $100 on it?
Yeah,
it's the same. Like, there's no chance with an onside kick. You're done.
I know you don't like these things, but it sure would have been interesting yesterday if after they scored that touchdown, they had a 4th and 20 instead of an onside kick. Remember that was proposed a while back?
Yeah, I would have hated that.
Yeah, I know you would have hated it, but that would have been interesting.
XFL, man.
4th and 20 and you keep the ball?
XFL, man.
It would have been fun.
Yeah. You're thinking XFL.
Well, it was proposed in the NFL. It was talked about.
Yeah.
It was talked about in the NFL.
You're thinking XFL. You and Vince McMahon, one and the same.
Yeah. Well,
coming up,
not really.
The Hits Are Lit Championship Edition next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Championship edition of the hits, which are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Kansas City 17, Baltimore 10. Chiefs go back to the Super Bowl. 3 wins on the road in the playoffs this year. 2 of them were by Kansas City. They happen to be in Baltimore and in Buffalo. I would say that's a pretty decent path.
That's all right.
By the Kansas City Chiefs. Detroit, Cinderella season over. San Francisco overcomes a 24-7 halftime deficit. They win the game 31-24.
Pretty remarkable just in terms of the final outcome because it was a 17-point lead. You're dominating on the run. I really feel this isn't a confession. I think it's just it could be, but like Ben Johnson is getting quite the pass today. Quite the pass because of Dan Campbell. He should be thanking.
What did he do so bad?
He stopped running the ball in the second half when you had a 17-point lead and you rushed for 135 yards. And this is going under the radar as well. What the hell are you running the ball for at the goal line when you're trying to save time and
just trying to surprise him? I guess.
Dude,
I don't know.
But
even then, I'm not using a timeout.
What are you doing? Like Ben Johnson's a great offensive mind, next level play caller. He's getting a pass, man. He's getting a pass here, as is Jahmyr Gibbs, as is Josh Reynolds. But thank you, Dan Campbell, I guess. Like that was like, what are you doing? 17-point lead. You're dominating?
He's getting hired by Washington this week, right?
Probably.
Is that what's happening?
I would guess no. His interview's not till tomorrow, but
okay. So he'll be. You think Ben Johnson is the coach of the?
I do.
Before we're in Vegas.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe Wednesday. Maybe Tuesday night. Maybe tomorrow night.
Yeah.
My view, anyway.
Yeah.
But he did not have a good second half. Like that. Like he's getting a pass. Dude, that was the most dominant offensive run game I've ever seen against this Niners team.
The fumble, too, man.
And then the fumble. Just run the damn ball and you win. And Dan Campbell doesn't have to take the ball out of Dan Campbell's hands is what you're doing. And then you get down there, you still have a shot. 2nd down and 2. I got an idea. Let me try to run the ball. What's going on? Like he's... Low key, he should be blamed, not blamed, but he's catching a pass.
I wonder if he's getting any in Detroit.
I gotta believe so, right?
I don't know what they're thinking in Detroit. I found multiple people saying they'll be back. Like this is easy to go to the conference championship.
It's not easy.
They'll be back. Yeah. They'll be back. This is just the beginning. It's hard.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell himself said that. Here's Dan Campbell. If you don't believe me, let's hear the man himself. This is head coach of the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell.
It's a lesson learned, and look, I told those guys, this may have been our only shot. Do I think that? No. Do I believe that? No. However, I know how hard it is to get here. I'm well aware, and it's going to be twice as hard to get back to this point next year than it was this year. That's the reality. And if we don't have the same hunger and the same work, which is a whole other thing, once we get the offseason, then we got no shot of getting back here. I don't care how much better we get or what we add or what we draft. It's irrelevant. It's going to be tough. Everybody in our division is going to be loaded back up, and, you're not hiding from anybody anymore. Everybody's going to want a piece of you, and which is fine, which is fine. But so it's hard. You want to make the most of every opportunity, and we had an opportunity, and we just couldn't close it out.
All right, Coach.
He's not wrong.
No, that's brutal honesty.
Yeah, he's not wrong. No doubt.
Brutal honesty. It's also kind of channeling expectations, I think. I think there's a CYA factor there. Because Ben Johnson's gone, I think he's screwed. Like Nick Sirianni was screwed when he lost his coordinators. I feel like there's like hey,
we're going to have a new coordinator next year.
Just so you know,
do you have any idea how hard it is to win in the NFL?
These aren't the expectations. It's hard in this league to get here.
Yeah,
which he's right.
Let me tell you how good it was that
you guys are something else.
Yeah, exactly.
It was kind of interesting though because there wasn't a. For as much as I call Dan Campbell a bit coach, and I'm very glad that he doesn't coach the Texans. There wasn't like a house money feel there.
With the Lions?
Yeah, like with him, that did not feel. It didn't like because I could if you would have told
look
me
how they came out.
If you told me he was going to go up there and say,
"Yeah,
I'm so proud of this team, and I'll fight with these guys anytime. I'm going to remember these guys," I would have believed you.
Yeah.
He didn't do that.
No, he didn't do that.
He didn't do that.
No, he didn't. And look at how they came out, dude. They went boom, boom, boom in San Francisco.
Jameson Williams, man. Thought he was going to be a Texan at one point.
Yeah.
Fortunately, they got Kenyon Green, though.
Okay, all right. I'll take that trade.
Kyle Hamilton in the first game, he was all over the place.
Yeah, he was.
Could have had him with their original pick. They traded back.
Oh, that guy too, huh?
Yeah, him too.
Yeah.
And then George Karlaftis with the Chiefs. He looks all right.
Not him, right? They couldn't have had him, could they?
Yeah, they could have.
Okay.
They got Kenyon Green though. It was kind of a weird weird reminder of
Let's
that.
go Kenyon Green. Come on now.
I'm not, I'm obviously you're going to miss on some draft picks, but I just wish it weren't a guard.
Yeah.
That you missed. I wish there was like a crappy receiver or something like that I could point to and say, guard, man.
It's not going to haunt Caserio because he's done so much.
No.
But it ain't a great look.
No, but yesterday it was weird.
Yeah.
Jameson Williams, man. Oh, well. I'm moving on.
Are you?
Yeah, I've moved on. Opening Super Bowl line, it started out at San Francisco -1.5. Book your bet. I'm getting in the I'm not going to bet against Patrick Mahomes ever again territory that I was with Tom Brady. I had a history of betting against Tom Brady. Like in Vegas, I bet against him when I was in Vegas at a sports book when Marshawn Lynch thing happened.
You were there?
I was there, and I was on the other side of it. Seattle money line. And then when I bet on the Jags to beat the Patriots, I was on that side. So
it was looking good for a while.
Well,
yeah.
So I'm getting there with Patrick Mahomes because I took Baltimore yesterday, and I'm just kind of getting to where I'm just, am I going to do this anymore? The answer is yes. I'm taking San Francisco.
Are you really?
Yes.
Because I was actually going to say the same thing. I know this kind of jinxed C.J. Stroud when I said I just can't bet against him. I just can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. I'll be pulling for the Niners. Kind of like the Lions game. I was pulling for the Niners, but I thought the Niners would win going in. I can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. Can't do it. I learned my lesson too.
Do you find yourself liking Mahomes, or do you dislike? Are you finding yourself disliking?
I think he's
Mahomes?
a likable person. Mm-hmm. I hate him as the Chiefs quarterback because it's like, come on, man, enough already. But I do think, and I said this earlier, there's something about watching a guy play at that level, do things that no one has ever done. And I get, Tom Brady won more Super Bowls. You brought this point up, and I think it's accurate. He's better than Tom Brady
at his best.
At his best, yes.
Yeah. Does that mean he's going to have the body of work? No.
Right.
Longevity is a part of NFL, yes, but at his best, like if you told me you get to pick this guy at his best, I'm taking Mahomes over Brady every time.
And I don't disagree because of what he can do by himself.
He's also gotten to where he uses his legs. He can extend play. He's got a better arm. His arm's right there. He's got the intangibles, all that.
Yeah. So there's just something about like watching, that it's kind of hard to say I hate the guy.
You know what the damnedest thing is though, and you hear it a lot where sometimes there's like records. Seeing Jerry Rice's records just get broken by Travis Kelce is kind of wild to me.
It's wild to me too, but Jerry Rice, I know you don't always give older players their props.
Yeah.
Best I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
Best I've ever seen.
Yeah. That Dancing with the Stars stint kind of ruined it for me.
Maybe that's what did it.
Yeah, it ruined it for me. No, Jerry was the man. He was, and those braids, man. Those braids with the Seahawks and the Raiders, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I wasn't into it as a Raiders guy.
Travis Kelce's a GOAT, though. So is Mahomes, I think. I think they're both GOAT status.
Absolutely.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Rockets hosting the Lakers tonight. Man, I feel bad for these fans because I don't want to say this is what's going to happen, but Lakers played quite a long game on Saturday night. Was it Friday night? Friday or Saturday night, they played the double overtime game against the Golden State Warriors. Saturday night. LeBron and Anthony Davis played a lot of minutes. So if you bought tickets to see LeBron James at the Toyota Center, I could see him and Anthony Davis sitting this one out.
Yeah. God, that stinks.
Sell it for a high price.
Man,
I could see him sitting it out.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
They won 145-144, double overtime.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron James, how many minutes do you think LeBron James played in this game? 48 minutes.
48? I was going to go less than that.
Anthony Davis played 45. Austin Reeves played 47. D'Angelo Russell played 49. Hell, they might
arrest them all.
Let's take this day off, fellas.
Arrest them all.
You know what? You know who's going to be getting a lot of minutes here?
Who?
Christian Wood, man.
Well, there you go.
Christian Wood, there you go.
He might start.
Yeah.
This is karma for all you folks that try to put Christian Wood on this pedestal. Y'all got to watch him now in a Lakers uniform and watch LeBron in his suit on the side.
Oh, man, that stinks.
Coming up, how the Texans can have what went down yesterday, and are they closer than we think? Championship Reaction Monday continues next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Your favorite free Odyssey app.
All right, so Championship Sunday, a tradition like no other. Texans fans sitting on their butts and watching other teams play football.
That's the tradition.
It's all we know. It's all we know around here. Now, it was a little more fun this week because you're sitting there watching, the Baltimore Ravens. You're watching the Kansas City Chiefs. You're watching DeMeco Ryans' former squad, the San Francisco 49ers, as well as Bobby Slowick's. And you're watching the Detroit Lions team that, hell, they might not be proportional, but it's similar, the same process that you were in not too long ago. So I ask you, what is the path for the Texans to get somewhere they've never been before?
You know what the best part of the path is? It's not about leadership, people. Like, over the course of their entire existence, it's like, hey, is Charlie Casserly the right guy? He's the guy that drafted, Mario Williams, et cetera. Rather than, just go down the list.
Yeah.
From Dom Capers and Charlie Casserly, Gary Kubiak, love him, awesome. I'm not sure he'll ever win a Super Bowl. He did.
Yeah.
But, hey, Rick Smith, what are you doing, man? Rick Smith was very unfairly treated here for the most part. Then you got Bill O'Brien. What does this numbskull do? So the best thing that makes this path easier, you don't have to worry about the guys making the decision.
So basically what you're saying is the most important things that you need, you don't have to worry about. I think you could add quarterback in there.
Absolutely.
Like quarterback, coach, GM, like I don't think you're worried about that. Like there's not and in the Texans' history, when you've had one, you haven't had the other. You had the coach and Gary Kubiak, you didn't have the quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's not even a shot at Matt Schaub. Hell, the 1 year you had the best chance, he got hurt.
Yeah.
So you didn't have the other. You didn't have the quarterback. When you had Deshaun Watson, you had B.O.B., who was wetting his pants in big games.
And then Jack.
Yeah. And then you had all that. So it feels like the things that are the biggest concerns, the things that really are the most difficult to find.
Yes.
You're not worried about.
Didn't you feel, I don't know if comforted is the right word, but reassured watching these teams yesterday? Because head coach, we got that guy. General manager, we got the guy. Quarterback, we got that guy. Dude, it's just filling in the blanks now, man. It's just tweaking. Now you do have to find a stud tight end. That's one that really resonated with me yesterday.
I think you need backs.
You need running. Well, that's almost like a given.
But I think it's easier to get the backs. I think there's a clear path.
Yeah.
I don't know where the stud tight end comes into play.
Like you've got to find one.
Yeah.
Get me one of those George Kittle, Sam Laporta.
Yeah, let me get right on that.
Travis Kelce.
Okay. Mark Andrews.
Andrews guys.
Let's get it.
Get me one of those guys.
Let's get it, man.
I want one of
Let's
those.
look in the 5th round, man. Pick up one.
I want one of those guys. Is that asking too much?
Yes, it is.
Give me a beer, too, while you're there.
Yeah, perhaps is.
Yeah. Give me a Jameer Gibbs guy. I want one of those.
I mean, you can figure that out. You can get a Saquon or a Jacobs or something like that, and then invest in the running backs. They need to be able to run the rock.
But come on. I'm worried about one thing more than anything else.
What's that?
Offensive line.
It is what it is, you know. Like I'm
tired of that, and I said it.
No, and I don't mean that in like the term that drives this show nuts. When I say it is what it is, I'm not saying I'm saying they've already invested in this offensive line. For better or worse, that's what they're going to roll with.
I don't like that answer.
Well, I don't either.
What could you do, though?
I don't like that.
What can we do for it?
That's my point.
I don't love it either. I think they could move on from Kenyon Green and not worry about it. But as far as the tackles, your tackles are your tackles.
I still don't like that answer.
But I think there's hope for the O-line, perhaps. Perhaps.
I'm watching Detroit. I mean,
San Fran?
All these teams. Yeah, San Francisco. I'm like, they have the coach, they have the general manager, they have the quarterback, they have the ownership, which should not be underplayed. The ownership is all of a sudden, lockstep. They have key parts. I can't accept that offensive line discussion. I know sometimes you have to accept it, but there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way to bolster that line into one of those types of teams.
Like what? You want to use your first round pick on a tackle when you've already paid Titus Howard?
No, it doesn't make sense. But I mean, it's frustrating. It's the most frustrating thing left with this team.
It's not going to change. I mean, unless they just improve within and figure some stuff out. It's just I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, but it's just frustrating. And I don't want to accept that because you can get there from here with the running back position.
By the way, man, I'm watching that game yesterday. I'm watching San Fran.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm thinking about is like D'Amico and Bobby Slowick, and I'm trying to watch it through like the localized lenses that I live my life looking through. Man, it's easy to see where Bobby got his love for reverses, but I just don't know.
They worked.
Well, they got Debo running them. Like even when they don't work in San Francisco, it's like Debo Samuel lost 2 yards. I'm like, okay, that's fine. That was worth it. Like I wonder if Kyle Shanahan, if you gave him Bobby Slowick's personnel, if he's running reverses with Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie and Noah Brown.
The man loves his reverses.
And it's easy to see why he loves them.
The man loves them.
They need some.
Hell, the Lions did it.
They need some violence, man. I think Nico Collins runs with violence, but you watched the whole game, right? You stayed locked in the whole time.
Oh yeah,
dude. I was at I went by the corner store yesterday, and I was talking to the guy there, and he's just chatting me out about the game and stuff. He's like, "Oh, Lions got this easy. Lions got this easy. This is a beat down. Blah blah blah." It was at half. And I was like, "Yeah, I can't disagree with you. I doubt you were saying. I doubt you were saying this before, though." And he starts laughing. I'm like, "It's 24/7 now. That's easy to say now."
Yeah.
But as soon as I saw the way Debo Samuel was running, I was like, "Dude, that's like contagious." Like it was like, man, this like the way that the anger that he was playing with. It was like, okay, this guy might not let them lose.
Yes.
And the Texans don't have that. Like, even when Singletary's out there, Nico has it to a certain point.
Damian Pierce.
Yeah.
Just not a fit.
You got to be able to run. You don't just run into the butt of your guard and fall down.
Right, but he's got that. He does have that characteristic.
They need to get, like, whether it's Saquon, whether it's Jacobs, they need someone who can just, like, I don't there's no measurement for it. It's just, it's just, like,
no, it's
so intense.
You're
man.
right. The other thing I hate is these I told you so guys. Like,
which one?
After the fact. There's some here. I got tweeted yesterday. By the way, I got a question for you guys because maybe I just forgot. You were tagged on it. Figgy might have been tagged on it too.
I'm very good at avoiding it.
After the Chiefs game,
some
guy said, "Hey, Landry, remind me anytime Lopez says something is a lock to bet the other way." I didn't say anything was a lock.
I think we both thought that the Ravens had a chance to blow out the Chiefs. Who cares?
Did we
I
say
also
it was
said
a
take
lock?
the over in the San Francisco Lions game. So you went 50-50.
Did I say that's a lock? Well, I think we're like most likely to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about a lot.
People are weird, man.
Yeah. I mean,
we are not genies, man.
People are.
We don't tell the
JJ is
future.
experiencing it.
Yeah, JJ said if I knew what was going to happen, I'd be living in Vegas, going to the sports book every day.
Yeah, because some dude was calling him out.
You just tell the reason. The variables are what makes it great. There's a lot of variables that make it great, but you just lay out why you think that.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar Jackson. What do we make of Lamar Jackson? He had him and the Ravens had their way with the Texans for a half, and then it was kind of more of the same for him as he walked off the field after being handed the loss to the Chiefs. Like, what are we to make of that? Because I think of the Chiefs. I don't feel like they're going anywhere. I could see the Ravens kind of taking a big step back next year because I don't think the weapons are as good. There's a lot of free agents,
26.
There's a ton of free agents.
Yeah.
And Joe Burrow's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Burrow, like, the thing about, if you're looking at this from a Texans point of view, you're looking at Baltimore and you're looking at Kansas City and you're looking at the division and you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself, right?
Yeah.
But Joe Burrow, when healthy, and I don't think he was ever fully healthy this year. And let's be honest, if the Bengals back into the playoffs and Joe Burrow's healthy, I don't know who wants to see him.
Yeah.
But Joe Burrow, when healthy, he's always been in the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think Baltimore is going to be like a significant hurdle, or do you think they kind of take steps back? Because I feel like this was a very demoralizing loss for the Ravens, maybe even more so than the Lions, because I don't want to say the Lions were playing with house money, but Baltimore, I mean, you had the Kansas City Chiefs in your spot. You can probably make a case that as much as they won, you could probably convince yourself, man, we made so many mistakes and let it get away from us. Where are we at there?
I think, first of all, Lamar Jackson picked a hell of a time to be alive because he's alive the same time as Patrick Mahomes. That hurdle is always going to be there. That's not going anywhere. Then, to the point that you just made, I could see them taking a step back. But I don't know if Baltimore has any of the complementary pieces that some of these other teams in the AFC have. I mean, I don't know if they're outside of Zay Flowers. I don't know if they wouldn't trade rosters with the Texans. Offensively.
Zay Flowers.
Yeah. I mean, OBJ was a nowhere man.
Yeah, he's washed.
Yeah.
He's cooked.
I know they got Mark Andrews, but man, it's going to be tough for Baltimore to get back. You say it was more shocking. I think it was more shocking, like just overall, because they expected to be there. They were at home and all that stuff. The Lions were just like giddy, and then all of a sudden the shock was that they gave it up.
I mean, they were dumping them.
Oh my gosh!
Which way would you rather lose, Lions way or Baltimore way?
Probably Baltimore way. Yeah, because of who you're losing to, and there was self-inflicted, but not like boneheaded decisions.
The home teams in the playoffs. You can put a bow on this because the Super Bowl's neutral site. 9-3. Kansas City won at Buffalo and at Baltimore, and Green Bay won in Dallas at Jerry World.
Hey, Green Bay's going to be a factor for the Lions next year.
So Chicago's going to be better.
Yeah.
So I mean, the Vikings are going to be better.
Mm-hmm.
They lost their quarterback this year, so yeah, it's going to be hard for Dan Campbell. And then the other thing that they're looking at, and this is something that we experienced. Now the Lions are going to kind of have to cross their fingers, is that Ben Johnson could end up in Detroit. I've told you what I would do if I were the owner. I'm firing Dan Campbell and I'm promoting Ben Johnson. I'm serious. I am. That's what I'm doing. That's what I thought Atlanta should have done when they let Kyle Shanahan walk. That's what maybe in hindsight the Texans probably should have fired Bill O'Brien and kept Mike Vrabel. Shane Steichen instead of Nick Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
You're fired, sir. Hey, thanks for your service.
Landry, that's never going to happen.
I know it's not going to happen, but that's what I would do.
I just think what they have that
I can't believe Sean mansplained that to Figgy. Figgy played along and said, "Well, then Slowick might end up in Washington." Sean said, "It's never going to happen."
Dan Campbell was not getting fired.
All right, whatever,
I
dude.
can't believe he mansplained you.
You shouldn't downplay what, as much of a boneheaded decision it was, what he's built there. I think Ben Johnson's going to be really good, but there's no guarantees.
Okay.
As a head coach.
So we weren't downplaying Sirianni last year, right?
Well, no, look, there are a lot of success stories. There's a lot that aren't.
Yeah.
You know? So I think Ben Johnson's going to be a good head coach, but there's no guarantee.
They also don't, it's not like they have like a long-term-ish quarterback.
He
like,
does
what
know
are they going
this
to do with
roster,
golf?
though.
What are they going to do with golf?
Yeah, he's kind of Matt Schaub.
Yeah. It's a great comparison.
Yeah, he's Matt Schaub.
Great comparison right there.
I mean, you got to upgrade there at some point, because who knows how that's going to go.
I think if you told me I can either hire Dan Campbell or David Culley, I would flip a coin.
Come on,
I would flip a coin.
Get the hell out of here. Now that's just too far.
I would flip a coin. I would flip a coin.
David Culley didn't even know where to stand on the field.
Okay. Flip a coin.
That's too much.
It's a coin toss.
Man, you hate you some.
I've
Dan
learned that basically I'm the head coach.
Yeah. Culley or Dan Campbell? I'd have to think, which DC do I want?
Come on, man.
Dan Campbell or David Culley?
The most important thing about football is the football.
All right, maybe I'll take Dan Campbell.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
We're good. Yeah.
We'll have a chance to win football games. How many? I don't know.
And you take
that dude was our head coach, man.
It's unbelievable.
So we got a lot of connections with D'Amico. San Francisco players going to be saying a lot of good things about old D'Amico. Then we're going to have Andy Reid. I think he was with Andy for a year, if I'm not mistaken, in Philly. So we're gonna have a lot of local ties when we're in Vegas, thanks to Yingling Flight and the Low T Center.
It's going to be a blast.
Give me some interviews. I need to talk to Minahu. He won't say much.
Oh, God. He's already saying a lot on Twitter.
Justin Reed.
Yeah, Justin Reed's a connection.
Oh, to Sean Gibson. Hey, why weren't you playing in that game against the Chiefs? What was your deal with O'Brien? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
All the San Francisco guys. You got the Kubiaks there. Yeah. Trent Williams.
Hell, Shanahan.
Yeah. He's going to have too much around him.
No, I'm just saying, he's another connection.
Do you think they still like Media Day or they hate it?
I don't think they like it.
But I think I'll say this. I don't know if he'll admit it. I think Minahu and Justin Reed both like it.
Oh, yeah. No, certain players do.
Because they're just sitting by themselves.
You know, all the great things that the NFL has done, they've ruined Media Day. Like everything is always better and bigger and, helps their ratings. Media Day is not it's not what it was.
It's awesome, dude. It's a free-for-all.
It stinks.
The best.
It stinks.
It's the best.
No.
You know what's happening here, Figgy? I know this guy so well. God, I know this guy so well.
What?
This is I know Lopez so well. I know exactly what he's doing right now.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking
You're
about.
not full of me, buddy.
What is that?
You're not full of me, buddy.
Well, I'm interested.
Say what you just said.
It stinks.
Media Day, right?
Yeah.
It's pointless?
Yeah.
You don't like it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of things to get. He's setting it up to where if he's on the lake and misses Media Day, he can now say that it's irrelevant and it doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm not going Monday.
Okay.
I'm having dinner Monday, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're going to Media Day from dinner.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's so you're wrong. I think I'm going Wednesday or Thursday fishing at Lake Mead.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
So the weight loss plan has been just so good.
Factor is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Oh, I think Lopez is going to get defensive with my first one. Get that popcorn ready.
All right, I'm ready.
I think he's going to get defensive with my first one.
Okay.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
I'd rather lose in the divisional round than lose the way the Lions did in the AFC Championship.
Really?
Yes. Little twist on what Sean was talking about.
Well, if D'Amico did that.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's what I'm saying. Like right now in Detroit.
But D'Amico wouldn't do that.
No, I know he wouldn't. But I'm saying I'd rather lose in the divisional round than lose the way the Lions did. Right now in Detroit, they kind of wonder if they have any hope.
Do you think the type of player that Dan Campbell is kind of impacts things?
Yes.
Because yes, I think so too. Because like you look at like the line, there's a linebacker trend right now where Antonio Pierce got hired, D'Amico Ryans has been hired, Gerard Mayo got hired, Mike Vrabel's been a coach before, and then you have like the former coach, QB guru type of guy, and these are all guys that need to be smart on the football field and know what's going on. Dan Campbell was just an adrenaline-filled meathead.
Yes.
Like you remember, and a lot of people don't even know this was him. You remember the Giants versus Terrell Owens and Jeff Garcia and the 49ers when they botched the snap and then the guy's running and throw the ball.
No.
The guy who throws his helmet up and almost hits someone in the head is Dan Campbell with the long-ass hair. That's Dan Campbell. Do you think the fact that he was just a high adrenaline, high testosterone meathead kind of impacts the way he coaches?
Yes. I think that decision he made, the second one, I was okay with the first one. I know you weren't, but I was okay with the first one. He became a caricature of himself. Like he is a caricature. Even more so. He is a caricature. He became like Dennis Rodman. Hey, people love me when I dye my hair and I have 4 tattoos. What if I wear a wedding dress and have 78 tattoos? Like you become a caricature of himself. Right now in Detroit, they really legitimately, and I don't blame him, wonder if they ever are going to have a chance to do this again. It's largely because of Dan Campbell and those decisions and losing Ben Johnson. In Houston, tough loss, embarrassing loss. I think the moment was too big for him.
I mean, look at this.
But nobody
moron
here doesn't have hope.
Look at this moron, dude.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Watch this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this goofball.
Yep.
He almost hits the guy in the damn head with his helmet. You're telling me this guy's going to make clutch decisions?
Yeah.
Come on, look at this. This effing guy.
I'd rather lose the Texans' way than that.
Watch this. These are my confessions. I kind of feel like there's a path to keeping Gerard Johnson and Bobby Slowick, but in like the non-traditional type of way.
Okay. Is this the one that's going to make me defensive?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if Gerard Johnson, who's interviewed with the Saints a second time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think if he goes to New Orleans, he might be back next year. I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not even kidding. So I'm almost rooting for Gerard to take a bad job, because if he goes to New Orleans and Dennis Allen does bad, the coaching staff gets fired, and then all of a sudden Bobby Slowick, let's say he gets a head job, you can just say, hey, Gerard, Bobby held it down for you. You know the system. Come on back down. So I'm actually rooting for Gerard to go to New Orleans because I think he's going to be looking for a job this time next year.
See, but you're underestimating his skills. What if the offense is great and he gets fired and he gets elevated like Antonio Pierce?
Well, then that would be great for him.
Yeah, exactly.
But chances are I don't know what he's going to be able to do with Derek Carr. It's going to be difficult. I won't lose any respect for him. I feel like there could be a 2-step process where, Gerard, go to New Orleans.
That's not a bad idea.
We'll see you in 2 years.
I'm not going to get defensive about it because it's not a bad idea, but I think he's going to excel, wherever he goes. Just a matter of the head coach does.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I had a light bulb moment yesterday when the Chiefs clinched the Super Bowl. A lot of people are getting irritated with Taylor Swift stuff. We'll get used to it because it's going to be 2 weeks of stuff. And even I'm a little irritated, and I really like her. But I think I know someone who hates Taylor Swift going to the Super Bowl more than anyone else.
Who?
Like, there is one person, Figgy.
Who?
Can you guess?
Who?
There is one person who hates Taylor Swift going to the Super Bowl more than anyone else.
Who?
A media person? Or?
No, just one person who will be at the Super Bowl That's a big hint. Hates Taylor Swift going more than anyone else.
Sean?
Usher. Dude.
He doesn't care.
Oh.
Nah, it's actually going to be good
This
for
is
him.
his show, his
Incorrect.
stage. When he starts
Incorrect.
singing, where are the cameras going to be focused?
Yeah, and she's going to be dancing to all his jams, which is
Yes.
going to make him look better.
I think, no.
Yeah, she's going to know every word, and she's going to be dancing, and
Because
it's
she
going to
does
make
that.
him look
Remember
even
at the
better.
Grammys and all
Yeah,
that? She's going
She's going to
nuts.
make him. She's going to make it
No,
look even better.
He hates it. I would.
Nah, come on.
Like,
He loves
hey,
it.
man, I'm down here.
I think during the game, I think the halftime show going to be focused on Usher, but leading up to the game, it's about Taylor Swift. They're going to talk about Taylor Swift more than the halftime show.
But at halftime, they're going to pan up there, and she's going to be doing
But it's
all
going to
that
be
crazy-
sick. She's going to be
He's
dancing
like,
to his
dude,
jams.
I'm singing right here.
She's going to be dancing to his jams.
Yeah, and taking away some of the limelight.
You think he's going to do all right?
Usher?
I think, I actually been to an Usher show before, and I was impressed. I wasn't like a diehard Usher fan, but he put on a really good show.
Okay.
I think he hates it.
So Lil Jon and Ludacris are definitely going to be there, right? That's a given. Duh.
They better, yeah.
That's a duh.
Yeah.
That's
I would be disappointed if they wasn't.
Yeah.
That's a duh. He's going to play nice and slow. You got it bad, all that. What's he going to speed it up? Love in this club, all that?
He got a lot of pop records,
Don't bring
man.
Jeezy on stage, man. Don't bring Jeezy on stage. You're dead to me if you do that. Seriously.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so yesterday I got kind of saved, brother.
How's that?
I got very lucky. So
Are we talking gambling?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's construction in my neighborhood. Ran over a nail, man. And it was such to where it was like on the inside to where like even my goofy ass, I would have a hard time patching, but it would be a real hard time
that's
patching
a hard
there.
one.
Like it wasn't on the side, but it was like on the inside, like right. But
Those are usually you got to change the tire.
Well, I went to the corner store. My tire was down to 6. I was like, man, crap, am I going to have to leave this here at night? There was an auto shop right across the street.
Oh, wow.
The lights were on. They were supposed to be closed. The lights were on. So I went to that auto shop. I drove like flat hazards on.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys were there. They weren't even open, but they were working on a car. And they patched that thing for me, man.
Really? And that's a hard patch.
No, it was a hard patch.
Yeah,
like these
that's a
guys
hard
got
patch.
like a full body workout and they dropped everything they did.
Yeah.
TSM Automotive.
Give them a shout
out there. These two guys,
Yeah.
they helped me. And you know what the best part was about these guys, TSM Automotive?
What's that?
They didn't have a price before, so they had me by the coconuts.
Yeah.
They had me by the coconuts.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst, man.
And I was like, okay, well, they're saving me anyways, and
It's
you know
worth the
whatever.
price.
These guys
Yeah,
seem
yeah.
like great dudes. I was talking to them. They charged me $20, man,
dude.
And I said, here's 60.
That's the going rate.
I said, here's 60.
Yeah.
I said, here's 60. Not even open or anything like that. But I was almost screwed.
Man,
they helped me, and they weren't even open, man. They weren't even
Those are
open.
some good dudes. I'm glad you gave them a shout out.
Shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out.
One of them, Oblud. I was trying to. Hey, I was like, hey.
Hey, let's do it.
Yeah, good job.
let's go.
Thumbs up.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was more irritated with Travis Kelce post game than anything they did with Taylor Swift during the game.
What?
He just forced it.
That's him.
Forced.
Him.
Did you see him after the game?
It's him, bro.
During this win, you became the all-time postseason leader in receptions in the playoffs. You moved past Jerry Rice. I know it was all about the win, but this was legendary stuff that happened out here today.
Shout out to Jerry Rice, baby. The Chiefs are still the Chiefs, and believe it. You gotta fight for your right to party!
It was forced.
Believe
He was
it, baby. We
being
going to
asked
Las
about Jerry
Vegas.
Rice and the receiving record in the postseason and all that. He's like, well, I got to get this in because I got to give the people what they want.
He's got to.
That's
like as if you smell what the Rock is cooking.
But
I'll defend him on this.
Really?
I'll defend him on this.
He just totally forced it.
But that's what he is. He's
Don't
not
talk about a bit.
Yeah, he's a bit.
I mean, that's
Dude, he had a Flavor of Love style reality show. What do you think?
I saw that and I'm
you
like,
expecting?
I'm like, he was just chomping at no matter what Jim Nantz asked him, he was going to do that. I mean, it was forced beyond forced.
By the way, Seeing Jerry Rice records get broken makes me feel happy.
I don't
inside.
understand that.
Just don't like Jerry Rice. I cried this week watching TV. Watching TV. I'll confess, I cried this week watching television. 100,000%.
What was it?
Love on the Spectrum season 2. If you you don't like at least like have to fight it back in the final scene there, it is so authentic. It's such a good show. Wife was watching it. I watched it. I'm entertained by just the bluntness and the dating. Love on the Spectrum 2. I cried. That's confession number 1. I don't want to tell you. It's just cool, man.
Okay.
It's just cool to see these people find significant others.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
That's confession number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Confession number 2. So, Love on the Spectrum is
I'm familiar.
It's people with autism finding their ways, finding their significant others and all this stuff like this. And I've told him this before, so I'm not being a jerk. One of the guys on that show, the one that speed dates.
I know what's coming.
The one that speed dates.
Has he got anything in common with Stevie Wonder?
No.
Okay.
No. But the one that speed dates on that show, and people are gonna see this. He reminds me so much of Mike Meltzer, it's ridiculous. Dude, I am not kidding you. I am not kidding you. If you watch Love on the Spectrum, the guy who goes speed dating, tell me he does not remind you of Mike Meltzer.
Well, I'm relatively sure.
Like even the way he delivers his words, like, and they're like so precise and everything right there. Like he was speed dating this girl, and she said she didn't like nature, so he puts no on her, like right in front of her. But he ends up kind of like regretting the decision. But he goes, perhaps I was hasty with my decision. And I'm like, dude, that's Meltzy.
Yeah.
That's Meltzy, dude.
Well, I mean, if you don't think Meltzer's on the spectrum, what are we doing?
All right. Now you're taking it too far.
No, he is. Sure he is. He is.
I think he might agree with you.
Yeah, he is.
Coming up.
It's not a shot.
The worst way to lose. What is the worst way to lose, and what do the Texans need to avoid that feeling on championship weekend? That's next.
In the Loop.
This team has $34 million more than they had in 2022. Why are we like, I don't want to spend that money?
Because the pool of free agents that want to be here is such to where you don't have to overpay guys. Guys want to be here.
You're at the big boys table now. There's never been a better time to address big free agents.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
Patients everywhere are experiencing joint pain relief thanks to QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. So how does this non-surgical approach work? QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Aaron Wolkoff explains.
It's like when you get a paper cut, and the cells that come onto that scene first stop the bleeding, and then it recruits more cells to form new skin and new soft tissue. And then you look down a week later, 2 weeks later, and it's like nothing happened, and that paper cut never existed.
In this same way, QC Kinetics uses your natural biologics to help repair and restore aching knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
We take those same similar cells in different areas that are arthritic, are painful, and we cause this kind of internal self-healing that can resolve patients' pain.
Relief without surgery. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
Call QC Kinetics 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Genetics, straight.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lonnie.
The haves and the wants. Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up at 120, excuse me. The biggest lie ever told. Come on, dude. You serious? Me? Shannon Sharp got told the biggest lie ever. Ever. So what do the Texans have that the teams that played yesterday have? What do they have that could get them where they've never been before?
Yeah, there's good news here, man. You are and we can talk about this, and we did talk about it, like with the quarterback and all that. You're a lot closer to the AFC to playing yesterday in that game, not yesterday's game, but in a future game like it, than this organization has ever been. Let's go to what they have. Agree, disagree, discuss. They have a head coach that won't turn stupid. And that's not a little thing.
Yeah, that was pathetic.
No, he turned stupid.
Seth and Sean kind of disagree. I think Seth kind of understood it a little bit more.
I can't.
He was talking about talking about chess. Like you're trying. I just don't. I think people are trying too hard. I don't think the math is the math.
Yeah.
Because math is not math. Math. You can simplify it and say it's math, but the more you advance, and in football, they're like on this scale, you're advanced. There's something called variables, and a lot of times this math just ignores variables.
Variables like this is the AFC Championship game, bro, and this isn't Minnesota on a Thursday night.
Yeah, this is NFC title game, AFC title game.
You're on the road.
Yeah.
The feel for the game is real.
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising because I said he became a caricature of himself, and this kind of feeds into that. You can say what you want about Dan Campbell. I got to believe he had a good feel for things. Like that's one of his things is reading players, building them up.
Dude, he got a 5-yard penalty against the Cowboys and went for it.
Had a bit of a tantrum.
Yeah, but then he went for it anyways. Like he went for the extra point. What's the percentage there?
No, I understand that, but like feel for the game, a little bit of a surprise. But DeMeco Ryans will not turn stupid in that same situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Quarterback, obviously. How much time? We don't even have to spend much time on this.
Yeah.
You got the quarterback. Here's where it gets really good. A next-level play caller, at least for now. And I think going into next year, you have Bobby Slowick. I actually didn't think Brock Purdy was like, wow, Joe Montana, which is being written right now, by the way. But I guess
who wrote that?
It was somebody in San Francisco.
Was it like that San Francisco John McClane that always has to bring up Warren Moon?
I can tell you it wasn't Ray Ratto because he torched him when he tweeted the story. Ray Ratto is one of the all-time great smart Alex. I thought it was Shanahan. Purdy was good. I'm not gonna say he wasn't.
By the way, what's the difference in the hat game between Bobby Slowick and Kyle Shanahan?
What?
Has there ever been someone who can rock a flat bill like Kyle Shanahan?
He does rock it. Even
he's just sitting there with the hoodie and like the
he looks cool.
The sheet.
Yeah,
guy's got to win a title.
He deserves it. And then Ben Johnson. That was next level stuff. Except he turned into a dummy himself in the second half. Not running the ball and running it on second down and goal or whatever it was down there when the clock was ticking. And of course Andy Reid. You have a next level play caller. You have a shut-down corner. Somebody like that in the secondary makes a world of difference in big games like this, like Kyle Hamilton it did yesterday as well, the type of player that he is. Now, what do you need? It's almost like all but one thing is very gettable and doable. We've talked about running back and receivers, so I don't think we necessarily need to do that here. Like, what else do they need?
They need running backs.
I know.
Okay?
I just said that.
Running backs. Running backs.
This ties with running back.
Weapons.
And this is the most difficult one there is. They need a badass offensive line. Man, it was a thing of beauty watching these guys.
Good luck with that, sir.
I know. I'm very discouraged right now.
Let me. Can we? There's two things like that. They're. I don't know if these positions are set in stone, but they're so far away from them. Two things that I saw yesterday, one in each game.
Okay.
Jalen Petrie can't hold Kyle Hamilton's jock, and I'm not dismissing Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie could end up being fine. That it's unfair to even like at this point compare those guys. It's hard not to watch it, but like I know those stats for Jalen Peters. Like he's not going to be that caliber of ball player. That's next level, and he might be the highest paid offensive lineman of all time, and there might be a portion of people that are all of a sudden offensive line experts that say he deserves to be an all-pro, and we like him, and he's really, really good. Really, really good. Do not compare Trent Williams and Laramie Tunsil.
Okay, yes.
Do not compare Trent Williams and Laramie Tunsil. Trent Williams is an absolute bully in run blocking.
Yes.
Absolute bully in run blocking.
I agree, but I was thinking of someone else. Because this
Aiden Hutchinson and Will Anderson?
No, on the offensive line. Penei Sewell.
Yeah, he's a badass. Yeah, he's better than Laramie, too.
He's better than Laramie, but
yeah,
he was drafted in the first round like Titus.
Yeah, but earlier.
Earlier, but
yeah,
still.
Earlier.
Like
yeah,
you're drafting a first-round tackle?
Yeah, those two tackles are like complete tackles. Laramie's good, but he ain't as good as either one of them.
He was running routes better than some receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, and then he was going
freak.
in motion. Plays both sides.
You see him before the game?
Yeah.
Looked like he wanted to murder someone. He's sitting up there in the front of the the tunnel before they go, and the special team, the long blonde hair guy comes and tries to give him a handshake. He almost was about to say, "Hey, don't you ever interrupt my rhythm right now."
That right there is a first
bite someone's head off.
That right there is a first-round tackle.
Yeah.
That's a first-round tackle.
Yeah, those are elite left tackles, no doubt.
So you got to get a badass offensive line, and I don't know
Not
how
happening,
I don't know how you can get there from here.
They got to get better.
I also would really appreciate if someone would get me a badass tight end.
Well,
like a big time.
Yeah, well.
You said it, and every team yesterday had those were the top 4 tight ends in the league.
Baltimore got there without Andrews for the most part, but yeah, he's still one of the best.
Yeah. This is a little weird, but I feel like it's important for this squad because I go back to last week with Detroit at home. You got to get home field, man. Even if it's just through the divisional round, you've got to play at home. This squad, this crowd, this city.
You think?
It would make a world of difference.
9-3 home teams in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, but 2 of them were Patrick Mahomes, who's an alien. I'm getting more convinced. But, yeah, you got to get home field. And then you touched on this, but I'm going to add a position to it. The middle of the field. How many times did you hear in both games they were talking, well, you got to go to the middle of the field. They got to defend the middle of the field. Give me a monster safety or a monster linebacker.
Well, that's a big list, John.
It's 4 things. You got most of it done. You got the coach, the general manager, the quarterback, the play caller. This is just like, let's tweak this thing. Let's find a way. Like Kyle Hamilton, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's not even the same game. It's not the same game they're playing.
No, that was JV and then varsity.
And Christian Harris is kicking butt.
Yeah.
But I want one of those linebackers that just
Christian could turn into that.
He could.
Yeah. On the text line 713-572-4610. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. What's stopping Brevin Jordan from becoming that tight end?
Brevin Jordan.
He's a good complimentary guy.
Yeah.
We'll give him that. Also on the text line, the 832, damn Landry, not going to happen for the O-line in Houston. Let me explain. You're stuck with Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, which is fine. It could be a lot worse, and those guys could end up playing some really good ball. Those guys are not going to be Penei Sewell or Trent Williams. It's a different class. For me.
You know,
it's a different class.
The whole idea of this, what they have and what they need, happened because I was watching Sewell. And I'm like, that guy's a first. I know he was like number 7 or 8 or whatever and Titus is later first round, not that much later, but later. But still, when I'm watching him, I'm like, that's a first round tackle. That's what one is supposed to look like. Much less a first round guard, number 15 overall.
Oh God!
But we're not mentioning Kenyon Green right now. Like that is what you draft. That's not what they drafted with Titus Howard.
Yeah, those guards in the interior too. They were kind of mauling folks.
And that center.
Yeah.
Ragnow or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see Juice Scruggs eventually doing that.
Maybe.
I could see Juice Scruggs developing that.
Yeah, that's not
Patterson.
That's not a bad
Do you have any imagination of Kenyon Green in a street fight like that, being able to go toe-to-toe? I'm asking.
I don't have any imagination in a street fight.
Yeah.
Like an actual.
Yeah. So Kenyon, like when you're watching like what's going on in the trenches there, like I could find I can imagine Willie Anderson partaking in such a thing and enjoying himself. I could imagine Christian Harris doing so. I could see Blake Cashman doing that. Malik Collins, I think he's up for it. Tunsil and Howard, maybe.
Sure.
But Kenyon Green, probably not.
Yeah, not Kenyon Green.
Man.
We got to see what real first-round tackles looked like yesterday. And it just kind of galvanized the thought that you got to do something with this line. You got to figure something out. People get paid a lot of money to figure these things out. You got to figure something out because you got everything else. It's like, I get it. They're stuck. Yeah, I agree they're stuck. But, man, can't you figure something out on the offensive line? Because that's all you need.
They're not going to change. They can't change anything on the O-line, though. Yeah, if they do, man, that's a big admittance of failure.
All right, do it.
Failure.
No one will be remembering that if you're in the AFC Championship game.
The needs and the wants here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, go around the NFL. Let's relive the best sounds. Let's talk about all the drama going on in the NFL. Coming up next. First, I want to tell you about Texans Turf. Love Texans Turf.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Best sounds from championship weekend. Tony Romo and Jim Nantz, by the way.
Yeah, rough.
It was rough. The game was rough as well. The viral clip before the game was Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes getting into it with Justin Tucker about where his kicking tee was. Immediately, you kind of saw Kelce and Mahomes set the tone. First with a 4th and 2 where Patrick Mahomes finds Travis Kelce, and then the touchdown. This is what those two plays sounded like on CBS, courtesy of Jim Nantz.
Drifting right, throwing. What a catch! That was Kelce pulling it down for the first down on a 4th and 2. Snap inside the 25. Here's Kansas City from the 19, throwing at the goal line, and it's caught by Kelce for the touchdown.
I don't know if he got another target later, but at one point he was 11 targets, 11 catches.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get me one of those guys.
They had it going.
Yeah.
And Lamar had it going early. Lamar Jackson to Zay Flowers tied it up, and this is where you kind of got excited about this game and said, man, this thing might live up to the hype.
Definition of a north-south runner, isn't he? Yes, he is. On the pocket. Cuts away from Chenal, who's trying to get after him for a second time, but the ball is thrown to the end zone, and it's caught! Flowers with the touchdown! The Ravens strike right back from 30 yards out.
That makes it 7-7. Then right back to Travis Kelce. This was 3rd and 5. This was perhaps Mahomes' most impressive play of the day.
Mahomes backpedals to the 37. He's got time. All kinds of time. Now escapes. Fires it at the last second, and Kelce caught it.
Oh, my gosh, that was amazing. Mahomes takes a wicked shot.
I'm just so biased against Tony Romo now. Almost no matter what he says.
This was number 1 on the SportsCenter top 10, and Brandon Ayuk, who made a hell of a play himself, he actually put this out on Instagram and said, how did this beat my play?
How does it?
This was one that, I'll be honest, you might have need to put a tie on the door for Bill Polian, because once upon a time, Bill Polian said Lamar Jackson should be a receiver.
Well,
you know, he was all hot and heavy with this one.
2nd and 5. Ball batted up into the air and caught by Jackson. He caught his own pass.
That's one of the greatest plays I've ever seen.
He almost took that to the crib too.
Oh, he almost did.
They tripped him. If he would have taken that to the crib,
yeah, then it would have been one of the greatest plays you've ever seen.
And then this was the one that turned it around. Started the 4th quarter, first play, 2nd and 8. So the first down had already been picked up. Zay Flowers, minutes earlier, had picked up an unsportsmanlike, and then this play completely turned things upside down.
From the 9, Jackson to Flowers. He dives. The ball came out. It's recovered by Kansas City. Did the ball come out before he broke the plane? I think you're right.
He was.
He was.
Yeah.
Then an interception in the end zone by Lamar Jackson. Ravens had a field goal. And 3rd and 8 before the 2-minute warning. The Chiefs ice it. It wasn't Travis Kelce this time.
No.
You're not going to believe who it was. Here's Nantz and Romo.
He gets the protection. He goes long, and on his back to ice it is Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
He's actually had a couple of good weeks. Scantling with some big catches.
Good situational
pretty much
plays for sure.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Last week and this week.
So the Chiefs win that one 17-10. They advance to the Super Bowl. And that brought us to the NFC Championship game on Fox. Now, it was all Lions in the first half. They were up 24-7 in large part because of explosive plays from Jamison Williams out of Alabama, and Jahmyr Gibbs out of, Alabama.
Yeah.
They like Alabama players in Detroit, too.
First down, another fake. Coming Jamison Williams, the speedster, has a block. Williams cuts up, 25, 20, still on his feet. Jamison Williams scores! Now it's Gibbs trying to get to the edge, gets a block from the corner, makes a man miss. Gibbs inside the 5, touchdown Detroit!
They were putting on a clinic. I mean, they absolutely were. I mean, it was shocking how easy it was for them.
Now, once upon a time, we mentioned Alabama. Once upon a time, at the University of Alabama, there was a young man who wanted to play college football. He was from California. Nick Saban was recruiting him.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Saban told him, if you come to Alabama, you can be a defensive back.
Yeah.
That man's name was Brandon Ayuk, who had, in my opinion, the play of the week. This is what it sounded like on Fox.
Here's Purdy with a lot of time. Steps into one. Launching deep. Going for Brandon Ayuk. It is. Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5.
That was the play of the day. And in his opinion, I think he was lying in bed watching the highlights, posted something on Instagram. Like, hey, man. No, that was the play of the day. And that was obviously just enormous over the course of that game.
The craziest thing about Nick Saban offering him to be a DB is it wasn't like the craziest decision. They had Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
They had a pretty good squad.
I think you mentioned that once before. But I think he did the right decision.
So San Francisco ends up winning. They're going to the Super Bowl. Dan Campbell, the center of a lot of controversy. Brandon Ayuk after the game.
Mm-hmm.
He was interviewed on the field. This interview is going to get interrupted by his brother. So his parents are with him initially, and then his brother comes and says what's up to him. This is what it sounded like with Brandon Ayuk on the field after the game.
Hey, here, we got here.
Mom and Dad.
Mom and Dad. What are you thinking, Dad?
Oh, man, what a game. What a game. He came up big at the nick of time, so we're so happy we're going to the Super Bowl.
Hey, Brandon, just take us through that 51-yard ricochet into your hands and the concentration for you to make that just incredible game-changing play.
The ball was there. I'm not sure what happened, but we ended up with it. We ended up scoring points, and we didn't look back after that.
How the heck did you flip the switch in the second half? Your entire offense came together and controlled the ball and obviously came back from the greatest deficit in NFC Championship history.
Come on! Let's go! Let's go! We to the bowl, man! We to the bowl! I'm sorry.
How did you change things in the second half?
Defense held it down. They did a great job. They did a great job.
Enjoy it, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Good for Ayuk, man. Good for Ayuk.
Nothing like that. Hey, let me ask you this. If Dan Campbell never happened yesterday, what would we be talking about today? What would be the dominant headline, I should say?
I don't know, because if they take the 17-point lead, does San Francisco keep moving the rock? I don't know. Does San Francisco find a way to overcome it?
Let's say the Niners still won, but that boneheaded dominant headline wasn't the reason why. Because I think what Patrick Mahomes has done is kind of getting shortchanged right now. Going into Buffalo, dub.
Is it?
Going into, he's getting a lot of headlines because he's Patrick Mahomes, but these 2 wins, that's incredible. 2 of the toughest places.
They went to Buffalo and Baltimore, man.
Yes, and 2 of the best teams.
Would this be the best Super Bowl they had out of the other 2?
Oh, I think it will be.
Me too.
Because of that, not only 2 of the toughest places, 2 of the best teams, and 2 of the best quarterbacks.
And they started off rough, man.
What Patrick Mahomes did,
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty dang incredible.
Yeah, he's good, huh?
He's all right. He's got a future.
Pretty good, huh?
He's got a future in this league.
The Seahawks are reportedly interviewing Ben Johnson today. Washington will tomorrow. So Detroit's offensive coordinator could be gone.
You know how you know he's in high demand? Those interviews are going to be done in Detroit. He's like, yeah, you want to interview? You come here. Everybody's flying all over the place. No.
If you want a clear audio expression to show that the 49ers felt that they turned the game around on Dan Campbell's boneheaded decision. Let's hear from our bro, one of D'Amico Ryan's biggest supporters, Nick Bosa, bro.
Who talked at halftime and what the heck did they say?
I actually talked a little bit. I'm not a big talker, but I just said, do your job. Do your job. When you break down one guy,
that'll do it.
They get 10 yards a pop. Just do your job, everybody, and play the best second half we can.
So what did you feel was the turning point in the third quarter when you guys really got going?
I think when they went on fourth down here and we got a little pressure and a stop, that's all you need. Just get off the field and get our offense rolling.
There you go.
Well, he wasn't wrong. He's a
badass, dude.
He's not a motivational speaker. Somebody else
he's just
got
a
him
badass,
going.
dude.
Somebody else got him going.
But you know who like really, really, really likes him? Chase Young.
Likes Bosa?
Yeah, he likes both of them.
Mhm.
They're like he looked up to Joey and then Nick and him. Like those are like, if you ever hear Chase Young talk about the Bosas, it's like, man, like he loves those guys. He's out there doing his thing too. He's got to be happy.
Yeah, oh for sure.
How about Chase Young?
Yeah, he's talking about landing on.
Got to leave Washington. You go to San Francisco. How about that?
And no real high expectation. I mean, there is, but not like that. Not like he had.
Former 49er, now a Chief, Charles Omenihu. He made a play yesterday before he got injured.
Lamar got hit from behind the ball, stripped. It was Omenihu.
How crazy is it that two guys who couldn't fit into the Easterby culture, Omenihu and Justin Reed, are just living their best lives right now?
Actually, it's not crazy at all.
And Charles was a little bit of a pain, so I get it. Like he's Charles, but Justin Reed out there doing his thing. By the way, that dance afterwards, I don't know what that was.
Was Omenihu a pain or just didn't buy into the shtick? You know, I don't know if he was a pain. I wouldn't.
He was a pain under O'Brien, I guess. When it comes to O'Brien,
but why was O'Brien like that? With
exactly.
Him?
O'Brien really gave him like one firm message. Charles has got to stay.
Yeah,
he's got to stay focused. All right, Charles, don't do the T.
Yeah, I don't think it was Omenihu,
but I think Easterby was in it too.
Yeah.
I remember when I was talking to Charles, they're like, "Don't try to get him to say anything." I'm like, "Try."
I don't have to try.
Try. What do you think I'm doing?
Yeah. He just does it. Yeah, that doesn't make him a bad guy and not his fault. He's just what he is.
No, but he's like a day 3 guy, a hard worker, day 2 guy, whatever
and
it was. Hard worker. He's out there doing his thing. I don't know how hurt he is, but he did get hurt in that game. Justin Reed too, looking for that.
Well, they got 2 weeks.
Second title.
Yeah, so I think they will be out there.
We'll see. Willie Gay has a hurt neck. I think there's some horse steroids or something on their way to Kansas City right now. Is he going to get some of that Ray Lewis deer antler cream?
Maybe he will. Man, I thought.
Whatever happened to that?
It's probably still
How did that just go away?
It's probably still out there.
How did the deer antler cream just like story go away?
I was worried McCaffrey got hurt bad when he landed on his head. I mean, he jammed that neck.
Dude, he always looks like he gets hurt.
Yeah, I thought he even asked out after that play. He's like, I might have a broken neck. But he doesn't.
Is that what he said?
I think that's what he said. Hey, maybe I have a broken neck over here.
Ed McCaffrey won a Super Bowl with Mike Shanahan, and now Kyle Shanahan, the son of Mike, is coaching Christian McCaffrey, the son of Ed.
Yeah.
Full circle right there, sir.
Yeah,
that was the 98. That was like 25 years ago.
Hey, yeah, somebody corrected me on the Stingley thing, the Darryl Stingley injury. It wasn't 1971, which is I thought off the top of my head.
It was the 80s, right?
It was 77.
Yeah.
So I was in high school. So I am covering
a grandson,
a grandchild.
Look at you. Look at you.
That is not bragging.
Look at you. Congratulations.
And once Arch Manning gets into the NFL.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah.
Look at you.
What are you doing?
Gerard Johnson, second interview with the New Orleans Saints. My theory is, see you in a year, man. Go be the OC in New Orleans. Once Dennis Allen and his whole staff gets fired, I'll see you in a year. Bobby Slowick can go get his head coaching job, come back here and call plays. Go get you some experience.
So you're cheering for Gerard to take the job.
To lose it.
Everything completely implode, and then he comes back.
Yes, I am. I know that's kind of selfish, but hey, it is what it is.
There's no guarantee that would happen.
Well, he can do all right, but they get rid of the staff. Gerard back.
Mm-hmm.
Go get some experience. He's basically going to study abroad. Up that way.
Got an internship?
He's going up that way to New Orleans.
Got an internship.
Come back with some play calling experience, and then you just take over for Slowick.
Yeah.
New Orleans, man. That'd be interesting. So the Carolina Panthers. I think I'm going to bet on the Carolina Panthers to win the Super Bowl.
Why would you do that?
Because their odds are the largest in the history of the NFL. The Carolina Panthers' odds right now to win the Super Bowl next year are 20,000 to 1. I'm putting 5 on it. Now, I'm not going to be one of these people because the most misused line that there is?
What's that?
Crazier things have happened. No, nothing crazier than that has happened.
Nothing crazier than that.
Yeah, nothing crazier than Carolina winning the Super Bowl has ever happened. So, like sometimes someone will be down 21 and there'll be like a minute and a half left. Crazier things have happened.
Yeah.
No, that hasn't.
Not really. Not really.
I'm gonna put $5 on Carolina to win $100,000.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Why not?
Well, I mean, it is just $5.
It's $5 to win $100K.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay. Do it. I want to see the ticket.
Should I just flush it?
I'll buy that ticket for $7 right now. See, you're ahead. 40%.
You might be able to just buy it for $5, and then if they start out 2-1, you just sell it for like $100.
You could. Like, let's say they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You would be hedging your butt off.
I don't even know how that would be possible. They would have to make the Super Bowl for me to hedge, right?
Well, a direct hedge, but you would. I mean, couldn't you bet on that game?
I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a lot. That's a lot of pointless.
It's a lot of math.
Lab because they're not.
It's a lot of math.
They're not going to win a Super Bowl. So there's just kind of that. So Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, they're going to be calling the Super Bowl. Someone on the text line asks, shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one. Do you think that people are piling on Tony Romo now and that it's not as bad as the reaction?
No, I think it's bad. Maybe not as bad as the reaction, but it's not like he's getting unfairly treated. I'll put it that way. He is unprepared. It's irritating now just to hear his voice because you know something crazy is going to happen. And he does something dumb in every game. I mean, just yesterday. Well, the game's over. I mean, it's not over. Like, okay, which one is it?
Dude, it was a 10-point game when he said it, too.
Yeah. That's the game. I mean, it's like every week he does something like that. And I have nothing against Tony Romo. I think he was one of the best for about, a year and a half, 2 years?
Yeah.
And then it just all went to hell.
Do you think that the one thing they have going for them, though, is that they know these two teams?
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty much the Chiefs' crew.
Well, he is, for sure. Well, they are, but I mean, he really
So he knows
loves
the
them.
Chiefs.
Yeah.
He's going to have San Francisco.
They got 2 weeks to prepare. He actually might prepare for this one.
Does Jim Nantz come across as annoyed?
Yes. Yeah. Was it Sean that said he doesn't think they like each other? I don't think it's a hot take.
Do you think?
I think it's
Do you think
true.
Romo's back next year?
Now that's the question. Is there going to be shuffling? Because Tom Brady's coming into the Fox booth,
Which is crazy because Greg Olson did such a good job.
Yeah. So Greg Olson is going to do what?
I don't know.
Just take a step back?
Replace Romo.
That's what I'm wondering. That would be wild.
How much longer is Nantz going to do this?
He's not. He's not going to stop anytime soon. The Masters and the NFL, he's not going to give up until they tell him to. Final Four, he's good with that. He took all his bows.
Well, can I ask you something real quick?
What's that?
What do you think about Jim Nantz bowing out of the Final Four, but then acting like he has to show up and do the presentation? Because he's doing that now.
Yeah, it's like
he's
John
going to
McClane.
show up in a private jet. He's going to do the, hey, congratulations thing, and then he's going to go to the Masters. What do you think of that? Is that unnecessary? Why can't you let Ian Eagle just do that?
I think it's unnecessary, and I think it's incredibly selfish. Incredibly selfish. Come on, man.
Like, do you watch the Final
It's
Four and say,
ego.
man, I really got to see Jim Nantz go up there and
Is he
present
going to give
it."
him his tie? Is he going to
Probably.
give the most outstanding
Probably.
player's tie?
Yeah.
That that's incredibly selfish and egotistical.
Because Ian's good, man.
And
he doesn't
he's
need
doing
you,
the
he doesn't need you to
job.
come over there and save the day.
Yeah, he's doing the job. And now Jim Nantz.
But the thing about it is when you become like that big of a deal and you're like as buddies with the executives, you almost plant the idea and then you make it like it's their idea. Oh, sure. I'll do the I'll do the presentation.
We didn't ask you.
No, I got you. It's okay.
No, we didn't ask.
No, I got no, for real. I know it's been a long. I got you.
Yeah, well, okay, I guess. That's how it went. Oh, you mean you want me to do that? Come back just for the presentation? No, nobody said that. Nobody even thought that. Okay.
All right, if you insist, I gotcha.
Like that's beyond.
Oh, and it'll be a good way to promote the Masters, too.
Yeah,
we can promote the Masters,
red
too,
tie,
while I'm up
blue
there.
tie. What should I wear?
Coming up, a Taylor Swift update that you might find interesting. Patrick Mahomes' pops is smoking on that something, and the biggest lie ever told. Come on, man. Next.
All right, low T.
the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. This was the weirdest NFL Network segment ever. It was before the championship games, and it was Ian Rappaport. Didn't even feel like he was joking. I felt like he was being dead serious. Here's Rap Sheet with the Taylor Swift update.
No doubt, the biggest question heading into this game, if the Chiefs win, will Taylor Swift be at the Super Bowl? Sources say yes. Now, she does have a concert on Saturday, February 10th at 6 p.m. in Tokyo. How in the world could she get to the game? Let me introduce you to something called the International Dateline. Tokyo is 17 hours ahead. That means this concert on February 10th at 6 p.m. starts at 1 a.m. Vegas time the same day, so the morning before, essentially. Let's say it's a 5-hour concert, ends about 11 p.m. local, which is 6 a.m. Remember, still Saturday in Las Vegas. Figure a 12-hour flight. Maybe she leaves about an hour later. Taylor Swift could still get to the Super Bowl to Vegas about 7 or 8 p.m. Saturday night, just in time to party.
All right.
He wasn't kidding.
Cool.
No, he was dead serious.
Yeah, cool.
There's like flight tracking stuff with her different possibilities.
Which is scary.
Yes, with all that. In a related kind of Taylor Swift thing, United Airlines
I got the internet going nuts.
and American Airlines are building Taylor Swift-themed flights from...
What does that mean?
Well, the flight from Kansas...
They're going to play her music or something?
They're adding flights because
That
people...
sounds like hell.
Oh, man. The whole
I'd
whole
rather
time.
sit between Yokozuna and Roseanne.
So they're adding flights, obviously,
Rest in peace.
from Kansas City, et cetera, to go to Las Vegas. Well, the first flight they added was, this is American Airlines, flight number 1989. Obviously, her album.
Oh, that's what it's called?
You know what the return flight is? Flight 87.
What's that?
That's
Kelsey's number?
Kelsey's number.
Oh, okay.
So the other part of this that's happening, more and more people are saying that this whole thing has been scripted, rigged, whatever.
What, the relationship?
No, the game.
Oh, okay.
Like who ended?
Yeah, I saw Deshaun Jackson said that.
Oh, and others, but I saw what he did. It's not. I don't think. It's
There's nothing scripted.
There's nothing scripted or rigged. But this whole Taylor Swift thing with the flights and everybody making more money and all that certainly has been thinking that way.
I got the internet going nuts.
Patrick Mahomes Sr.
God,
This
I
was
love
him
this.
after.
I love this.
This was him last year after the Chiefs beat the Bengals.
You got a cigar of your own, I see.
Yeah, I'm smoking the Joe Burrow.
You smoking on the Joe
I'm
Burrow.
smoking on the Joe Burrow.
How's it feel to be headed back to Super Bowl?
It feels great, you know. My baby boy did what he always do. You know, he gonna show up and show out, and I'm just glad he did it.
So now here was him yesterday after they beat Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. This is Patrick Mahomes Sr.
Special blend, Lamar Jackson.
Special blend.
That's special blend. I flew these in from Cuba. I had them shipped in from Cuba just for this occasion.
He's got to come up with a cigar line, right? The Joe Burrow, the Lamar Jackson.
I don't
special
know
blend.
about that.
Yeah, it's an opportunity right there in front of him.
I don't know if that's good for the son now.
Who cares? Is his brother good for him? I mean, it's like little victory cigars of games that have already happened.
By the way, did you catch Jason Kelsey yesterday? I didn't.
He was there. I saw him on the field.
But I didn't see him in the suite.
No, I did not see him.
I got a feeling that he's kind of like, man, I don't want to take away the shine on that.
I think his wife kind of got to him too.
Nah.
Yeah. What are you doing?
She'll call his ass out.
She will. What?
She goes on their
Are you
podcast. She
doing?
will call him out.
No, I think he's like, all right, I won't do that anymore. All right, won't do that.
I got the internet going nuts.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson was waving goodbye with 5 minutes and 54 seconds left in the first half.
What was he doing?
What is going on? 5:54 left in the first half. Now, they were up 20-7. What are you doing? What are you doing waving goodbye? Well, obviously, he also took a cheap shot at Debo. Debo posted this morning, somebody go check on little brother and little bruh. And then George Kittle posted a picture of himself on the field waving to the camera. Talk about something that
Why did he call it? It was so weird when he called out Deebo Samuel in the first place.
Yes. It goes random. They didn't know they were going to face each other. And then also 5:54 left in the second quarter. And
waving goodbye.
Waving goodbye to the fans and everybody else.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of come on, man, I've been looking forward to this.
Mm-hmm.
There are way too many people lying on the internet.
About what?
About the
Breaking
stupidest things.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon Sharp, he's done very well for himself since he left Skip Bayless. He's got Club Shay Shay, which is perhaps one of the top podcasts in the country. He does a good job. He gets a lot of random guests. It's the same setting where the Cat Williams interview emerged a couple of weeks ago. He had rapper 21 Savage on last week. And this had the internet going nuts. Listen to this claim from rapper 21 Savage.
I was an excellent student up until a certain grade.
Okay.
Like, I feel like we was just talking about this last night. We was playing the game, and they was like, spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. And it was crazy because I won the spelling bee in 5th grade, spelling that same word.
Wow.
And I won the math competition that same year. Like,
okay.
Come on, man.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious in 5th grade spelling bee. Come on.
Man, I can't even say that word, man. Let alone spell it.
It's not a word.
This dude.
That's an Isaac Hayes song.
He had a straight face. The best is his a guy he used to work with. I don't know if they're cool or not. Metro Boomin. He's the one who got the video viral because he put it on his Instagram Live. I think it's just as funny, the lie, with the analysis from Metro Boomin. Listen to this.
Salute Uncle Shay Shay on the podcast, man, but sit on his couch and just feel like they could say anything. Look at this looking for a lie to tell. Look at this.
Like, we was just talking about this last night. We was playing the game, and they was like, spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. And it was crazy because I won the spelling bee in 5th grade, spelling that same word.
Wow.
Won the math competition that same year.
This said he won the spelling bee in 5th grade, spelling supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Did I ever tell you about the time I won the spelling bee in 5th grade?
Yeah.
I spelled 11 billion. That's the dumbest thing.
What?
That's the dumbest
What
thing.
is he doing, man?
I mean, it's just like, that's when you're telling a lie and you know everybody's going to know it's a lie. Like, you're just going to tell it anyway. Oh,
he said, dudes be sitting on his couch just thinking of lies to tell.
Yeah. You know you are.
This dude said he spelled supercalifragilisticexpialidocious to win a 5th grade spelling bee.
Yeah. First of all, that wouldn't be a word, would it? Figgy, you said, you know that word from what?
I think it's an Isaac Hayes song.
I thought you said that.
You don't know it from
Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins?
Yeah.
I don't.
That's awesome.
I ain't grew up watching that show.
No, that's awesome.
I knew it from Isaac Hayes.
It wasn't a show. It was a movie, right?
Mary Poppins was a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On a show.
It's actually on dictionary.com, though.
Okay.
But that doesn't make
so it is a word.
Well, it's in the dictionary. I don't know if it's a word, but it's something that they want you to know how to spell. How many letters can you get into it? You can probably spell it exactly.
SUPERCALIFRAGIL. Fragile. ISTICEXPIAL.
Oh, you almost got that. You almost got that.
So he might not be lying then, man.
Oh, you almost got that.
He might not be lying.
Daliocious.
LIDOCIOUS. So you can go to 6th grade now.
Man, okay.
Yeah.
Yay me.
Yeah.
Coming up, I got a much better appreciation for D'Amico Ryans, and I already wouldn't trade him for any coach. We'll talk about that and all the other local angles from Championship Sunday next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Use as directed.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Championship Sunday, Texans sitting and watching. Kind of one of those things that just kind of happens. I have a new appreciation for D'Amico Ryans. The way in which Dan Campbell just let that game get away, not trying to take a 3-possession lead on what would have been, I think, a 47-yard field goal, and then not, after the momentum was lost, going for the tie. I thought it made no sense initially, regardless of result. I don't get it. I don't like that type of stuff. I didn't like it when they lost to the Cowboys. He decided to go for 2 despite getting a penalty, basically going for it first and goal or fourth and goal from the 7 to win the game. I don't like that. I like some sort of balance, and I don't chalk it all to analytics. I just chalk it to Dan Campbell not knowing what the hell he's doing.
Well, see, he doesn't in this game. I mean, he didn't in this game. I also feel like he just got caught up in himself, like in what people perceive him and how he projects this image of being. It was his downfall. Like he became a caricature of himself.
So I think he started thinking, "Hey, I'm supposed to be the gambling.
I'm the guy that goes for it,
reckless."
Even though everything logical tells you not this time, cowboy. I mean, you go up 3 scores. I forget exactly how much time was left, but it wasn't a whole lot. And the biggest problem I had with him was in his explanation. He said, "I wanted to regain the edge." I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, and he said they were eating the clock.
He goes, "Yeah, they're a team that was eating the clock."
Well, that's even better.
That's the reason you do kick a field goal.
Yeah.
Not the reason you don't.
Yeah, it was kind of like the McLean make a statement and then give the stats that kind of counter your statement. Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly like, yeah, they really killed the clock. Okay, kick it. Make it a 3-score game. It makes it a little easier on yourself. He read his press clippings.
And now there's likelihood that his offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, ends up with one of these gigs. He interviewed with Seattle today. He's going to interview with Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And then that kind of, the Lions meltdown could kind of speed up clarity in the Bobby Slowick situation. Like we'll probably know sooner than we would have had Detroit advanced whether or not Bobby Slowick's going to be back.
Probably in the next couple of days, if to be honest. I don't think they're going to have any announcements like the week of the Super Bowl, out of the old respect thing of everything going on. But this week, I think both those jobs probably are going to be filled. I think Slowick's going to Washington, though. I mean, not Slowick.
Oh, wow.
Johnson.
There you go.
Ben Johnson.
There's some news.
Ben Johnson's going to Washington. So that would kind of narrow it down.
And then it would be Seattle.
Yeah.
They met with Dan Quinn the other day, so that was the pick before, so we could get some clarity there. Then you have the AFC, which is going to be the path for the Texans. Unfortunately, you're going to have to go through a lot of guys. The Chiefs, Andy Reid, they've completely changed the way that they win, but they continue to win. And then the team that smacked around the Texans, at least for a half, the Baltimore Ravens, they get sent packing.
I think the Chiefs are the one that, ultimately they're going to be there year after year after year. Maybe some years they don't make it all the way to the championship game, but they're going to be the team that you kind of gauge yourself and have to go through every year. Because Spagnuolo, I did look it up. He's 64. He's not going to be a head coach again. He could be their defensive coordinator
forever. Until
Mahomes is gone or whatever. Same thing with Andy Reid. So to me, it's the Patriots. All these other teams kind of have questions or a flaw. I kind of went through it last week. Like if you look at the best teams in the AFC, I know Baltimore has a bunch of free agents that are coming due. The Bengals have Joe Burrow, but they have some free agents that are going, and who knows. Really, it's the Chiefs. It's the Chiefs that you're going to have to go through.
I don't and this is dumb. I don't look at it as impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Like I find myself just feeling like, and it's hard. Why? But it feels like they can get got, and that's what happens. That's how the New Englands and the Kansas City Chiefs
became the Patriots.
Yeah, they make fools of us. But you watch the games and you're like, man, maybe you could figure that out.
Yeah.
I do wonder, how much longer is Travis Kelce doing this?
I think he's the one question. Maybe a year, if not this year.
And then what are they without him?
I mean, they'll figure it out.
Will they?
I don't know, but Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, that's a good start.
Well, I know, but what was Montana without Rice? We
John
never saw
Taylor
it.
And
yeah, but what would they have been without Rice? He never won a ship without Rice. I don't think. Did he?
I don't think so.
Maybe early 80s. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But like we're gonna that'll be the next big step.
Oh
right?
yeah, he did. Dwight Clark. Was Rice on that team?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm thinking
you were like 40. I don't know. You tell me.
I don't think he was on that team.
He was at the game.
Yeah,
not that one. I wasn't at that one.
Yeah, right there, the catch.
Yeah,
yeah.
But your point is valid.
Yeah, my point is that if you're a Texans fan and you're trying to find like some sort of route, like that big ass number 87 who appears to have other stuff going on, he has like as many endorsements as you can imagine. That guy retiring would be the hope.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've seen them with a bad defense, we've seen them with a good defense, we've seen them without Tyreek Hill, we've seen them with Tyreek Hill. The one thing we haven't seen is we haven't seen him without Travis Kelce. He's in his mid-30s.
Yeah. And I think there's
Mahomes could be around for 12 more years if he wanted to. I mean that's like the Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady type of thing. Travis Kelce ain't playing much longer
because Mahomes is evolving as well, like the type of player he is, like the things he's doing. He's smarter. He's making better decisions. He's and all that. Kelce's a huge hit, but I think it's still going to be the Patriots. I mean, it's the Chiefs. The Chiefs are the team you got to go through.
I mean, that's the hope. I'm just counting this down. All right, so he's 34. He's going to turn 35 next year. Travis Kelce's going to be 35 years old.
If he doesn't retire this year with a Super Bowl win,
doesn't look washed.
He'll probably retire next year. That's still 2 years.
I think it's this year,
That's
man.
still 2 years. It could be.
You think he's done?
I think this year, if they win it,
he could.
I think he riding off in the sunset.
He's going to retire with his brother.
Yeah,
retire with his girl.
Man, he doesn't want to spend that much time with her. He's not gonna like this relationship as much once the season's over.
He gonna pull a Tom Brady and come back.
Yeah, he's gonna be like Giselle and Tom Brady. Like it's all good until you actually
back
have to
in
stay at home with Taylor Swift, traveling around town watching the same damn concert.
Wait a minute,
100 times.
I got to be here all day with you.
Yeah, he's watching the same concert in every country. He's like jet lagged all the time, not getting to just chill. Yeah, he's gonna be.
You go ahead, baby. I'll be here.
He might be back in a month having to do that.
How long do they last after he retires? Could be true love, man.
Okay.
Could be forever.
Sure.
I mean, it could.
Well, I mean, my thing is they just started and they don't know each other's being around each other 24/7.
Can you imagine?
They don't know each other's habits.
No. Can you imagine the breakup songs that she's going to write? If they break up,
she's already written them all, right? How much?
No. That's about all the stuff about him and her heart and all this stuff.
So what does he have to do? Like Super Bowl night. So she's going to be in where is she going to be?
Tokyo.
So she's going to be in Tokyo, and then she's going to get to Vegas Saturday night at 7.
Mm-hmm.
What's he going to do? Is it going to be? Hey, we're not going to see each other. We'll see each other at the game.
Well, that's a good question. He's going to see her, I bet.
That's a lot, dude.
Hey, you're just hanging out.
Get ready for the game.
Just go out to dinner. Got to eat.
Yeah, but don't they have like some team stuff to do?
I'm sure they do, but they also have time
man,
to
I'm
betting
betting on the Niners, man.
Oh, get out of here.
I'm betting on the Niners. I'm talking to that's too much, man. He's gonna have to keep in touch with her while she's in. Where's she at?
Tokyo.
Mm-hmm. Then she's going to come in on Saturday. He's going to have to listen to all about the Tokyo stuff and listen to her blabbing. And then he's going to have to go play.
Blabbing?
Yeah, blabbing. And then he's going to have to go play again. Yeah, I'm betting on the Niners. I'm going to make the mistake of betting against Patrick Mahomes again. I haven't learned my lesson.
You know, they're all the prop bets that are popping up, there is not a Taylor Swift prop bet regarding how many times she's going to be shown on TV. Because they know that one producer or assistant producer can kind of.
How is that any different than anything else?
That's what I was wondering. That's
how's that any different than anything else?
How many times is Jim Nantz going to say blah blah blah? Well, Jim Nantz can control that.
Yeah, how many times? Yeah,
you know,
like how is that any different than anything else?
But apparently that's the case. So, but I know there's going to be some prop bets for her, but not that one.
Yeah, there'll be prop bets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Juszczyk's wife makes the she makes the jackets that she wears.
That Taylor Swift wears?
Yeah. The 49ers fullback, his wife makes those.
I did not know that.
Yeah, she makes them.
She going to make one that has a logo, Niners logo hidden in it?
I don't know.
How about that catch on the sideline? That was picture perfect.
He's the fullback god right now.
Juszczyk?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like
they're one of the few teams that uses it.
Tiptoes, perfect.
Yeah. Brock Purdy, man. Swell fellow, that Brock Purdy.
They also ran some reverses.
Yes, they did with Deebo Samuel, not Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie.
We got to get him on again just to ask him, like, what, in a nice way. But why are you infatuated with reverses?
Why do you love reverses so much, Bobby?
Maybe that's not.
What the hell were you thinking on that double reverse pass?
Maybe that's not as nice as.
No, I gotta get that off my chest.
Yeah,
I gotta get that double reverse pass off my chest.
Yeah, well, but the end arounds and the ends around and the reverses and all that.
How bad do you think the Chiefs whooped the Texans' ass if the Texans had somehow found a way to beat the Ravens?
Yeah, I think it looked a lot like
I think they physically dominated.
I think it would have looked a lot like the Ravens game actually did.
Doesn't it feel like just when it comes to like right there, that little area you're watching, like AKA the trenches?
Yeah.
Doesn't it just feel like they're like circles?
That part in the middle of the field.
Yeah, the part in the middle of the trenches, the sticks. Doesn't it feel like the Kansas City is just ready for a fight?
Yes, and it also feels like what I said Monday that was hard to admit. It was actually true. The moment was too big for the Texans. They weren't ready for that. Like it multiplied magnitude, in terms of magnitude a lot. And you hate to say it because C.J. Stroud is cool and all that, but it just collectively the moment was too big. Same thing would have happened in Kansas City. Yeah, absolutely.
You taking the Niners, or are you going to take the Chiefs?
Nah, I think I'm going to take the Chiefs. I'll be pulling for kind of like the Lions. I was pulling for the Lions, but I thought the Niners would win.
Yeah.
I'll be pulling for I'll be pulling for San Francisco, but I think the Chiefs are going to win.
Okay.
Yeah. No offense.
Okay. There you go. That's nice, man. I can get down with that. I can definitely support that. I'm going to go with the Niners against my better judgment, just because it's just kind of like the Tom Brady bit where Tom Brady always sticks it to me.
Yeah, I just think that I'm at that point like I was during the regular season with C.J. Stroud. Can't bet against him. I can't bet against Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
can't do it.
Yeah, you're smarter than me.
Can't do it.
I'm basically the dog that's going up to the electric fence and getting my dong lit up every time I do it, but I just keep doing it. I mean, I'm going to keep doing it. It kind of is what it is at this point.
Yeah.
I'm there.
But all that said, I'll probably be cheering for the Niners. I'll be cheering for them, but I just can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. I mean, that's too much. It's too much evidence. They're too solid. They're peaking too much.
I like that there's like some greatness going on, like some GOAT stuff. So I'm okay either way, but I do want Shanahan because I think he needs to get him one, but it's just
Shanahan, McCaffrey.
Shanahan's the one for me. I just think I think a lot of times he's coached at an elite level and just hadn't gotten that award. So, I mean
and really, how many do the Chiefs need?
They got a lot. Now. They need a lot.
How many do they need?
They need to catch Brady.
They've gotten theirs.
Same amount as the Astros. How many do the Astros need?
How many do the Astros need? How many do the Chiefs need, really?
What was your biggest localized thought yesterday, Clint, as you're watching those games?
Hey, I mean, where you me start, Lock Dog? I mean, hell, I feel like I beat the drum last week, and it's becoming the dead dog right at this point in time. Or dead horse. Which one is that you beat? The horse, right?
Either one. Either one. Depends if you're Mike Vick.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well done. But the level of physicality, particularly from Kansas City, who maybe you wouldn't think is the most – it's easy to watch San Francisco or even Baltimore. It's easy to watch those teams or Philly and say, boy, I just wish my team was as physical as that one.
No.
And really it's never going to happen, right?
Yeah.
To watch Kansas City – literally bully the bully. And I don't know about how y'all watch it.
They wanted all the smoke.
They wanted all this, and then all of a sudden it was just like, I mean, Baltimore just they weren't the same team that bullied the Texans for four quarters. And to me, that's indicative of where you can get to if you're the Texans from a physicality standpoint. Mm-hmm. And I think it's really indicative of what happened to the Texans.
Yeah,
they got bullied by a squad that's very bullyable if you got that in you.
The Chiefs from 18 to now, like they were like a gold medal track team, and now they're like a gold medal wrestling team. Like they've completely changed the way they play. It's actually crazy. The other thing, and I thought of you when I was watching this. I don't Look, I don't pretend to be like an expert on offensive line play. I kind of stay out of those sticks. I don't want to hear Laramie Tunsil say he should be a first-team All-Pro with the 2 tackles I watched in the Lions and 49ers game in Sewell and Trent Williams, because he's a really, really good tackle. He is not that. It's not even close.
Look, I mean, it's like that thought just transported into from my mind into yours, and I'm watching. Same thing. I watch it, and whether we're talking about Laramie Tunsil or the whole crew.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't want to hear about, well, it's just different techniques that we're using, and maybe we're not meshing yet. Yeah, you may not mesh yet, but there's a different level. Have y'all seen the one Kittle, where Kittle pancaked?
Kittle pancaked, yes.
But watch that highlight.
Hutchinson.
All 3 of those all 3
No,
of
it was
the
a
San
3
Francisco.
pancake.
It was 3 pancakes.
It was a stack, yeah.
They all ended up on their back. And that's just like you go.
Short stack.
You almost like when you see Williams or Sewell pulling, like the linebacker, you almost need to take a dive or you're going to break your hip.
Yeah.
That's not Laramie Tunsil. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, baby. T Mills in the building, Clint's in the building. How y'all fellas doing?
Feeling great, man. Feeling great.
You feeling great, too?
Doing great.
How y'all doing?
Not as great as you.
How the hell are y'all doing?
More importantly, let's get to it. Ron, how you doing today, bud?
Baby, hey, I'm glad you asked. Huh? I'm doing good.
Hold on, so.
How about that? Hey, listen, man. Ho-hum weekend.
Just another one.
Had a good time with the kids. The wife is in Cancun and wasn't in Cancun. It was just me, the kids, and the dog. By the way, you'd love it, Tyler Bear. He lost a tooth on us.
Put it under his pillow.
From the sounds of it, you need to go and have them all pulled out.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'd like to. Wouldn't mind his nipping ass. No, man, it's good. Good weekend, man. The champs are alive and well.
They are. Your hat's nice. The hat's nice.
Appreciate that.
You need to get you a new one, man.
Might have to.
We are going to be in Vegas. We are going to be in Vegas.
Doesn't that make that trip a little bit better?
Oh, no doubt.
For me personally.
No doubt.
For me personally, yeah, we're going to have a good time.
I don't know if you listened Friday, but one thing I had to defend you multiple times. That Bajani guy, he really annoyed the hell out of me, and really put. I mean, I had to defend you 2-3 times. But when it came time to
go back and listen to this.
Well, when it came time to pick, I said, man, I picked the Chiefs, and I bet on it too.
Oh yeah, you guys got a little cash in.
Now, unfortunately, wasn't it them that was fumbling on the goal line, and wasn't it that game where the fumbles on the goal line and turned around interception that got me because I had the over as well. But I had the Chiefs. I bet on the Chiefs. But I said, look, here's the deal. I want the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl for my boy Ron. I ain't got a dog in the fight.
I appreciate that.
I ain't got a dog in the fight, so I want my partner to go on and have a hell of a ride, and maybe he'll bring me along with him.
Yeah.
We're going to Las Vegas.
And don't worry, I'm coming. In Las Vegas, Nevada, baby. There you go, Trav. There's Travis
so
Kelce.
Beautiful. So
the guy
beautiful.
that I heard.
And what a game that sunbuck
The
had.
guy that I heard all week. That Kyle Hamilton was going to be the one to crack the code of stopping Travis Kelce. And then the first drive, they said, well, if we want Kyle Hamilton to be effective in this game, we better pull him off his ass. And they did, and he was. Kyle Hamilton. By the way, Kyle Hamilton is the real deal.
Yeah.
As long as he's not having to cover 87. But that's not his fault.
I think a lot of people have that asterisk on their resume.
I'll tell you, Clint, that son of a gun can cover some ground.
Yes,
I don't even know where he's coming from on these screens.
Yeah.
Where he's arriving from on these screens. But no, man, we got the Super Bowl set. The Chiefs and the 49ers. I want to ask you guys this, and the Drive family as well, to Juan, my man. Shut up, Ron. No, sir. I cannot do that.
Not today.
No, baby.
Not never.
No, I cannot. Did the watching the Ravens, because they did not look like the team, especially in the second half that the Texans ran into. Did it piss you off at all for the Texans game?
Absolutely.
Did it piss you off, Tyler? Were you looking at it like, damn it, the Texans should have won that game? You were.
The first thing it made me think is, damn, Texans got work to do.
Really?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, to me, it was definitely that, T. I mean, that is spot on.
I think the Chiefs stole a lot of what D'Amico, especially defensively, put out there just with their own tweaks.
They got better dudes. They got better dudes. They got dudes that I've been begging. John McClain had me pissed off on Friday, by the way.
Did he?
They they got dudes that I'm begging for Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to go get. They've got special game-changing players that are changing the game and making plays on the defensive side of the football. But for me, I was frustrated after the Texans lost. Not that they lost, but how they lost. For that team to then go on and immediately lose all of that bully they had in them for 4 quarters. I think they lost it in pregame warm-up, if we're being completely honest, versus the Chiefs. But for the Chiefs to go out there and, the Chiefs, now I think they've been doing it all year long. You would know more than me, but I think they've been doing it all. But they essentially reinvented themselves last night. I know they did. I know that was a work in progress, but the whole world saw the Chiefs last night go out when it was the 2 top-ranked defenses in the game, depending on how scoring defenses, depending on how you look at it. One versus the MVP, one versus the best quarterback in the game. And the Chiefs went out there and quietly snatched the soul of the Baltimore Ravens.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
You didn't need one, Andy. And that's the team that literally in the first half, really, if you look at how that game went, but literally just skull drug the Texans.
The Chiefs have better dudes overall right now than the Texans, but especially offensively, those 2 drives probably the best 2 drives of the season for the Chiefs offensively. When you take the opponent, probably the 2 best drives. Those first 2, like Clint, I thought Baltimore was about to get run out of the building for a second. When Hugh gets that strip sack, I thought, God, this is about, they can't stop.
They had a chance to go up 21-7.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get blown out of the building, but their defense came back. But I did look at it, I'm thinking, damn, Bobby Slowick's better and C.J. Stroud are better than what they put out.
No question, without a doubt.
Last Saturday.
Without a doubt.
Better than what they put out because, I don't think they crossed the 28. There were moments where they didn't have a chance, and we've seen them draw up more because it was immediate. That was one of the things that jumped out to me, like with the Texans offensively, was immediate. That the Baltimore was on their heels. They couldn't do anything at all. And, up front, the physicality. The first run, Pacheco goes for 12. And it's like right up the middle, right up the gut. And they just, it's hard to be the bully when you're thinking and trying to play.
Well, that's the other part.
That was a big part. They in the Texans game, them jokers were just coming and going and rolling. Yeah. In this game, they were thinking, and some of it is Kelsey, and you take Kyle Hamilton away from being up at the line of scrimmage and doing things because they tried to cover him with Kelsey until they were like, well, let's stop that.
Well, look, I look at it like this. There's the Andy Reid. You're talking about the Andy Reid factor. Yep. Whether it's pre-snap movement or it's changing the formation with Travis Kelsey. And by the way, it's time to start talking about Rashee Rice as well. That to me, that is the difference. That's the difference maker in this offense. Now, obviously, Travis is the best pass-catching tight end to ever play the game.
Him and Pacheco over the last half of the season, they have really.
But Rice really takes some of that pressure off of Kelsey and takes some pressure off that run game. And when the opportunity presents itself, he's physical, but he's also shifty to go get them extra yards like that. To me, when you look at that, at what the Chiefs did that the Texans couldn't do, was they were making Baltimore work and making Baltimore think. And when you did that, they weren't able to play fast. They weren't able to play downhill. They weren't able to talk trash and be the bully that they were. And then all of a sudden you're down 14-7, on the way to be 21-7, and now you feel like you're gonna get your tail whooped, right? That's the biggest thing. I loved the fact that Kansas City went in there. The team that talks trash constantly, the team that is more physical, got it took to them. I loved it.
Yeah. Now all we're hearing a lot today is the Mahomes, with what he's done, is now entering. Are you? Because you haven't been ready to talk about him in this Brady. I've said Brady is the GOAT. FN for now. That's where I have it. He is the GOAT for now.
Yeah.
When this cat's coming, are you?
What? Carry Brady's job.
He's in his 4th Super Bowl in the last 5 years, and like this run is Brady-esque. Like this is a run the Patriots had Did this move you to look at Patrick Mahomes differently this playoff run?
Yeah, it does. I mean, because I think, look, it's already in the LeBron Jordan-ish type of conversation, right? I think we're already there. I think we're – because, I mean, Pat Mahomes would have to literally retire. He did pull a Barry Sanders and retire after 8 years or 9 years, however many years it was, to not make it relevant, right? Like, I think the most convincing part of what Pat's doing, people are going to look at the Super Bowl wins and people are going to look at the stats. But to me, when you're able to do what you just said, what was it, 4 Super Bowls in 5 years?
Yeah.
How many AFC championships has he been to?
6. Every year as a starter.
Every single year as a starter. To me, that is the most – like if you're quarterbacking your squad to the AFC championship game –
that's hard.
6 straight years – I mean, to me, that's what's crazy about the Brady run, about the New England run, is how many times in a 20-year span they were in the AFC Championship. That is, you've got to win
I think Brady went like 18 times to a championship.
It was ridiculous. But now I can look at it and go, I don't need, even though he's on pace to, I don't need him to go out and have 6 Super Bowls or even 5 Super Bowls to say, well, they're in the same conversation. I can sit here and say Brady is the winningest quarterback of all time, and here's some reasons why. And if you're a winning guy, call him the GOAT. But look at the way in which Pat plays the game, the way in which he's reinvented himself. We're looking at a Super Bowl, guys, where Pat Mahomes, going into it, Pat Mahomes, the game manager, versus Brock Purdy, who went out the other day and made play after play after play to win the game for his team in the second half.
Second half, Pat had like 32 yards until he threw that game ender to – of all people, MVS.
Yeah, but look, he managed that game flawlessly, Ron. Even though he's Pat Mahomes and his won games, like all gas, no breaks, he just – and I don't know if that's Andy. I don't know if it's play calling, but he just managed that game flawlessly. Once he realized that they were up 14-7 and the defense was playing lights out and they had a beat on what Lamar was doing, he turned into the guy that was not going to lose that football game. He was going to manage that game. And he did a hell of a job. I'm telling you, man, I'm ready. I'm ready for the conversation. And it's the 6 straight AFC championships.
It's not even if he wins in 2 weeks.
I mean, obviously, he's got to go get multiple. But, I mean, he doesn't need to win 3. What would that be, 3 out of 4? 3 out of 5. 3 out of 4.
3 out of 5. 4.
3 out of 4 championship Super Bowls, right?
3 out of 5. 3 out of 5,
yeah.
I don't like math.
They lost the Bucs and the Bengals in their 2 in a row. So 3 out of 5.
Yeah. So I mean, look, if he wins 3 in his first 6 years, yeah, I think we can. There's enough of a run there to say this is sustained. It's the fact that he's sustaining it that puts me in a spot where I'm ready to say, yeah, this has got real legs, man.
And the scary part is, and the Texans are going to be a part of this too, which I think the Texans arguably may be one of the teams in the AFC that got a chance, the best chance to kind of mess. Like right when you look at, I know your voice just went down.
Well, but I'm
talking about they are like the Ravens. His money's about to kick in, and so now they got to make Lamar's money is kicking in, Joe's money is kicking in, Herbert's money is kicking in. Like they're about to. The Texans have CJ cheap, and they've got a chance to do things. Like this is going to be I'd say over the next 8 years, this is going to be the worst team surrounding Mahomes. Like I think they're going to make.
That's what scares me.
That's the part. They're going to make changes.
Like I know they won it all last year, Ron, but last year's team was not very good. I mean, in the big scheme of things, of like
not
what
comparative to what they've had,
right? Yeah. And then you look at this year. I think Pacheco and Rashee Rice and their ability to, obviously the defense like has turned it up a notch. Like I think last year and this year were the 2 years that, boy, if you were going to get them, these were the. Now I watched it yesterday and I'm like, Mahomes and Kelsey are better than they've ever been. This Rashee Rice kid is a great counterpunch, and he's coming. Pacheco in the run game, the physicality up front's obviously there. Pacheco in the run game is there. That you can always go find that third.
The Texans are probably the best team in the AFC, moving forward, that has a chance because they can still grow.
Yeah,
the arrow's pointed up
because Jacksonville's got a decision to make with Trevor, and their roster is, they've got it. So the Texans and C.J. Stroud are the biggest. like probably the team that can go catch the most. I want to get this from the Drive family because I've been struggling with this. Tyler, you can jump in. Clint, I really want to get your thoughts on this. People, you can text in 713-572-4610 because I run into this issue with the Texans and C.J. Stroud too. Like everything I'm clicking on and I'm watching today is when they talk about this game, they're talking about the Chiefs' defense a lot more than they were coming into it in what they've done in the other playoff games. But it is Mahomes. The conversation you just had, Mahomes to Brady. Look at what Mahomes has done. Y'all think Mahomes is getting too much credit for this Super Bowl run? You think he's getting too much? Because I struggle with this with CJ sometimes. I struggle with this with CJ that I feel like CJ deserves a ton of credit for this year's run. But sometimes I feel like it's not really gearing up to how much credit Bobby deserves, how much credit Nico deserves, Tank Dell deserves, some of the guys on the defense, even D'Amico to a certain extent, but it jumps so much. Do you feel like 713-572-4610, people on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. Do you think that Mahomes is getting too much credit for this Super Bowl run?
Absolutely not.
I need you to help me because right now I would say I think he does. This is what I would rank it. I think the coaching staff, they have, the gap in these games, they have outcoached the draws off of all three of these teams in this playoff run. And then I would say Mahomes and the defense are right there together. But I'm curious your thoughts of why not, because you said no.
Well, I mean, it's easy for me, man. As I'm higher on him right now and them right now than I've ever been. I mean, the off-script stuff, Ron, is hard to duplicate. It's hard to consistently win. And then you look at kind of some of the Tyreek Hill taking the top off the defense. Like I would say that he had more of a system working for him and his supporting cast working for him when they had all those weapons. Now he himself has to adjust his game and play a different style and essentially reinvent himself. And I'll argue that yesterday the time of possession, particularly in the first half of that football game, the time of possession along with the efficiency on the offensive side of the football is tenfold bigger than what the defense did. The defense had a great plan. Don't get me wrong. I thought the plan was tremendous, and I thought Lamar Jackson and
we'll get into
Todd
that
Monken.
later.
I thought they just played right into their hands.
Yeah, we'll
right?
get into that.
They played tremendous, but the bigger part of it is, in my opinion, is Baltimore is notoriously a slow starting football team in the playoffs, and it was almost like Pat knew that coming into it. Like, I'm going to go – what was he, 11-11? 12? I mean, something ridiculous.
I think he was 11 of 12 to start.
I mean, something ridiculous. And you look at how he's picking and choosing when to take his shots. The back shoulder throw when Kelsey scores a touchdown on Kyle Hamilton was, pinpoint. That wasn't a better athlete, and I can throw it further than you.
Because if it was up, it's incomplete.
It's incomplete.
It was at the spot
it was perfect. And you look at all the throws, the quick throws to Rashee Rice. They're just, they're in a perfect position to catch and run. I think he is, and I keep using the term, he's reinvented himself, and this offense has reinvented himself. That's not easy ever for quarterbacks to do, especially when you've had the success that Pat's had at the level that he's had it. You know, you feel like you can put that cape on and go do whatever the hell you want. I feel like Pat has reinvented himself, and I feel like yesterday we saw exactly how important that is. I don't know what the time of possession was in the first half, but I bet it was 3-1.
It was. I know Baltimore had it 9 minutes.
So the rest of the time,
time.
See, like to me, that was Pat Mahomes understanding. Hey, man, let's chew this clock. Those first two drives were was it the first two or 2 of 3? But anyway,
first two drives. Yeah.
Man, just flawless, man.
Like someone texted in, Ronnie, it's Ron. Yes, he gets too much credit. Look at what the defense did yesterday, but nobody is talking about it. I'm not saying nobody is talking about it, but I do think the first thing people are talking about is Mahomes' greatness. And I will say, listening to what you're saying, I know we got to get out of here. There's something to the point of Mahomes being able essentially to do what Dan Campbell couldn't do, and that is morph himself to what the game needs. He turned himself into Tom Brady, or
bingo,
and just because the game is what the game presented instead of what he needed to do.
And along the way, made 3 or 4 throws that only Pat Mahomes can make, and you're just guy's still there.
I can't turn the ball over. He was turning the ball like crazy in the regular season, and now he doesn't have any.
I like that one right there.
In 2 playoffs right now. All right, coming up, let's get to Texans free agents. Some big names here, some big names, and some big decisions for Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. What are your thoughts on some of these guys? Dalton Schultz, you want him back? Devin Singletary, you want him back? We'll get into it coming up next.
In the Loop.
This team has $34 million more than they had in
Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are rocking and rolling. However, you are listening to the number one drive sports show here in Houston. We appreciate you. If you are in the car, at your desk, listening to Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you. If you're on the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, hello, there's Tyler with the gun and the wink. We appreciate you as well. As
he doesn't really have a gun, does he?
No, he doesn't. I don't know, man. I think
he's a gun type.
I think
I haven't, but I don't bring him to the workplace.
He has guns, and he can throw the ball pretty fast, pretty hard. So maybe.
Yeah, played some baseball.
Now, what does that got to do with guns?
No, he's got a gun.
Oh, he's got a gun.
Yeah, he's got a
cannon.
He's got a cannon on him.
Got a cannon on this right shoulder.
Got one of them Jake Myers on that right
now,
shoulder.
did I only play second base and you didn't have to throw it far? Maybe.
Still got to have range, though. You got to turn two and get it quick, man. I know you did.
Got to make that switch.
There you go. All right, as we sit here, and it is hard not to watch the rest of the playoffs and then to look at some of the free agent names that the Texans have, because that's what you've been able to see. I think the great part of the Texans season is, they got to see where they got to get to. They got to personally, on the field, see what they got to get to with the Ravens, and then you can see how the Lions and the Niners and the Chiefs played as well to the level they got to get to. They got to see that. And the wonder is, some of these guys that they've signed to one-year deals, or they're coming up, and there's a lot of them. Dalton Schultz signed a one-year deal. Blake Cashman signed it. Guys that have been big keys. Steven Nelson's in there. Devin Singletary, he came on late, right? Then the big one, Jonathan Grenard, whose contract is up and will be a free agent. It's hard not to look at these games and think, all right, this is what the Texans are lacking and the level they got to meet to, and do these guys bring that, or would they be better making other moves with these guys? And they got a lot of them. I just named a few of them, and I'm looking at this weekend's game, and I heard what D'Amico said, Clint, early about that front getting stronger. It's Sheldon Rankins, who signed a one-year deal. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. Is Sheldon Rankins a guy where you feel like, all right, we got to bring him back? We got to bring him back. He meets the physicality. He meets what we need to see have happen with this team. Is Sheldon Rankins a guy you feel like got to come back?
Yep. I believe.
You're with the Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah. Look, I believe Sheldon Rankins is at the very least a really, really, really good, strong piece to a D-tackle rotation. He's obviously not your top-tier guy that's going to wreck shop, but a guy that you want in the rotation, a guy that can roll through and give you a handful of snaps and be effective. And, yes, I think Sheldon Rankins is the guy I would bring back. I didn't get the sense he was just
getting his ass kicked a lot.
Right, correct. And I'll tell you this, too. There's a reason why D'Amico Ryans brought him in here, and I think it's longer term than 1 year. Look, and we had him on the post-game show. He's, and I don't know this for sure, but I'd be willing to bet you that he's one of the bigger leaders, one of the bigger voices in the locker room. He appeared to be a dude that like authentically and genuinely and sincerely is bought in and just wants to win and isn't a selfish player. All the things we hear players say, and we've been hearing players say forever. Like, I think he legit is one of those dudes, and he's a really, really good player that you put him with a couple of monsters in the middle. I think being a part of a big a rotation, I think Sheldon Rankins would be huge. He'd be even better in that scenario.
Yeah, I like Sheldon Rankins too, and I think he, as you said, is very comfortable. How about Dalton Schultz? Made some plays this year for the team. I think many people are remembering some of his drops that he had late in the playoffs. But he made some plays, had some games this year, and I think has upgraded the tight end spot from, obviously, the previous years. But he signed a one-year deal for about $9 million. You would think he may try to get more than that. Is Dalton Schultz somebody that you want to bring back? Before you answer that, Clint, I see people here saying, yes, Dalton Schultz between the $8 and $9 million, and I would sign him to a 3-year deal. Someone text that in on the text line. Your thoughts about Dalton Schultz? Is that somebody that meets what you want to bring back?
No, absolutely not. Now, if he's a depth tight end, cool. I ain't got no problem with that. But you're not going to pay a depth tight end $9 or $10 million a year.
No.
Or even just I look at that and I don't. You've got to get significantly better at the tight end position, boys. And
that's something jump out you over the playoff.
Yes. It's two-way for me. Like he's not making. Like Isaiah Likely jumping over Stingley last week. That you want your second level tight your second tight end to be a guy that brings something to the table athletically in the pass game or physically in the run game. That guy's got it. Like you can't be a middle of the road guy. And I feel like this team's got an opportunity to improve their pass game and their run game. Really, if we want to get down to the meat of this is. I think one of the best chances the Texans are going to have to improve their run game is going to be the tight end, and you're not doing it with Dalton Schultz. I watch Isaiah Likely, Moss,
I would take him today over Likely. Today,
absolutely, you would.
And he's not getting close to the money.
Correct.
That he is getting.
Correct.
I would take him. He is somebody I'd take immediately over Dalton Schultz.
Right. I mean, you've got to either bring that in the pass game athletically. Or you got to bring like what George Kittle brought in the run game. I know George does it on both the pass game and the run game, but like the ability to just dump truck and pancake folks the way he did Aiden Hutchinson in that 49ers Lions game. He ain't bringing neither one of those like individually. Like I'm not asking a guy that brings both of that to the table is going to be a Pro Bowl tight end and the highest paid guy in the league at the position. I'm just talking one of those. He doesn't bring either of those. Average in the pass game. And be honest with you, I expected him to take a much bigger step this year in the pass game. And then you're talking about in the run game, like I saw Jadeveon Clowney just bucking multiple times in that Baltimore game.
And you didn't hear Jadeveon Clowney yesterday.
Didn't hear him. No. That's just for me. If you want to bring Dalton Schultz back as your second guy, and whatever the money matches that, then cool. But to bring Dalton Schultz back at the tight end position as the answer for this football team, I'm out.
Yeah, someone texted in, show, it's Ron. You absolutely bring Dalton back. Let him compete with whomever else they want to bring in. I'm out on Dalton Schultz. I am too, and I'll be honest, I've been out for weeks. I knew that was one where when I look at this offense, they can absolutely upgrade, I think, at that position. For one, you can't have him and Brevin Jordan on the team together and then try to have them on the field together because that blocking is and being physical is not either one of their strengths at all. And at times they had to. I know they had an injury with Teagan Cotoriano, which hurt them. But those two guys, I just don't think you can have them out at the same time. And I honestly think they can upgrade at that position and have some sort of physicality. That was a big part. And that's just not his game. It's not his thing. And I just don't think he's worth bringing that money when I think you could upgrade that. Like you said, Likely's in the draft they got, as their backup, right? I think that probably hurt them. Mark Andrews coming back, and they didn't use him as much yesterday as they did before. So I'm completely with you on the Dalton Schultz. There are a few areas, running back too, but there's one spot. Tight end, I feel like if they're going to spend money, they can get back.
And well, for the record, too, to the tweet that you mentioned, I'm not paying Dalton Schultz $8, $9, $10 million to come in here and compete. Like whoever I sign at the tight end position, I'm very intentional about signing this guy. I know this guy is worth $7, $8, $9 million a year for 3 years, and I know this guy's going to put his hand in the dirt, and this guy's going to be able to block defensive ends. This guy's going to be able to get to the second level and punish linebackers. This guy's willing to get in there and get his nose dirty and take the fight to somebody, not sit back and get bucked consistently. Like in the pass game, this guy has the ability to do like what Brevin Jordan did, take it 73. Or he's so sure-handed that I know he's not going to drop balls in the biggest games of the year that are 20-plus yard chunk gains. There's it's underwhelming with Dalton Schultz. If I'm being completely honest, I would move on.
No, I think he served his purpose this year, but I think you can upgrade over that. All right, the second game was a doozy. How in the hell did the Lions lose that game? Just dominating in the first half, and in the second half, they just completely lost all of it. Damn it, these Aggies. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about protecting your family, man. Let's.
based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get back at it here, man. The Super Bowl is set. The Kansas City Chiefs will go back, and there's a rematch from 2018. They'll face the San Francisco 49ers. And, Clint, it did not look like it was going to be the San Francisco 49ers getting there. The Lions, it was crazy. In both those games, in the first half, the road team just absolutely dominated the first half. And the Lions were even more dominant in their game against the 49ers. They had run for like 160 yards in the first half, and you couldn't stop. Man, it was like a 2nd and 13, and they ran for like 14. They just at will, they were dominating that game, and they're up 17 to enter the third quarter, Clint, and the game's tied by the end of the third quarter, and then the Niners went ahead and won that game. What's the thing that jumps out to you about that crazy-ass game?
Well, I mean, look, there's two things, depending on whether you're in Detroit or you're in San Francisco. I mean, if you're in San Francisco, Brock Purdy came out in the second half, man-possessed, made big-time throws, made big-time runs to keep drives alive, had a little bit of luck on their side in order to make it happen. But ultimately, Brock Purdy is the story in that game. If you're in Detroit, the only question, right, is, how do you feel about them going for it on fourth down in two separate occasions that they were in scoring position? How do you feel about that? So I immediately go to the positive. I think Brock Purdy, it's going to be hard for Brock Purdy to ever get the love that he deserves unless he just wins at the rate of Pat Mahomes winning damn near. But yesterday was fun to watch because it seems like he is getting the flowers that he so well deserves.
Kinda. I can
tell you don't believe that.
I just listen, Brock. I don't know, man. I feel bad for Brock. Listen. I'm not going to sit here and say that I think Brock should be in the conversation of, the Mahomes, the Allens, the Lamars, the guys that are MVP guys that have won MVPs and that have been consistently some of the best in the game, the top quarterbacks. But I just want to know what does he have to do and how long does he have to do it for him to stop getting criticized or looked at as less than what his numbers indicate? And what he's done indicates, right? Like I'll admit it, man. The goalpost moving that happens to Brock Purdy is wild. All right, man. We want to see what he does when he's down. All right, he's been down both these games in the playoffs, and it wasn't like a pick six that led him backward. Like he's been a major reason and has made plays, to get them back. So Brock to me reminds me of how Astros fans treated Dusty Baker. Anytime the Niners lose, see, they just don't have a quarterback that can compete. They just don't have a quarterback. I mean, I know he threw for 4,200 yards and 31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, which would
got a great play caller and got a supporting cast.
But it's just like, oh man, he's drawing them up. And then when they win, God, Debo, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, all right, like those guys are making it for him. Although maybe we should check Brandon Ayuk's last two seasons to see if he ever had seasons this good when Brock Purdy wasn't his quarterback. I just like it's crazy because, and I know you're not the only one who did this. And I know you are consistent in your belief in this. But Patrick Mahomes is getting a ton of credit for being a game manager in the second half of the game against the Ravens, not allowing the Ravens to get back in it. This cat, if he's a game manager, like he gets crucified for it or something if he is a game manager. And mind you, and you know the quarterback position, he ain't been doing game manager stuff the last couple of weeks and really throughout the season. Like, it ain't just every one of these plays that are successful aren't drawn up and that Debo and them make plays. Tell him, of course he's helped with it, right? Of course he's helped with it. But come on, man. I just...
Well, we've just entered an age of NFL football where if there's not like some, like just unbelievably dynamic X factor to your game, then everybody wants to minimize it. Like nobody wants to just say, hey, look, this guy processes at an extremely high level. He delivers a football on time and accurate, and there's big time value in that. Hell, Drew Brees is one of the best to ever play the game, and that's the only way he made it in the league. The winningest in Tom Brady. It's exactly how he played the game. But for whatever reason, if you don't have the legs like Lamar has to be able to go get it, or Jalen Hurts, if you don't have, if you're not in an offense that's just bombs away the way Dak has been when Kellen Moore was there, if you don't have obviously Pat's freakishly talented arm in terms of being able to throw the damn thing no look and underhand and still get completions. Like, people want to – they don't just go, okay, we'll chalk it up to he's a high-level processor. Everybody wants to minimize it. And that's –
he feels unique, though, Clint. Like, I mean, it's – you said it last week. He's just going to – I think it was off air we were talking. He's just going to have to just win so much that people won't jump. Someone just texted, Ron, I'm losing you. Feel bad for Brock. That's a punk statement. Well, you take it however you want to take it. But I do. I feel bad. I feel bad for the dude. Like, he's
never lost a playoff game that he started and finished.
Yes, like it was like I heard. Listen, I heard. What was it, Shannon today talking about? All right, let's see what he does in the Super Bowl. Let's see what he does.
I feel that Shannon was the only one I heard that was really like him and Dan Orlovsky going back and forth.
Let's see what he does in the Super Bowl.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
He was down by like when Mahomes. I hate to bring this up. Sorry, Tyler and Texans fans.
Don't do it.
But when Mahomes was down 24-0 against the Texans, and he brought them back against the Texans. And yes, the Texans made blunders, as many people here know, to help that. Everybody was just talking about how incredible it was of what Mahomes did.
Wow.
Here, oh, man, he caught a ball off a face mask, and there was a fumble here.
Should have been an interception.
And it's just no. He's playing with Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill, too. Nobody said, and I'm not saying that he's not the same, that he's the same player as him. But how far the gap is from that conversation, being down 17 in the second half, where you got nothing going and your defense can't do nothing. Like, it's just the gaps of how Brock is treated. It's wild. Now he got to go beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. It's not bad enough that 2 straight games he's played lights out to win the ball game at the end. That's not enough. It's like it's the we'll see what else he can do. We'll see what happens next. There's enough times if you double down, eventually you're gonna win. Like, eventually he's gonna have a rough game. It may be in the Super Bowl against the.
He can't have a rough one. No, he don't get it there. That's the thing. He don't get to have a rough one. So that's just Dusty.
Right.
Your fault. You did it. You did it.
Yeah, man.
You did it.
I guess I heard Dan Orlovsky really going to bat for him. That's what I appreciate that of just like, because it's easy if you're Dan, especially when you're with Stephen A. and you're with Shannon Sharp and some of the guys that can talk louder than you. It's difficult to buck them and push back. And Dan pushed back in a big way this morning on him about Brock Purdy, and I just greatly appreciated that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it is it's ridiculous. I mean, he was big time. He was big time, and it's.
Now I will say this, Ron.
I don't think he's.
I will say this: 49ers are my early pick in the Super Bowl.
Good for you. They're their favorite, right? I think last I saw, Tyler, they were a 2-point favorite.
Last I saw was 1. Got down to 1.
I feel like luck is on their side.
You gonna do this? What luck?
I feel like luck is on their side right now. I mean, I haven't really looked at the matchups and all that stuff yet to determine where I'm really going to land on this game. But I watch those games and I feel like
it's their year, it's their time.
Well, they clearly they needed a lot of help from Detroit in order for that game especially to win it by 10 or whatever. I guess they only won it by 3. What they win it by 3 or 4? They won it by 3.
3.
They ended up winning by 3, but it really was a 10-point game. I thought it was going to cover as well, but nonetheless. Like, they needed a lot of luck to put themselves where they were up 10 in the fourth quarter.
They are. They had a lot of luck happen. What is going on with their run defense? What is going on with their defense? Like, when you say luck, even in the second half, like, they had to have several drops to really help stymie drives. And then, some of the questionable decisions from Dan and things like that. It just, they're getting run over. And I know Detroit is good, but I mean, Green Bay took them out. Like, that's the part that is weird to me, is how they are physically just getting taken out. And I do see, I look over it, man. Tell you, boy, Chase Young's out here rushing the passer every time, baby. And I don't think he gives a rip, man. He's out here. He's out here. He's rushing the passer every time. There ain't no kind of run, anything to his game. It's just, that's the part that throws me out. I get you. I'm highly concerned about Christian McCaffrey. Not as much in the run game, but in the pass game. That is the number one weakness for the Chiefs defense. Is how they cover running backs in the passing game. And
I know we don't have time to do it right now, Ron, but I got to fire somebody. And I am dead-ass serious, too. We can do it.
Wow, dude.
We got to dedicate some time to
it. Yeah, we can fire somebody. Yeah, there's a couple of people.
There is a fireable offense that occurred this weekend in the AFC. I'll give it to you, the AFC Championship.
We can do that. Yeah, we can do that coming up. We can do that. There's a fireable offense. He's ready to let somebody go. Also, potential update on not so much Bobby Slowick, but Gerard Johnson. More coming from him, as he has been a hot name to be interviewed throughout. We'll let you know the latest on him as well. We'll continue that all as we keep rolling here live on The Drive.
File for free with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, as we roll through, a lot happening here as the Super Bowl is set, but there are some things that the Texans still have to be looking at news-wise with their football team and potentially a loss in the staff. And we'll see what happens here. It looks, Clint, pretty good on the Bobby Slowick end, and we'll get to that. But, and I think we talked about this last week, Gerard Johnson seems to be more pressing and real at this point, the quarterback coach. He had a second interview with the Saints, Clint, over the weekend on Saturday. So that looks real at this point. Some of the vacancies have been filled. The one in Philly he interviewed for, the one in Cleveland he interviewed for. I don't know what the Browns are doing. That's interesting. Let's go bring in Ken Dorsey. We need some help with Deshaun Watson.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Bringing the guy that helped Josh Allen take a step back. And then as soon as he left, Josh Allen started to play MVP. But, all right, there you go. Kevin Stefanski must have felt good about Kevin, about him anyway. But the Bucs also have interviewed him for their quarterback coach, as well as they lost their coordinator who took over in Carolina. That job is open there. As Gerard Johnson is interviewed for those two places, Clint. So this with Gerard Johnson, that second interview with the Saints seems real. And now that it looks more and more like Bobby Slowick will potentially stay, when we look at just two more openings left, and his name is not really getting talked about a lot as being the guy to fill the Washington and Seattle roles. Now you would think this is something that Gerard Johnson is trying to get, and if he's offered, he's going to probably take these gigs.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me. I thought Bobby Slowick should leave at the drop of a hat anytime he can get a head coach gig because of the money that comes with it, the security that comes with a longer-term contract. They got to pay you out if they don't like you. That's life-changing money.
Yeah.
When I look at Gerard Johnson jumping from the Houston Texans organization, even better if Bobby Slowick is back. Weighing that situation, this situation here versus the two situations with the Saints and the Buccaneers, I think there's a real possibility that Gerard Johnson could look at what's going on in Houston and say, "No, I'd rather stay here." You're looking at the Buccaneers with Baker Mayfield, and I like Baker, but I mean, pales in comparison to what you have here in C.J. Stroud. Possibly Mike Evans not being there in Tampa. I mean, Godwin's old lady, was midseason was tweeting about him and his intentions, and so you wonder what the heck's going on in Tampa. And I got some of the same reservations about what's going on with the Saints. I think Gerard could probably look at this thing and say it's better for my career if I stay right here in Houston. And if Bobby gets another job, become the OC here, and kind of climb the ladder here versus go somewhere with some coaches that aren't nowhere near as secure as DeMeco Ryans is in their head coach spot.
Yeah, because it's a slippery thing to play. Like, all right, because you could say to yourself, I think Bobby's gonna get a job next year, and then could I slide in here and stay home, be where I want to?
New baby, stay home, family's here.
But man, I mean, how quickly things can change in the NFL.
Yeah.
How quickly Baytown guy, you all know. I mean, Brian Johnson, like things have changed in a major, major way for him in weeks. It's in like 7 weeks it's changed for him. Mike Kafka, who I've brought up, he didn't even get a thought of an interview this year, and he was a guy that was close to being hired.
Didn't the Eagles just hire Kellen Moore?
Yeah, the Eagles. Is this 3 different OCs for Kellen in 3 years? Dallas, Chargers, and now Eagles. Like it gets, and he was a head coach
candidate, and you wonder if he becomes one.
Well, but you look at Kellen Moore, and again, talking about it in the context of Gerard Johnson, like Kellen Moore is still getting juice out of the Cowboy squeeze when he had those big number offenses. I mean, you look at it now, he's getting a lot of love right now because the years that he was the coordinator in Dallas, the run game was actually better than when Mike McCarthy took over, and supposedly they were going to put an emphasis on the run game. And so somehow Kellen Moore, as from an offensive play caller perspective, is still getting love from that run he had in Dallas. Gerard, in my opinion, has got to set himself up to wherever he takes over, you better damn sure make sure you got the ability to have that kind of run. And then you're set to at least be an OC across the league for multiple years to come, if not a head coach.
But you're right. I mean, there's a mix-up between, all right, man, no, my name is hot right now, and I want to take this job, to then, as D'Amico has alluded to, taking the right job because the wrong job could have you just done, and not having a chance to get where you want to get if you jump too quick. And I don't know if the Saints is that job. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know if the Saints is that job or the Bucs is, but we'll see.
Something about that Saints gig. Them two quarterbacks and it was interesting. Both of them are interesting cats. And then you look at the young receiver Olave. It seems like he's had more concussions than the whole damn Texans football team. Man. And then you look at what's my man's name, Michael Thomas.
I don't know if he's going to be.
He's off his damn rocker. So I mean, you know what I mean?
And injured a lot. At what point? Kamara, is he slowing down?
Yeah. So I don't know if it's as sexy as one might think once you just start throwing those names out there. You know?
Yeah. As it has been. Yeah, they feel like they need to, with the exception of Olave, like they may need to start over. As I said, more news here. Mike McDonald, now his season is over, as well as Ben Johnson. Their seasons are over. There could be voids being filled here, and McDonald is scheduled to have an in-person interview with the Seahawks, who is one of two still open. So it looks, we're not hearing Bobby Slowick's name for those two. He's interviewed for both of them, but it looks like Bobby Slowick and the Texans will survive keeping Bobby Slowick.
I'm not counting them Commanders out yet.
Yeah.
Till they hire somebody, I'm not counting them out. There's too strong of a connection. Potential connection. They may have never talked to each other in the 49ers organization, but there's too much of a connection there for that to not be at least a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah. And the connection that Clint's talking about is the general manager that they just recently hired was with the 49ers and was there for 6 years with Bobby Slowick. So we'll see what happens there, but it looks like the Texans might be out of the woods of losing their offensive coordinator after year one.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Goff, pressure, in trouble, throws on the run, incomplete, and the gamble on fourth down.
Yeah, that was one of a couple of gambles, and we'll get to that. Clint, I'm looking at this, and I'm wondering, because the Lions, and I want to get your thoughts and the people's thoughts, the Lions seem to be maybe the team where you look at and say, that's the type of jump maybe the Texans can make, right? You even feel like you're a little bit ahead of the Lions kind of process, as last year the Lions were a really good team that just missed the playoffs. You made the playoffs, and then they then jump, win the division this year, and then get to the NFC Championship game, of which after a half they got a 17-point lead. When you look at what Dan Campbell has built and what D'Amico is building, do you get the sense that the Texans are ready to take this path? The Texans are ready to potentially next year get to a conference championship game like the Lions have done, or do you think they got too much work to get to that, to have that expectation next year?
Well, they don't want too much work. No, I mean, but I'm going to tell you right now, to me, the Texans, there's two ways you can go. You can be Detroit and continue trending in the right direction and make a run, or you can backslide and be one of 6 teams that didn't make the playoffs, that made it last year, that didn't make it this year. And that is every single bit of that right now, for me, is dependent on what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio decide to do this offseason. If they in order to do what the Lions did, you got to have some dudes. I mean, you got to have some game-changing players on both sides of the football. And so I just believe that ultimately it's going to depend on what D'Amico and
to get to that point. This is a really big offseason for the Texans with what they're able to hit in the draft and in free agency. This offseason is huge, and something we're going to be talking about throughout the offseason, but it is big.
I'm anxious to just see what the approach is, because that's what that's what McClain had me hot about last week.
Because we see the Lions had an approach. We're gonna get some thumpers. We're gonna be a physical football team.
They're just absolutely nasty in the trenches, and I don't think the Texans are going to have the ability, especially on the offensive side of the football, to do that. But they're built from the inside out. So I think the Texans are going to have to look a little bit different. But I've said this before, Ron. At some point, the Texans have to go get game changers. Like this cannot be. And I know Nick comes from a place where, man, they just spread the money out, or whatever the hell the approach was in New England, where they just never went and got superstar players for whatever reason and did more with less for whatever reason. I just believe the Texans, in my opinion, the biggest thing that needs to happen for the Texans is when they get there, they got to have dudes that can change a game. And right now they don't have those guys. And so to me, I'm gonna say it's more likely that they backslide into a not making the playoffs team than it is that they make a run, until I see what Nick and D'Amico do in this free agency.
Yeah. I mean,
this whole running back by committee, and we'll just go draft a middle of the road receiver and he'll replace Robert Woods, and we'll run it back with some of the guys that we have now, and we'll make this guy work at defensive end, and we'll like that. To me, it's only going to get you so far, man. And I don't know if that's going to get you further than them over exceeding, this year with a soft schedule.
Because it does feel like the identity that they want to have is to be more physical. Like it seems like D'Amico, like that, from what we've heard from D'Amico, it seems like that is what he wants. And I wonder if they're going to make a real concerted effort in the areas that, they can to do that. That, to me,
and to me, you just I don't know. You need to be more physical. It's a game of football. You need to be more physical on both sides of the ball.
It seems like D'Amico, that's what he wants the identity to be.
Yeah. Well, you better go get some dudes that can go. You know what I mean? Like you better go get some dudes that can go and not spend another year developing the next Christian Harris and hoping this guy works or that guy works. Like you got to get some dudes that can absolutely change the game.
Yep. Yeah, so hopefully we'll see the Lions. They have made that change, and really in 3 years gotten to the NFC Championship game. The Texans one game away from that. Can they kind of replicate what the Lions did next year?
Big 3 at 3. Number 3
has now reached the Chiefs' 25, 2nd and 10 to the end zone again, and it is intercepted. Intercepted by Deion Bush, who just came in 2 plays ago for Mike Edwards.
Damn. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, they lose this game that a lot of people felt like it was Lamar's year, and that the Ravens would get through this year, and that it was set up for them at home. They tried to bring everybody out. They had the top defense. They had one of the better offenses this year, and just really beat a lot of the great teams in the league. But they weren't able to get it done. And offensively is what really jumps out. It looked like with a combination of the Ravens figuring out what the Chiefs, being better to defend what the Chiefs were doing, and the Chiefs kind of slowing it down and taking the air out of the ball. The defense kind of figured things out, and they gave up 17 points. But the offense seemed to struggle throughout. And to you, do you got a problem more with Lamar's game, or do you have a problem more with the offensive game plan?
Well, I got a problem with the offensive game plan in a major way. I'm not letting the cat out of the bag who I'm firing, though, Ron. Not doing it.
You're still not doing it.
I'm not letting the cat out of the bag. Like, look, I think you.
I hate to tell you.
You look at the game, and ultimately Baltimore's typically the bully. They play the bully well. They got punched in the mouth and didn't like it, and instead of punching back, they, in my opinion, they lost the edge that they definitely had against the Texans, but the edge that they had against most opponents this year, where they were the more physical, the faster, the team that was playing downhill, and they lost that damn near immediately, Ron. So you look at that as a whole, they lost that bully mentality, and they're just, again, too much of what the Ravens ultimately have success with is high risk, low percentage, off script, off schedule, and as great as guys are, it is hard to win that way at this point in the playoffs. It is hard. The closer you get to the top, to the Super Bowl, the more elite the opponents are, the more difficult it becomes to wish and hope and pray on making plays. It's at some point in time, that's going to bite you, and it just keeps biting the Ravens in the tail, and ultimately keeps biting Lamar in the tail as it pertains to playing the quarterback position.
You know what? It was interesting, like how different the Ravens looked yesterday in comparison to the game against the Texans. Like, if you look at the Texans game, Clint, like, one of the things that jumped out was the Texans just didn't look ready in terms of they had all those pre-snap penalties. They did all the silly things in the game that hurt themselves. And then the Ravens turned around yesterday, and they did that in a major way. They had Zay Flowers had a 3-play stretch, where he gets the blown coverage catch and then taunts. I don't care what anybody says about anything that happens. You cannot push a guy to the ground, spin the ball down on the ground next to his head, stand over him and flex, and then not think you're going to get a penalty.
Right.
You get a penalty, then you come back, and then as you're crossing the goal line, you get the ball knocked out of your hands on an amazing play from Snead. That one is easier to swallow because, you're making a tough play. But then you walk over and what's the reliever for the Astros that took himself out? Rest in B face. Phil
Maton.
Yeah, Phil took his hand out and took himself out the playoffs. This kid went over there and just banged his hand and cut his hand up out of anger because of the fumble. Like, he had a 3-play stretch where he just absolutely hurt his team, and not to mention they had, I think, 4 personal foul penalties throughout the game. Holy cow! How different they looked from the game against the Texans, and the Texans were the team last week that looked so like they weren't ready for this.
Yeah, they were out of sorts.
Wow.
I mean, a drop on the first drive, the penalties that you mentioned, inexplainable, like errant passes, drops. Like the whole thing was just to me was the bully got punched in the mouth and their eyes were watering and they didn't know how to they couldn't see straight.
I'm sure they vomited in the stand.
It was the damnedest thing, but it's at that point you're dependent on one dude to go make plays and the play caller ain't helping him. Go make plays with your legs, and it wasn't there.
Or throw it to yourself. All right.
Which he did.
Yeah, he did. He called it 13 yards. He was the leading receiver for a while. All right. Did you have any issues with what Dan Campbell did? A lot of people talking today is Dan Campbell's decisions. Did you have any issues with that? I'm certain D'Amico wouldn't have done what Dan did. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I got to tell y'all about a guilty pleasure.
YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. This time next week, we will be sexy as hell in Vegas.
We going to Las Vegas.
I had to go purchase me some things.
Nevada.
Oh, are you going to get your gear right?
Not right,
Oh,
man. I'm
wow.
not doing a whole lot of that,
Wow.
man, you know.
I mean, what do you feel like you need?
Going where the weather suits my clothes.
I do want to get some kicks.
Oh, you need some new shoes?
I need some shoes.
What are you going to go with? Something pretty versatile, or you going to try to go with a statement piece, or what?
Sidewind-ass tennis shoes.
I mean, what do you think?
I hate this dude.
I mean, what's your mind? Like, you can't like now you shop like my like if you hadn't thought no further beyond wanting to go shopping, you're like my wife. Like, what you do? You just wake up and say, "Hell, I feel like going shopping."
I think I've thought through both of them.
Well, you got to decide exactly what you're going after,
This
and
man
then
is
go
ready
shop.
to rock and roll, man. Hey, man, what do you got? You got something a little versatile? Maybe a statement piece.
Well, I just got to know. I mean, what are we talking about here?
I don't know. I just know that was going to be the response. Like, you're ready. You're geared up and ready to rock and roll. I don't know. You're right. Maybe something versatile. Well, I have almost got by these Cole Haans that keeps showing up on my phone. Almost.
I feel like you've got a pair that I would guess are Cole Haans. The browns with the black the browns with the white sole.
Yeah, I got a couple pair of those.
Don't know if those are Cole Haans
They
or not,
are.
but I would
got a couple Coles. These will keep rolling through. They're about 75% off. I've told myself if it comes through again, get them.
You gonna snack them, huh? Okay.
They probably won't get here in time though.
Oh, hey man, we know what hotel we're in, man. Ship them to the hotel. They'll be there when we get.
I ain't gonna lie to you. That done it for me. CBS yesterday, they showed the graphic going to Vegas for the Super Bowl, and they showed our hotel right there.
Did they really?
It was right there. I'm gonna give it out to people, but
I'll be damned. I didn't see that.
You were concerned about our hotel. Well, it was right there.
Well, I saw an image from the back, and it looks like somebody bought one of them chains and kind of painted it up in a colorful manner. So I didn't know. I didn't know there was a casino and everything on our hotel.
It was up there. Yes.
Oh, this is big time. Boss spent a little money, didn't they?
Yeah, big time. Big time, baby.
Yingling and Low T came through, didn't they?
There you go, baby. Yeah, it's good spot. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think I need to get a little bit more prepared on what I'm looking for shoe wise. I think I'm probably.
Well, you got to get you something you can walk.
I'm probably rolling in, versatility. Hell, I might get versatility and statement piece.
Yeah.
Why not?
The show, man.
I mean, you're going to be in the same hotel for 5 days, assuming walking the same casino, the same path. It's got to be versatile, something you can switch up without overpacking.
Right. Yeah.
So,
what's a versatile shoe? Come on, you got some. What's a versatile?
You asking me?
Yeah, both of you.
I think every man should have a pair of solid white ones, which I currently have on my feet. Maybe a tad bit dirty, but need a new pair. But I think every man should have one.
Not bad.
Especially if you're going to Vegas, you're going to Cali, you're going to Arizona. You throw those on.
Can't go
shorts,
wrong with
you
those.
Throw those on to go to dinner with some whatever color jeans or pants you want to wear.
That's a good call.
I feel like every man should have a pair of solid white ones. If you can find some gum bottoms, that'd be cool. I think you have a hard time doing that. I'd go solid white.
I love a good gum bottom.
Yeah, especially solid whites would be clean.
Yeah,
but that's what I'd go with. I mean, that's
a good versatility. You can get away with those with damn near anything.
Dress it up, dress it down. Nobody's ever going. It's not going to clash with anything where you show up like, boy, he must have been down to his last outfit. That right there ain't it. They're always going to ride, man. Jeans, dress pants. Whatever you need, man.
Yeah, the good versatility. Statement piece.
What's that temp going to be like in Vegas, y'all reckon?
Man, I've been looking. It's like 60s, 50s.
So
when I was there last week, it was nippy.
Let me pull it up now.
A little bit. I enjoyed it.
Was it nipple-y, though?
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sin
Because
City.
they're talking about Las Vegas, Nevada.
We're going to Las Vegas, Nevada.
Hell, man, it's the high when we arrive is 46. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
Yeah, man.
46 Monday, the high is 47, and then the 50s. Whoa.
So let me tell you what.
Okay, that changes it up here. Now we got to really relook at this now.
I'm telling you.
The outfits here.
I'm telling you. Look here. A solid, versatile vest. I'm just putting it out there. If you had some purple or orange one that you wanted to buy, that's a one day deal.
That's all right.
You get you went with the versatile. Boom.
I got a versatile, and I think I may need a statement piece vest.
Oh, wow. Statement piece shoes and vest.
Statement
I like
piece
this.
vest. Yeah.
I can't wait to show. You got to send me pictures, man.
Damn. Ain't gonna be able to have no pool parties, are we?
Why not?
Not at 46.
Oh, I'm sure they got one we can get into.
Going where the weather
Someone
suits
text
my
in
clothes.
penny loafers or the versatile shoe they use.
I mean, there's certain people that can pull that off. I mean,
Al McNair.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
leave it to Beaver.
I was gonna say most of the time it's strongly connected to your bank account, but okay. I mean, hey, look, yeah, don't piss everybody off out there that wears penny loafers. Would you say leave it to Beaver?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anyone wearing penny loafers unless they're 90 years old now.
I'm gonna find a penny loafer.
Hey,
Gotta go get the paper.
I mean, the penny loafer wearing folks ain't hanging out at Prospect Park at 2 a.m.
Oh, check that out.
I don't know.
Someone on the text line did help me. I accidentally looked up Las Vegas, New Mexico. Yeah, it's so sad.
Oh, Lord. Oh, man.
I was going to say,
I wish somebody wouldn't have corrected you. I wish Ron would have packed.
Oh, my God.
He'd packed for 40 degree weather in Vegas.
I mean, it ain't going to be that different. Hell, it's going to be 52 when we land.
At night?
It's the high.
We land at night, though.
Oh, well, it's going to be colder then. Boy, that Las Vegas, New Mexico really, that caught me.
I didn't know there was such a thing.
I did not either. I was not aware either.
Don't let me forget, too, I got to give y'all the notes I made while I was there.
Oh, I'm waiting for that. We got it.
I got them for you.
Are we going to discuss this on Friday, or is it something that I need advance so I can put some phone calls in?
I feel like we needed this advance. I think we
because, man, that city is about to be running with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
sooner the better.
Are you building these up?
I mean, I'm not saying I got any, like.
I mean, if your notes are gonna help us navigate Super Bowl week in Vegas, you must have some good connections. You must have found some stuff.
No, it's up to you to make stuff happen, but I'm going to let you know the places I visited when I was there that I think you should try out.
Oh, I'm excited. This is a tease. I'm excited.
Did you go to Blake Shelton's Old Red?
I didn't. Didn't get around to that one.
I mean, how did that happen?
Man, I was only there like 3 days, man.
I mean, how in the hell did that happen?
Just didn't. Coming up, we'll get to that. Did Dan Campbell cost the Lions a chance at the Super Bowl? We'll discuss that coming up next. But guys out there,
So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Detroit Lions and the people of Detroit thought they were going to have themselves a hell of a night. I mean, Eminem was going to go crazy. Barry Sanders looked like he might show some excitement up in that box yesterday. I mean, Detroit thought it was about to really go down, and they were going to make the Super Bowl. I saw famous people from Detroit just texting crazy stuff at the half, like, I'm finally going to know what it feels like to have my team go to the Super Bowl. I mean, just crazy stuff. And then the second half occurred.
Bite a kneecap off.
And it looked like they got their kneecaps bitten off, to be honest with you. Here was Dan Campbell, because there were decisions. And they have been aggressive all year, but Dan Campbell 2 times in the second half, once at the score of 24-10 in the third quarter. He elected to go for a 4th and 2 and not kick a field goal to add to the lead. And then with under 6 minutes left in the fourth, down 27-24, he elected to bypass a 48-yard field goal instead to go for a 4th and 3. He did not convert, or his team did not convert on either one of them. There was a drop in there as well I'd like to throw in. But this was Dan Campbell yesterday on his decisions to go for it on 4th downs.
I just felt really good about us converting and getting our momentum and not letting them play long ball. They were bleeding the clock out. That's what they do. And I wanted to get the upper hand back, and it's easy hindsight, and I get it, I get that. But I don't regret those decisions, and that's hard. It's hard because we didn't come through. It wasn't able to work out. But I don't. And I understand the scrutiny I'll get. That's part of the gig, man.
All right, did Dan Campbell? You have any issues with the decisions Dan Campbell made in the second half, going for it on 4th downs?
I have none with the decisions that he made. They've been that way. He's been that aggressive. They have been that aggressive and had success doing it. It's part of the reason why they're where they are. It's part of their identity and how they play the game offensively. And so I have no problem with him getting to the moment, big game, monster game, and doing exactly what you've done all year long to get there. Now, I say all that, I would have done it different.
Yes.
I would have done it different. I don't subscribe to the analytical approach to game management. I understand it being a weapon, but I don't subscribe to it wholeheartedly. I think you have to understand momentum. Obviously, the teams, the offenses, defenses, the specific matchups, who's throwing the ball, all that kind of stuff. The elements on the road versus at home, like all of that stuff has to play into it, and it's a gut feeling. I would have kept the 3-score lead in the third quarter. Once I got that 14-point lead, that 17-point lead, I would have done everything I could to keep it and to shorten that game at that point in time. And so I would not have done it. But I do understand and respect Dan Campbell for sticking to his guns.
Listen, I in this thing, 713-572-4610, if you missed it, do you believe he cost his team a chance to get to the Super Bowl? And I partly put a lot of this on Tyler because Tyler was going against an Aggie and was rooting for
a Longhorn.
So a little bit of this clearly goes your way, Tyler. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're wearing that gold ring. People want you to take it off.
Every day of my life.
But I understand.
That's a bold-faced lie.
No, it didn't.
That is a bold-faced lie.
I wear this ring every single day of my life.
It's just started. It was loose, right?
Since I lost weight and had to get it resized.
Now you got
that time period I didn't, but I wear this ring every damn day of my life.
How many shows have we done?
It's at the top. It's a lot. 700 something, I think, or 900 something, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. The people there just can't believe you. I mean, Aaron Glenn's over there as a defensive coordinator too, and you pissed in his cereal as well.
Cheerios.
Certainly. But I understand, as you said, this is what they did. But damn it, you can coach differently when it comes to different circumstances. Right? Like I think you can coach different. Like at the end of the half, Dan didn't say, "Oh hell, let's go for it." He kicked a 21-yard field goal, didn't he?
Yep.
He didn't say, "Let's punch it in here." For this person texting in, Campbell was going for the win, sinking a 31-13 lead to get the kill shot, nailing the coffin. I know what he was doing, but at some point, like it's 7:05 left in the third, the Niners come out and they got to go and they put together a drive where they're running clock, and all they can do is muster a field goal. And now they've just made it 24-10. And now you're here, and you've run it down, and now we're halfway through the quarter. And if you make and kick the field goal, we're halfway through the quarter, and the Niners have not done anything to cut into your lead.
Right. Yep.
And I know it's what but you can coach differently in different situations. The first one I don't have as much of an issue with, to the point the texter made. He was going for the kill shot, but I do think you gotta come to your mind and say, all right, we will maintain the same deficit we had or the same score that we had or lead we had coming into the quarter with 7 minutes left. And now it changes everything. If I don't get this, now the whole, and this is the part analytics doesn't take in, and I think you were talking about, the whole stadium is now different. The whole swagger and walk.
You swung the momentum.
Yes, yeah. And now you give them a chance with great field position, and next thing you know, a ball bounces off somebody's face mask, and you're in business inside the 5. At that point, now they got to kick it off. Your team feels better. You just can't. Now I can't get with the last one at all. You got a chance to tie the game with a 48-yard field goal. You got to kick the damn thing on 4th and 3. It's not like your offense was cooking. And the worst part about it is, for me also, is your identity is we run the damn football. 4th and 3, 4th and 2, you didn't hand either one of them off with your identity. Now, I will also understand to say Josh Reynolds just flat dropped one of them.
Yep.
And you got to catch the ball. But, man, you
hit biceps.
Yeah, right. I mean, but come on, man, Clint. You got to be able to coach differently in different situations. You can't just, hey, man, I don't give a rip, man. We're gonna do what the hell we do.
I'll be honest. I probably would have done them all different. I probably would have gone for it at the end of the first half.
You would have gone for it.
They were inside the 5-yard line.
Oh. And the only reason I didn't score a touchdown is because Gibbs slipped.
Yeah. I mean, I probably would have gone for it at that point in time, and then I would have kicked the other two. But again, look, you wonder at that point, at what point did Dan think my best option of slowing the momentum is for my offense to get a first down versus my defense to get a stop. You know what I mean? Like how did that play into the decision to go for it or not? I don't know. But boy, I've never subscribed to the analytical way of going for it, and I think that is playing with absolute fire. So I don't like it when I watch it. I don't like it when I see it.
The situation just didn't. To me, it's 24-10. Kick it.
Yep. 24-10. You've chewed up half the third quarter, and they've made up no ground.
Nope. 27-10.
It's just a race to the end at this point in time.
No, they got to drive the full length of the field. Kick it, right? Someone texting, if Gibbs does not fumble, we're not having this discussion. Well, at that point, you could feel the tightness come all over. This is another thing analytics doesn't take into account. You could feel the tightness and the snowball rolling downhill at that point that they got the ball.
All of a sudden they have, and I'm even talking about the fourth down, they had a drop on third down too where the guy was screaming across the field wide open.
Yep, it was Reynolds again.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, there's no doubt about it. Like the momentum, the atmosphere was getting to the lines. The moment was getting to the lines, and they just couldn't do anything on either side of the football to stop the momentum.
Yeah. All right, Dan. We'll hope and learn for it. It felt like I'll tell you, Dan felt real Brandon Staley vibes.
By the kneecap
just in terms of where I am absolute like that last one when he didn't kick it to tie the game in the fourth quarter.
That one got me.
I just said, "Oh, you're just hell bent on we're going to do this." Like I just wonder what's the conversations in the headsets from other people around them. Like we got to be like, "Hey, Dan, man, we sure here? You don't want to go ahead and kick this thing." It's not. I mean, it's not like they were rolling there,
right?
In that fourth quarter, man, kick it. And when they didn't get that, I mean, the knife just blown the air out of their entire team. Yeah, that last one, I think there's no defense for it, none at all. And my man handed that ball off when they had 3 timeouts left, down at the 1. When they were trying to get it from 10 to 7, he handed that sucker off and forced himself to have to call a timeout to get. Oh boy, that was interesting. All right, what you got coming up here at the 4, Clint?
Well, I'm gonna fire somebody this weekend. I'm dead ass.
You're not normally about firing people.
I'm firing somebody, and then I saw something this weekend that I believe that it's just a matter of time before Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift tie this whole thing up. I saw something that sold me on it.
I like that one right there.
We're gonna do that right there next. I'm gonna fire somebody. I'm gonna marry somebody. We're gonna do that next. Before we get there, I got to tell you about
backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, boys, we got the championship games are in the books. Chiefs 17, Ravens 10. Chiefs on to the Super Bowl. Congratulations, Ron Hughley.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm happy for you. I'm here to I'm here to go along on the ride with you, man. To enjoy this as much as we can. We're going to Vegas. We told everybody out there we're going to Vegas.
4 and 5.
We're going to Las Vegas. 4 and 5 what?
4 and 5 years.
4 Super Bowls in 5 years.
4 and 5.
6 straight AFC Championship games.
Ow.
Yeah, I mean he's on a Brady pace, maybe ahead of pace if we're being honest. At this point in time, Chiefs 17, Ravens 10 in the AFC Championship game. Lions 31, 49ers 34 in the NFC Championship game. We got a Chiefs 49ers Super Bowl. That's going to be a hell of a matchup, man. Anytime you get Patrick Mahomes bumped up against a 49ers defense that is legit, as well as you get Kyle Shanahan. You get my man Brock Purdy.
There we go. Finally, I'm gonna see how many times we get.
Oh, come on. You know that's coming. You know, when we talk about Pat, we talk about Andy. You know, we talk about Kyle. We got to talk about Brock. Matched up against, again, a great defense in Kansas City. It's going to be a hell of a matchup, and we're going to be in Vegas bringing you all the good news. But, Ron, I got to fire somebody, boys. I don't like to do this.
Normally don't come into people's jobs.
I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy at all. I don't. God. I shouldn't say it all because I think that means never, and that would imply that I'm not fixing to do what I'm fixing to do. This guy should be fired today. Harbaugh.
And you mean somebody who is in an NFC or AFC championship?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Harbaugh should be waiting at the front doors of the facility in Baltimore.
Oh my.
And the minute Todd Monken walks in, you just say, "Sir, I need your playbook." Sir, I need your playbook.
I designed it,
and I need you to come up to my office and talk to our player personnel guy. Talk to our general manager, Todd Monken. I'm sorry, but what you did is inexcusable. And in fact, before I'm going to fire you, you're in about 10 minutes. You're going to be done here. I need you to tell me anybody on this offensive staff that had a hand in building this game plan. And I need the 2 or 3 top most impactful coaches that were involved in this, their asses out too.
I feel like Kirby Smart threw his visor 6 times in Athens, Georgia. Todd!
Look here,
Never
man.
did this to me. Todd!
Look here, man. Lamar Jackson is your quarterback. Todd Monken's ass went out there, and for 4 quarters in a ball game that was never out of hand. It was never out of control.
That 17-7 felt like 25 apparently to Todd.
Ron, Todd Monken with Lamar Jackson had 82% drop back passes. 82% of the snaps his ass dropped back.
25 in the second half.
He had 2 designed runs. 2 designed runs. And I recall one of them was on 3rd or 4th and 1, and it went for 20 plus.
4th and 1, first quarter of the game when they first started panicking.
I remember that one, right? 2 designed runs, that in itself is a fireable offense. You should never, ever, ever go into a football game. I don't think you should ever do it, but you damn sure shouldn't do it when it's win or go home. And you have a game plan that even remotely close gets you to a place where you have 2 designed runs for the most electric single weapon in this game of football, in this game we call football at the NFL level. Lamar Jackson's legs are the most dynamic, the most explosive, the most dangerous, the most feared weapon in all of football. And you had 2 designed runs? his ass ought to be fired. There is no way that a group of individuals that are highly paid, some of the best minds in the game, sat around a table and said, we're fixing to go play in the AFC Championship, boys, and we're going to drop Lamar Jackson back 82% of the time, and along the way we're going to have 2 designed runs. And, oh, by the way.
Please get to this part.
By the
this
way,
is the part that really makes it bad.
The other 2 ball carriers on this football team, what'd they have, Ron? 6?
5. 5?
I thought it was 6 of them. 6? It was 6 of them, 2 Lamar, and 2 Zay Flowers, I believe. They led the league in rushing.
They ran for 229 against the Texans last week. Yeah, you're right. Hill 3 carries for 3 yards, and then Gus Edwards 3 for 20.
6 carries for your running backs, 8 total for all your ball carriers, including Lamar Jackson, and 10 if you throw Zay Flowers 2 rushes in there. You ran the football 10 times, right? 10 times, and if I'm going to do this quick math, 10 times, and you threw it 43 times with Lamar Jackson as your quarterback in a game that was never out of reach, a game that was never, ever out of hand. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, Ron. If I were a coach,
that couldn't have been of what they said around and was the game plan. Walking.
Well, then your ass is fired for in the moment.
Right, that can't be right.
I wouldn't think so. I would not think so. But it's hard for me to. At no point in the game, Ron. At no point in the game did anybody go, "Hey man, we did gash him on that first half quarterback run. We gashed him pretty good right there. That was a hell of a play. We ought to go back to that." So when everything else is not working, when clearly Lamar Jackson is not hitting the down the field stuff, he's inaccurate on some of the underneath stuff. They're suffocating you with their corners that they have, their cover ability. Like at no point somebody said, "Hey man, we got to get Lamar's legs involved here." I don't know how you justify.
I'll tell you where I got nervous a bit because, listen, I thought the Chiefs were going to run him out of the gym for a second. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought they were going to, when a Minihue gets the strip sack, and they got a chance to go up, and then knowing, all right, even then they kicked that field goal and then said, all right, the Chiefs get the ball at the half, right? And I was thinking, this thing could be 24-7, and we're watching this. And all of their plays, especially in the first half, and I think it really continued in the second half, were all just kind of plays that since I've known you, you would say, and if you're going to try to live on those plays, you don't have a chance, which is the throw a pass to yourself or the scramble around and get Zay Flowers lined up on a linebacker to get a big play. Like all of their big plays were things that aren't sustainable, or you weren't going to win or kind of had a little luck involved in them. I got nervous when the defense immediately gets the stop on the Chiefs coming out, and they make the Chiefs punt. And now it's 17-7, and I thought, because if the Chiefs scored any points, it may force them to feel like they can't run the football, and they got to throw it to conserve it. Yeah. But then they didn't score. And I thought, all right, they're going to come right out. Well, they roll here, run to Gus Edwards for a yard. Then they say, hell with that. Let's get out of that. Screen to Zay Flowers, and then another drop back pass, incomplete, deep to Zay Flowers. That was the 3 plays in their first possession coming out of the third quarter. And at that point, I was like, whew, all right. The Chiefs kind of dodged a bullet because I thought it was going to be, because when they came out against the Texans, they seemed to have an adjustment in that first drive in the third quarter. There was no adjustment happening. They just couldn't. They just couldn't get it.
Ron, it doesn't make no sense, man. It makes absolutely the one thing. If you're Harbaugh, man,
it's like they were trying to prove something.
Right. There's no other way to look at it, man. And look, I don't know if there is. Maybe there's an agreement in the building with Lamar Jackson and Todd Monken and the whole bringing Monken in, and the whole reason was, hey, man, we're going to allow you to win from the pocket and depend less on your legs and all that kind of jive. If that's the case, it was a terrible ass decision and a terrible hire, because that is the. If I were a head coach, I've always said this. This goes way back, and now we all know I'm into simple things done savagely well. We'll win a lot of football games. It's one of those things where if I were a head coach, take Lamar out of the mix. If I were a head coach and I went out there and I lost a football game and I watched the film and I was doing all this fancy crap, trying to throw this route and that route and trying to throw the go route and the post and all these fancy routes and these fancy concepts, and I go back and look and they played soft corner the whole game, and I could have literally threw hitch, a quick out, speed cut. I could have threw that the whole game at any point in time, and I never took advantage. I would be sick. Like, I let my guys down. And in today's game, when you've got Josh Allen or you've got Lamar Jackson, or hell, I think it starts with Dak Prescott. Dak should be this way, and then anybody as athletic or more athletic than Dak, it just gets more and more magnified. If you lose a game, especially of this magnitude, and Harbaugh, you sit your ass up in that office and go, I just lost in the AFC Championship to a team that scored 17 points. My offense sputtered, and that's putting it nicely, the entire game. And by design, 2 times in 4 quarters, we schematically, purposely called a designed run for the most explosive weapon in the game. Not just in Baltimore. There's nobody that touches the ball more often and does what Lamar Jackson can do with his legs. And you carried you made the decision twice in that game to give him the football. Like, you let them boys down.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of people, and I think it was a great game plan that Steve Spagnuolo, the D coordinator, came up with for the Chiefs. Is there any way, because I think his game plan and what he did last week to Buffalo a bit dictated what Josh couldn't do.
Sure.
They could run the ball. By the way, this is the other part that probably is killing Ravens fans, is that the Bills ran for 180 yards last week on the Chiefs. But I think a bit of it was by design. I don't think Spags thought they'd give up 180, but a bit by design that they wouldn't allow any big plays, right? And they never had a play over 18 yards, so maybe it kind of dictated. Is there any way by front that dictated Todd from not running the ball?
No, but when you got Lamar Jackson, that shouldn't, like, I'm gonna call quarterback plus one. I'm gonna call quarterback power, right?
That should have been the running game, maybe not handoff, but
yeah. I mean, if you were a defensive coordinator and you go into a run game knowing that they have the read, the zone read, and all the quarterback read game, what would you do? I would tell my guys, if you're responsible for the quarterback on any run play and you lose him, I'm cutting you. I would take it out of his hand every time. The defense coordinator is still dictating what's going on. They're going to take it out of his hand. But they can't even plead that. They can't even plead that, Ron, because they only gave them other guys 6 times. You know what I mean? So that wasn't even the case. But I'll tell you what I watched, and this is just the TV copy. It looked to me like Spagnuolo, defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs, was going to crowd the line of scrimmage with 8 defenders.
Yeah, he was bringing 5 or 6 every time.
He was anticipating having to stop the run, but what he was also doing, I'm sure this was by design as well,
because this is what D'Amico did,
is he clogs up the middle of the field. Now he can't pull it and throw that easy in route, and that easy dig route, and that easy slant route. You can't throw those because the middle of the field's clogged up. So now you got to throw high percent. You got to hold the football, or you got to throw low percentage go routes, or you got to throw it wide to the sideline. Whereas Lamar Jackson struggled, last year mightily when we watched the Miami game. It was Miami game right after the Texans struggled with Miami's defense. What did Lamar do? They forced him to throw everything to the sideline, and he struggled. So it was a great game plan. Don't get me wrong, but I'm gonna tell you what, you are playing directly into that defense's hands when you ask Lamar Jackson to drop back 82% of the time. Right, you're playing directly into their hands. I'm not kidding. Todd Monken, your ass should be back in college football. That was absolutely unacceptable.
He had a great season, though.
White 80. White 80. So did Mike McCarthy, a couple of them. We were trying to run his ass up out of Dallas. So. All right. I saw something, Ron. The Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing in Kansas City, it really has legs, man. I thought there was a chance this was just a celebrity fling, whatever. Travis has got a real, let me check this celebrity, the biggest musician, one of the biggest celebrities in the world. Let me check this off my hit list. He's got that. I think he's got that a real type vibe of potentially being that guy.
He liked this one.
I think he loves her.
Oh, he does. Well, I think
he loves her.
And he's acting different.
And let me tell you why I think it's going to work. Two things. They're going to do with Travis. Two reasons. I don't know if y'all watched the post game when they were up on the stage and they were trying to make a way for. Everybody thought they were making a way for Taylor, but Donna's right ahead of Taylor as they're making their way to the stage. Right.
Donna's a star too.
But let me tell you what Donna did. Watch that film closely. They're clearing that lane. Donna turns around and makes sure daughter-in-law's back here. Hey, come on.
Not her daughter-in-law.
What? Check it.
Stop
Check
it,
it.
Tony Romo.
Check it.
That's why you two are teammates.
Look here. I'm just going to tell you. I'm telling you, daughter-in-law. That's daughter-in-law stuff right there.
You think
you don't stop. You don't stop and make sure secure. Like Taylor's coming. You don't think Taylor's taking care of Mama? Taylor's taken care of. She's like, no. Come on, Taylor. She lived the two-finger way. Come on. I got you, Taylor. Mama's in love. Number one. Number two.
Probably wait for him to settle down at some point.
Number two. I like Taylor, man. My man leaned down. My man was on his way, walking right by her. Sees her on the left side. Whoa, stops. Leans in, gets him a little kiss or whatever. She covers her mouth and tells him something in his ear, which I'd really like to know what she told him. But you can hear him say, Tay. That's what he calls her. Tay, I'm going to go enjoy this one with the guys. She smiled. Boom. He just went the other direction.
Let me hear you say hell yeah.
Taylor gets it, man. Mama gets it. Mama's in love.
Tay gets it.
Mama's in love. Well, the fact that it is Tay is even better. Like, Tay gets it. Tay's like, it ain't no, oh, honey, I want to go with you. Or, hey, you better get over here. No, I say, my man said, hey, Tay, I'm going to go enjoy this with the fellas. Cool, all right, later.
At some point, he got back around to her, didn't he?
Oh, I'm sure he did at some point. But the fact that my man said, hey, I know you're Taylor Swift, Tay. I'm just going to enjoy this one with the fellas. And it was just, boom, it was just, all right, cool. And she turned and did her thing, made sure security was there. Boom, he went over there and enjoyed it, which is exactly how in the hell it should be.
Look at Taylor.
It was beautiful, man. The Donna move was big for me.
Never was in my bingo card that we'd have this. Taylor's on the field. Never didn't see that one coming.
She's more than on the field.
This is I really got to know how that really went down. I got to get the story because did he really just shoot his shot with that bracelet when she came to do the show there? If that is it, Tyler, this is the best shooting of a shot in the history of shooting shots.
Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, you know? This is a lesson in action right here.
He has pulled this off. God, he has pulled this off. Damn. About that.
Oh, take your shot, Tyler.
It's a beautiful lesson we can all learn from right there.
Now she is. All right, coming up.
What up, Joy?
Hey, you get your Joy bracelet.
If I got to tell you right now, you think this through. Chew on this during the break. Two guys, free agents. The Texans, should they bring them back? Steve Nelson, Blake Cashman. What's your thoughts? Are those gotta bring back players? We'll discuss that next.
Hell yeah, they're gotta bring back players, Ron. What the heck you talking about? I tell you what else has gotta. If you're dealing with achy joints, chronic joint pain, you dread the idea of surgery, well, you gotta call QC Kinetics, baby. It ain't hard. I'm giving you the answers to the test. All you gotta do is listen and be coachable and pick up the phone. The state of the healthcare is always changing. Y'all, the old ideas like steroids and surgery, they're no longer the only options. No, sir. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative.
workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And listen, this is probably something that we'll run into the next week or two. I legitimately, and listen, and I will even step in. I do not think this is the case, that maybe there's some Homer feel to it for me. I legit do not understand the anger that some people have about the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce thing. I
don't either.
I legit like someone. I hope KC gets stomped because of Tay Tay.
I don't get it.
Why? What is it about the Taylor thing? Like, why do they keep showing her? Man, they showed her for like 5 seconds after he scored a touchdown. I legit don't understand.
You don't agree with it, or you don't understand?
I don't understand.
I don't understand it either.
I don't understand the level of anger or annoyance that
the game still gets played on the field. Like,
it's like it to me. I don't get. Like I said, I will accept if I am not accept. I think if there may be some homerism in it, I'll take it. It doesn't never come off to me like they're spending 20 long stretches discussing her or talking about her. Like, I just don't.
She's not at the podium post game.
I mean, Clint, there are some people when they pan that on her. Get her off my screen.
Y'all
I just don't understand.
Y'all are both closer to a Swiftie than an old school football fan.
And I'm not a Swiftie. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not.
I have a few of her songs.
You maybe weren't, but you're close now that she's with Kels.
I mean, I'm not. My daughter has become a Swiftie.
Ain't no doubt.
Through Travis.
No, look, I see the complaint.
What is it? I just don't understand.
I think there are a large number of football fans that tune in to see and listen and not be distracted by anything other than football. And when every opportunity they got, they're not just panning up there and showing her. They're panning up there and discussing what she's doing and then coming back and discussing. I mean, it's a part of a Kansas City Chiefs game now. It don't bother. I don't personally give a rip, but I can see where your hardcore football fans that tune in to hear football, watch football.
But it's not taken away, in my opinion. It's not taken away from any content you're normally wanting or getting.
It's not the only other stuff that's distracted. They're gonna show Usher every 15 minutes, to promote the halftime show, and people aren't bouncing. Or Reba. I saw Reba up there 9 times this weekend. That's a little stretch. Maybe 3 times up here. I don't know. It seems like it is something really with her that just drives people insane. Maybe
there is. I don't get that part of it. Like, I don't give a rip who he's with and it doesn't bother me that they pan up there. And in fact, I'm somewhat entertained by it. I'm somewhat entertained by it. Now, Mahomes' old lady annoys the hell out of me, but I'm somewhat entertained by Taylor.
Damn pretty. People are so angry about it. Like, I'm not gonna watch. Yeah, if they keep showing up there. Like, what? Really?
I do not get it.
Yeah, that part.
For those that, just real quick, this is from Front Office Sports. For what it's worth.
Did you look up something that quickly? Huh?
No, I had it. For those that think like you threatening not to watch or in any way, shape, or form voicing your opinion, here's what Taylor's done. Taylor Swift has generated an equivalent brand value of $331.5 million for the Chiefs and the NFL, according to Apex Marketing Group. Right? The figure includes print, digital, radio, TV highlights, and social media going back to Swift's first game in September. There ain't enough NFL fans, Kansas City fans that are mad to upend $331.5 million since September. It's wild what what she's done, man. I tip my cap to her being so accept. Like I didn't think she'd be on the field last night. Like I thought she would be on the field, but I'm saying like in September when this whole thing was like I never thought that she would be at games like where Jason Kelsey can jump in the
game
stand.
like Lauren Stoerner would be if you were in this.
Right,
thing.
right.
Like,
it's wild, man. It's wild to think that.
I've been thinking to myself, like to the point of you saying it's real. Like, and I think it's real. She said, yeah, I think I'll go to Kansas City at -27. You know what? Why not? I've got nothing better than to take my ass up to Buffalo. Let me go to Baltimore on this Sunday. Now, Vegas, I got you. Like
I think I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
But people like someone rolled it. Someone said Ron doesn't see it because he's a Chiefs fan and it doesn't say Swiftie, but I think that's what they're alluding to. I'm really not a Swiftie. I mean, I'm not. I just don't like it. Just does not infuriate me. And I can't think of anything that has infuriated me when I'm watching a game that is quick shots. Like it's
Unless it was too
like,
quick and you missed something.
Yeah, it's not like Tony's broadcasting, Romo's broadcasting. Now, that annoys me, but I mean, others.
Hell, back in the day, Romo had Jessica Simpson up there.
Yes, when she was rolling up there. I will say the Jessica Simpson
short-lived
is not nearly as much as Taylor.
That too, yes.
I will say that, and Jessica wasn't at every one of these balls. Taylor's going to every game. I mean, Taylor's probably going to 7 regular season games at every one of these things.
Supporting her boo.
Like, once again, like.
You think there's an appearance fee?
No, there ain't an appearance fee that can get my ass to Kansas City at -27 degrees if I'm Taylor.
You don't think her business people have realized the value in her being there and what's going on? Somehow
charging.
I don't. I choose to believe in love.
Well, yeah, I mean, love is they can still
it's in the air.
They could be rich in love.
I believe in love.
Which they are.
Yeah, I don't. Like someone texting Simone Biles didn't bring that much to the Texans, I bet. No, and her and the other person holding up the end. First off, Simone Biles isn't Taylor Swift popular.
Like 30
second,
foot tall.
And the second, her other half is not going to be someone that people in sports media would just repeatedly refer to as Mr. Biles, Mr. Biles, like Tyler did repeatedly.
Mr. Jonathan Biles.
Like Travis was a big star and is a big star in the league, so the two kind of coming together. It is just wild to me, Clint, how angry some people get. Like obviously, you could get like the people who were. Understand at least the people who are like, I'm out with the kneeling when that stuff happened. I'm out or anything like the, but like he's doing a relationship. His girlfriend's at the game. She's very famous. They show her like, I'm out.
Get that blonde woman off my screen.
Well, there's probably a lot of it too. Now the old school. I'm just saying, man, like the old school, like I want to sit and watch football by myself. I don't want my 2 daughters and their 3 teeny bopper friends and my wife and her friend want to sit in here and watch it with me and make a bunch of racket.
Those are grouchy
I don't
boomers.
care. I like my daughters in there making racket. Now I'm only 2 years into this thing, so it may change, but I like mine. I just believe there's probably a lot that don't appreciate that part of it.
Just a bunch of grouchy boomers, man.
Get it, man. Yeah. They cut over to them cheerleaders. They're fine.
They want the players to be wearing leather helmets again, too.
Yeah. Not brush their
And
teeth.
talking like what?
And not brush their teeth every day. You can't. Those people who wore leather
cigarettes
helmets,
in the locker room.
They didn't brush their teeth every day.
Those were the good old
days.
days.
In the 50s. All right, coming up, we'll discuss this. Stephen Nelson, Blake Cashman. Clint said you got to bring them back. Do you agree? We'll discuss that coming up next, live on The Drive.
All right, Our Vision Homes, y'all. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder.
Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, important time for the Texans in terms of free agents that they need to either make a decision on. Do they bring them back, or do they make other moves to try to upgrade or go in a different direction from guys? And there are several guys on this list. A couple that I think are kind of dicey for many people. Blake Cashman, 713-572-4610. People on the YouTube and Twitch as well. Blake Cashman, I think overall was this team's best linebacker. I'm talking about for the entirety of the season. Christian Harris came on like gangbusters at the end, but he was this team's best linebacker. And he's versatile, right? He can do a lot. He can cover and has speed. He can do a ton. He is a free agent. Your thoughts about Blake Cashman? Is he somebody you feel like the Texans really need to make a priority to bring back?
Absolutely. Without a doubt, Blake Cashman has to be back. I'm telling you, this guy, one, the guys that are around him, not named Christian Harris, are a problem in this system. Like you have limited options. Christian Harris and Blake Cashman are really your only two linebackers right now that fit. Denzel Perryman is an absolute problem when teams throw the football over the middle of the field. Henry To'oTo'o, absolute problem when teams throw the football over the middle of the field. And that's in zone. You get in some kind of man where they got to run with a guy, it's you can't do it. You just simply can't do it. So when you look at what the Texans have in-house, just from a numbers standpoint, Blake Cashman needs to be a Houston Texan. And then from there, if you think you can upgrade, which I'll argue the only way you're upgrading next year is if you go free agency and bring a big-name guy in, a Patrick Queen or somebody like one of those Baltimore linebackers or something. That's really the only way you feel like you could potentially upgrade. You're not bringing in a rookie and a rookie playing better than Blake Cashman, faster than Blake Cashman, being as versatile as Blake Cashman.
Knowing the defense, knowing everything that
right. Now you may plug that guy in, and they complement each other really, really well, and he's the third or fourth wheel with Christian Harris and Blake Cashman. I'm not saying that's not possible, but when you look at Blake Cashman, the style of play, the skill set that he has at the linebacker position, he's fast enough to play the run in this game, big enough to play the run in this defense, and he's fast enough to do all the coverage that you would ask him to do, whether it's man or zone. I think Blake Cashman is a no-brainer. Not to mention that I think you're going to get him at a number that is nowhere near some of the more established linebackers in this league, and on top of that, you know exactly who you're getting. I think Blake Cashman is a team-first guy. I think Blake Cashman is a guy that is all about winning and all about the rotation to be better and isn't going to be a guy that's like disgruntled because he's not getting this run or that run. I think Blake Cashman is a guy that you absolutely have to re-sign.
Yeah, I mean, when you first think about it, do you think like where he came from, the Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw combination on the inside? But I mean, he moves very, 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 very well. Like we saw plays and him get some range and depth that you're surprised by. And I don't think you want to waste a draft pick on an inside linebacker as the answer immediately. We just saw it. I think you got Henry To'oTo'o, who you're hoping could improve and take some steps forward there. And then, you know, as you said, with the exception of a guy like a Patrick Queen, how many guys are going to be out there that you already know exactly what you're going to get and what they can do in the system?
And their upgrades
over Blake Cashman. So, you know, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, unless Blake is just about to get some crazy money, and I don't think he is. I like him as a player, but I don't think he is. But to me, it just makes sense because, as you said, we looked at it and it was clear him and Christian Harris, that was the best two linebackers that you felt comfortable with that had to be out there. And to me, I think you started to get an understanding late in the season that it was almost either or at first. It was one of them with Perryman or Toa. Now I think we're seeing you can play with the two of them, and you don't need maybe the bigger thumper.
Well, yeah, and if you get better up front, which D'Amico, he said he's going to spend money in the front, which I think that means front seven, but ultimately, it'll change a linebacker's life if you get a D tackle that can command double teams, that offensive lines have to spend a little bit more time at the snap taken care of, and they can't just get immediately to the second level. You're not getting D linemen pushed back into your lap, things of that nature. Look, I think you could spend money up front and those two back. Now, you got to add to them because, as I said, I think the other guys are just problems that'll get targeted. But, I think that is a very safe, smart re-up is Blake Cashman. And I'll say this. I think it's slim to none that you're going to get that skill, that production for what I think you're going to get money-wise. Like, of course, I'm higher on him maybe than most, but I think a guy that produces the way that he's produced this year, that's done it year over year, is going to cost you some serious money.
Yeah. From the text line, some thoughts coming in. Cashman is good, but not good enough to handle Jackson, Allen, and Mahomes in the playoffs. Who the hell is?
He's as athletic, fast, and explosive as any true inside linebacker in a game.
Yeah, he plays. I think he got a sack against Lamar last week. Cashman was a starting linebacker on a team that got repeatedly torched by opposing tight ends last season with the pass. I don't necessarily believe that you could just place that on them. And then this one is the one I really did. Let Cashman walk if you can. Get Patrick Queen. That sounds good. I'm telling you, man, there are just certain positions to me where I'm like, do I want to throw that much money into a Sam linebacker, an outside linebacker? Do I want to put that? Is that the position? Because Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith were big time players, but the Chiefs just easily were able to avoid them and to not have them impact the game that way. And for me, especially, Patrick Queen became a different player once Roquan Smith got there. Wasn't as effective before. They were thinking about cutting him loose, and then he got a guy that was there that he could work off of. So to me, Cashman would not cost nearly as much as Queen, and I'm not certain that the gap would make that much of a difference between those two. I'm not saying Patrick Queen is not a better player than Blake Cashman. He is, but I'm saying the gap for the pay and where that money could go somewhere else, I don't know if it's that big.
Yeah, and look, to be honest with you, I would take Queen. If Queen's available and he wants to be here, let's ride. But to me, you could do both. That's kind of where I was going with it. I think you're going to get Blake Cashman at an amount where you can still add X factor players elsewhere. I don't think this is a Jonathan Grenard situation where he's going to get first or even second tier linebacker money. I could be wrong, but Blake Cashman isn't a guy that's going to break the bank and not allow you to do other things. And you're going to, whether you add above Blake Cashman or you add at the same level or you add just below him, you're going to have to find linebackers that can do more than the guys you had this year. Christian Harris and Blake Cashman, I think, are really the only two guys of the ones that we saw start and play a lot. Those are the only two guys that you don't upgrade from.
What about Steve Nelson? Is he a must bring back?
Another must.
Someone texted in and said, Clint, the only way that you bring back Nelson is to mentor Stingley. Got to get younger there.
I disagree. You want to ask a guy to mentor your number one overall draft pick after he dog cussed the GM that drafted him last year? No, I don't need Steven Nelson to do anything but be my number two corner on this team. I think number two corners are an afterthought and they're taken for granted until you don't have one. And then you got a problem. And right now, I think Steven Nelson is a really good number two corner, especially when the gap between your number two and your number three is so large. Right now, to me, Steven Nelson is as important as anybody in terms of bringing them back. And in terms of what the cornerback room looks like if he's not there, I really like Steven Nelson. I think Steven Nelson is a guy that they should re-up immediately.
Yeah, I kind of go back and forth on it. Like, the last 2 years he has played really, really well, and he has shown to be a big-time corner, big-time number 2 corner in this league. To me, I would not have any issue if they use that first-round pick on a corner and maybe not get rid of Steven Nelson this year, but with the plans of that guy's going to be the starter, the guy coming down. Because I know, like, you look at it and you look at like for Kansas City, for instance, yesterday with L'Jarius Sneed, and then they draft kind of in the area that the Texans will be drafting McDuffie, who became a first-team, All-Pro this year at that slot corner position. And has been able to allow them to do a lot of things. That is, you saw the difference. The Texans could pressure the Ravens in the way that the Chiefs pressured the Ravens, but for some reason they didn't feel comfortable with all of their corners
down
to lock them down.
Throws.
Yeah, and the more you can get there, I think is something into. So
I'd be cool with that, but I still
maybe still keeping them one more year. Yeah.
Steven's got to be in the mix. I mean, you don't have anybody in place, and as we've seen with Derek Stingley, like drafting, even though like you don't have a number 3 overall pick, but even drafting him number 3 overall, you don't really. I mean, banking on them coming in here and being a 17-game, game changer or player that can even keep up to a second, like that's a gamble. And I just think that whatever your plan is, it's got to consist of Steven Nelson. Even if it is Steven Nelson holding you over for a year or two. Yeah,
from a text line, Jalen Johnson's a cornerback for the Bears. I mean, he's going to command the type of money that you feel like you're going to have to pay Derek Stingley in a year or two. So you're not going to do that with 2 corners, pay that type of money. So you've got your Jalen Johnson you need in your mind at number 2. All right, we're going to give you the latest here on what is happening with the offensive coaching staff of the Texans, and the Rockets got a big one tonight, and I'm mad at myself about it. And a lot more coming up here in the 5 o'clock. Our little 5 o'clock fire coming up next on The Drive.
All right, I love a good dip, y'all, whether it's simply –
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
Hey, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dill.
The big Dill.
That's right. And T-Mill have the latest.
Hey, at what point in that spiel did you decide to go with that deep, gravelly voice to start?
I don't know, man. Just came.
When he became the DILF.
This was before the DILF. It was before he got to the DILF. Yeah. He went back to the to the normal one there. It's the initial the growl on the. I like it. I was just curious did you just hot mics, man, and you thought let me get gravelly real quick.
Wherever it takes me. Sometimes I don't have control of it.
This is an us thing, Ron, with your selfish ass.
Hold on, so
I know it, man. Sometimes I don't have control of it.
You go gravelly, we go gravelly, man.
It just goes flying out of me. Think of some of that Mad Dog I drank.
Oh, did you knock back a little Mad Dog?
Oh, more than a little.
Did he bubble
it was a little.
In the break? Hey, Red.
No, not during the break. It was right before the show.
Yeah.
Really had me a Mad Dog Monday.
Right before crosstalk.
Bubbled a little Mad Dog, huh?
Biggie said, "Do you have lemonade? What is that?" I said, no, my friend, that is Mad Dog.
You jumped on that flavor I was telling you about.
I'm going to finish off that golden pineapple by the time this thing is over. Now my heart burns acting up. But no, listen, I think we feel I hope it's the case that we feel pretty good about Bobby Slowick returning.
I don't.
I know you still have some risk.
Until the Washington job is filled. Because look what's going on in Seattle. We thought, Dan Quinn's going to Seattle. There's a history there. You know, they've already interviewed him. He's going, guess what's happening now?
Dan's been out of work for a minute now. They could have hired Dan for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah. Guess what's happening?
Mike McDonald's
in Seattle looks like to be the front runner. That scares me. That's what I'm going to hear about Bobby Slowick. I hope that's not the case, but that's what scares. There's too close of a tie between Bobby Slowick and that new general manager in Washington for me to feel good about it until he just they fill that void with somebody not named Bobby.
It'd be like Ben Johnson's going to get a job though, right?
Boy, he looked good yesterday, didn't he, for that first half? I don't know. I'm telling you, you got to believe that.
Because that's what I thought Washington was holding out for was just for him. But
that's what I would recommend, right? I mean, that's what I would figure. Clearly, he was the all reports were last year that he had great interviews, just chose to go back to Detroit, wasn't ready yet. So you got to believe that he's ready, and Washington is I mean, he's the hottest offensive mind that's available, right? I mean, him or Bobby.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, him and that's available. Yep. So and everyone has just kind of connected him to that gig and thought he would. I think in this cycle you could argue he was the hottest commodity, young offensive mind, and what's happened with Detroit. So we'll see. Bobby Slowick, to me, it feels the Washington gig with the connection is the one piece, but it feels like Bobby will return.
Right.
But not as much for the quarterback coach. Gerard Johnson Saturday had his second interview with the Saints, Clint, and had an interview with the Bucs, who recently need to hire another offensive coordinator due to their taking over the Panthers head coaching job. It feels like this one potentially could happen more. I just, for me, hope Gerard, because I think Gerard's got a chance, but the first move could really hurt you. The first move, if it doesn't turn out what you need it to be, I hope Gerard, for his sake, finds a role in a spot that is one that he can really have a chance at.
Well, this is one where, to me, if I'm Bobby Slowick, gets cut and dry. If I get offered a chance to go in and have life-changing money made and a guaranteed contract ultimately, and kind of I'm leading the show, then I think you got to bounce. I mean, I think those opportunities come few and far between, and who knows what next year is going to hold. If you're Gerard Johnson, I think it's a little bit different. I think tying yourself to DeMeco Ryans with an offensive coordinator above you that's a head coach candidate, is not completely crazy when other teams are wanting you to be the offensive coordinator, and those other teams are places where I don't think the head coach is anywhere near secure as DeMeco Ryans is. They've got good supporting cast, but how long is Mike Evans going to be in Tampa? What are they going to do with Baker Mayfield? It was a one-year prove-it deal, I believe, with him. What are they going to do with Godwin, who's been disgruntled at times up there? I don't know what Tampa, how they really feel about their head coach in Tampa at this point in time.
So for you, it's not a deal of, Gerard, man, if you get offered one of these OC jobs, like, you got to take it.
No, I mean, it had to be perfect. I mean, it had to be.
You don't necessarily like if the Saints or the Bucks offered him, you don't necessarily think in your mind, no, you got to take that upgrade.
I don't like most people think, hell yeah, it's a step up the ladder. You just bounce. I don't think it's that cut and dry. I do believe DeMeco Ryans has created something here to where you want to stay attached to it as long as you possibly can, especially when it's home for Gerard Johnson. He's got a new baby. His family's here. Everybody's here. It would be a big move and a risky move for him to go somewhere that he feels like the head coach isn't as stable. We saw what happened to Brian Johnson in Philly. I believe he was a scapegoat up there with what's going on. And now, look, I think Brian lands on his feet, but at the end of the day, we've seen going somewhere and all mess hits the fan overnight. Next thing you know, you're in a tough spot. I think the security and stability with DeMeco Ryans here is a real consideration for Gerard Johnson.
Yeah, so we'll see here. Gerard Johnson has been getting interviews all over the league to become an offensive coordinator. We'll see if he actually does leave the Texans. We'll keep updated on that as that develops.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they host the Lakers tonight. Damn it. I didn't even realize that was coming together.
Let's go, Rockets.
I missed the last time the Lakers came to town. I did miss another one.
I don't know if you're as big a fan as you like to think.
I know you're going to say.
Or are you just a coattail rider? You just like to ride the coattail of LeBron.
That's fair. It's not a coattail rider. Now you
didn't even know he was in town.
A lot going on here.
All I know is any real LeBron fan I know or Laker fan that I know knew exactly where they were.
Tyler.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
It kind of snuck up on me a bit.
I mean, the team you follow isn't in town a whole hell of a lot. You'd think you'd know.
I know this. They're not going to be at full strength. I'm certain.
That was a damn good pivot.
I'm just saying, LeBron or AD, one of them ain't playing. Both of them might not. Because if I know that they went,
I feel like you should be taking Trey.
They went double overtime Saturday night. There is no way both of them are playing. Anthony left for about 15 minutes with some sort of a hip thing, then came back. No way they're playing tonight.
I think you should take Trey tonight. I think it's the right thing to do, man.
Let's go, Rockets.
He left his watch at the house today. It really put me in a bad bind. So
Trey did?
I'm not taking him anywhere.
Oh, that's like his phone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's his tracker.
Hey, man, your mom's coming in town.
That's his tracker.
Mom's coming in town. He's killing me, man.
What do you do?
He just does things where I know I probably did these things, but he just does things that I feel like 10-year-olds should do.
Should do or shouldn't do?
Should do. Should have now. Like walking out of rooms and turning off the lights.
Oh, man, my dad used to get on my ass about that.
My wife still does
when you leave the room.
Now I get on my wife's ass.
I'm just like, so when you got done using that bathroom, and you walked in and cut that light on to go use that bathroom.
Right. Well, last time we talked, wasn't he?
Out, you're out.
I mean, weren't you trying to get him to make sure he just flushes him turds last time?
Yeah, let's focus on that first.
Yeah, I just don't understand.
I mean, you're going from flushing
really,
your
that's
turds
another
to
one.
light switch.
That's another one. I think maybe I'm off. 10. I feel like we should be at a 90% clip of toilet flush.
Yes.
At 10.
He's got a lot on his mind.
I get. I
got to take.
I get Nick. But he's 3. But I feel like at 10,
yeah.
Walk out the room and cut the light off, dog. That's it.
I love you, Trey, but you got to flush them turds, bud.
Yesterday I told him, I said, hey, man, I think all of y'all should walk upstairs I'm not going. I don't know what y'all did up there, but I see all the lights on up there. Y'all might want to clean up before y'all go to bed, and I'm gonna check it. Y'all might want to. They all went to bed. I walked past some steps. They all walked up there to clean up and left all the lights on.
Great tune. You got the artist?
Travis Tritt.
Sorry.
Are you kidding me?
It was just off the dome, I guess. If it's not right, let me get one more.
Better reel that in. Yeah, because you're about to roll. You're about to roll.
I know every word of the song.
Trace
just don't know it.
Yes.
Trey, I knew that.
No, you didn't.
I didn't have that. Anyway, Rockets should be playing a shorthanded Lakers team tonight. Let's see if they can get a dub. I know who I'm rooting for.
5 o'clock fire.
Not Jalen Green. All right. Did Lamar Jackson choke this game? They lose last night. Everyone, I think most people had the Ravens picking or winning this game. Here was Lamar actually, as he spoke yesterday about the offense, and they were only able to put up 10 points in this game. Here was Lamar talking about his offensive struggles.
That's crazy. I mean, we had some opportunities out there. Just got to take advantage of them. Can't turn the ball over. Fumble, interception, stuff like that. They gave them the opportunity to, put points on the board and win the game. We get in that red zone. It's been our touchdown all season. We just got to finish, and we didn't do a good job on finishing. Defense did a wonderful job, but held up a great offense at 17 points. We got to execute. We scored one touchdown, and that's not like us. That was early on in the year. They played the game basically perfect. They put points on the board. I felt like if we wouldn't have turned the ball over, we definitely would have had a shot. We definitely would have came out with a win, but they did a great job of not turning the ball over and putting points on the board.
Was this a Lamar choke, you think? Or did they just go up against a team that was ready and better?
I think multiple things can be true. It's hard to not look at this and through the eyes of Lamar Jackson and say it wasn't a choke. It's hard to not look at this and see how costly the interception was and see how ineffective he was from the pocket and missing some different shots.
That interception was tough.
And look, there was another one coming out at halftime that should have been picked. I don't know which one of y'all's linebackers undercut it. I mean, it should have been a pick with a return on it. It's hard to not look at those things and not. It's hard for me to look at Baltimore and only couch the positive in Lamar's favor. Like when it doesn't work, we got to say, look, Lamar struggles, and I do think there's some things there with Lamar that, like his inaccuracies, although it may be 3 or 4 throws, and although it may be just a ball that was thrown so low that the receiver had to go down to the ground to catch instead of run after catch. Like those things matter when all of a sudden you're in the AFC Championship. It doesn't necessarily matter week 8, but it matters when you're playing against a team that's proven to be one of the best in the game. Then obviously the decisions with the interceptions, the throwing jump balls in the end zones and throwing balls late over the middle. So it's hard for me, Ron, to not view this through the lens of Lamar Jackson and say that it wasn't a choke. I believe that, I hate that word, but I believe that Lamar.
You think Lamar more lost it? Because that's to me what the choke is. Like that it was him, and he was the reason that.
Yeah, he didn't make enough plays ultimately, and the ball goes through his hands every snap, and to score. I mean, look, the only play, the only score they had was a busted play where he held it for 10 seconds and then got Zay Flowers over the top. I mean, it was just another first half where you watch that entire first half, and the 4th and 1 where he ran for 20-plus yards or whatever that was a big play. The throw over the top to Zay Flowers was a big play, and there was one other. I can't remember if it was a scramble.
He had 2 big plays to Zay. He had the touchdown, and then he had the big 54-yarder to Zay, where it was kind of a busted coverage. And really, Zay had to wait for it to come to him. It's the play that led to the taunting penalty.
Yes. So again, I mean, all of your production is coming from really, with the exception of the 4th down run, is coming from busted plays or holding the ball real long. It's just at some point that has to be partly on Lamar Jackson. Now I think he was set up to fail.
I was going to say, I think he was playing with.
I think he was set up to fail. Todd Monken should not have a job this morning. 2 designed runs for Lamar Jackson in an AFC Championship game versus a team that got ran on last week. I just don't know. I don't know how happens. I don't know how you get to a point where that happens.
Yeah, you were the MVP, which was perceived to have the better team, better, more rested, more healthy.
Yep. And
you turned the ball over twice and tried to turn it over other times. You turned the ball over, and I know people talk about the Zay Flowers play, but then also, man, like another part, when he throws the awful pick, our guy Booger, I heard Booger on primetime say to Chris Berman, Boomer, I watched that play 3 times. I still don't know what Lamar was seeing when he threw that ball in triple coverage. But you turn the ball over twice like that, and then even on the interception, you know the quarterback position is different. You come off and you fire your helmet off your head like it was clear, like you felt like he was flustered, and frustrated, and was feeling the pressure, and right then, and he showed it for the world and the whole sideline, and you look over there, like you're the Ravens, the dude is fired, like that was.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Like I don't necessarily mind all that kind of action when it's like
it was 7-8 minutes left in the game, and he looked like it was over when he did that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's one thing when it's like aimed at someone, and this is coming across wrong because I don't like when there's like I feel like Tom and even Pat does it a lot, like. They get frustrated because something didn't work out, and they're on the sideline. And I know it looks like they're yelling, but they're trying to get it worked out. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to let people know like this is unacceptable. We got to change this. Where that is more out of frustration.
Yeah,
frustration. It's all out of frustration.
He goes over to the bench, and he look like he's like it looks like somebody's got to come and get him.
Yeah,
calm down. And that was. But the coaching did not help him at all. But ultimately. Right, you're out there, and you got to get things done. All right, did Sunday's game frustrate you? Sunday's game in the AFC Championship game, seeing the Ravens look the way they did Sunday as opposed to the way they did last week against the Texans, did that make you feel like the Texans should have showed better against the Ravens? We'll discuss that coming up.
Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. As Sunday, we saw the Baltimore Ravens look a little different than they did Saturday against the Texans last week. And I just tell the truth. Shame the devil. But tell the truth. 713-572-4610. Use those of you on YouTube and Twitch. You watch that game and think, Texans should have beat them dudes.
No.
You didn't?
No.
And they say no.
And a 10-point struggle. No. You didn't watch that thing. Texas should have.
No. I cannot watch that team play in any way, shape, or form. Even think about shaping my mouth to the Texans should have done anything. Them boys that got beat and got embarrassed by the Chiefs, I mean, skull drug the Texans.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. True, but I mean, when you watch it, though, when you watch that game and you think
it pissed me off.
It pissed you off.
If that's what you're trying to get out of it, right?
Like it pissed you off, because that was the thing, and we discussed that. Like the Texans, that was not the best the Texans anywhere close to bring to the table. And I'm not going to say the Ravens didn't have anything to do with it, but I don't think they had all to do with it. That wasn't the best the Texans brought to the table. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I thought the Texans should have beat them. But I did watch it and think, well, I've watched Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, and this offense put together really good game plans in which they have a chance. Right? And I've watched the defense do some things, and I did watch that thinking, the Ravens could have been had, especially the way the game was going. I sit there and think 10-10 going into the half. Watching that game, I feel like they could have fared a lot better than they did, and that to me was something that jumped out to me watching that.
That was part of the skull dragging, though, right? I mean, Lamar Jackson went 3 and out, and clearly, I mean, there was just a handful of plays that were made with Lamar Jackson's feet, and it was a 10-10 ball game, and your offense like couldn't figure anything out. Your offense, I went down the list and. Of how bad the offensive line and tight ends played in that half. There was just zero hope that you could move the football and score points. And so while I know it was 10-10, and I know even in the third quarter it was 17-10, and but boy, when you watch that, I mean, the Texans got bullied in a big way. And I think that's part of the reason a lot of folks thought that the Baltimore Ravens were going to compete better versus the Chiefs is because they leaned into that performance, which how can you not? But at the end of the day, I watched a team that did all the bullying versus the Texans go up there, get hit in the mouth, and play a team that's equally, if not more physical than them, and really dominate the entire game. I know the Chiefs only scored 17 points, but there was never a time in that ball game where Pat Mahomes or Andy Reid was nervous. I mean, that was a game where they were comfortable in that captain seat. Just don't turn it over. Don't have a bunch of negative plays. Don't get your quarterback hurt. Don't hold the football. Get it out, and everything's going to be fine. Their offense ain't going to do a damn thing, and they coasted to a victory.
Didn't have a protractor out.
It was hard to watch a team that just like gave it to the Texans go out there and just get dealt with for 4 quarters the way the Chiefs dealt with them.
Yeah, someone texted and said, well, the Chiefs were lucky they got the bad Lamar and we got the good Lamar.
Yeah, I disagree. I think
they had something to do with it. And
now I think they called a better game against the Texans and included his legs a tad bit more than they did against the
They damn sure ran the ball more.
Yeah, they ran the ball overall more and ran it a lot more effectively. They used Lamar's legs down the stretch and even early on a lot more than they did against the Chiefs. But there's something. The Texans, when they adjusted and went with that blitz package, it clearly threw Lamar Jackson off for those 3 series. And then when they came out in the second half, Lamar and company had adjusted, and they were going to get the ball out of his hand, some of that quick underneath stuff. And D'Amico didn't. D'Amico should have saw that coming and didn't adjust. I think if D'Amico could change one thing about that game, now it still may not have won it, but he would have tightened down his corners and wouldn't have gave those slants underneath, those quick throws underneath when he was blitzing on Lamar Jackson. And so I'll disagree with you. One got the good, one got the bad. I think the defensive game plan by the Kansas City Chiefs was spot on.
How surprised are you? Because I wasn't that surprised. I was borderline surprised. How surprised were you, though, that the Ravens kind of looked like the less physical team, looked like the team that you use the word bully as they kind of just they were the clear physical team in the game against the Texans, and that was maybe the big thing that jumped off to where, boy, they just weren't ready for that physicality. How surprised were you that it was the Chiefs that clearly looked like that?
That's what I was fixing to say. I think the surprise is more a nod to the Chiefs, right? I mean, we're looking at a team that has reinvented themselves, man. You're looking at a quarterback that's reinvented himself. You're looking at a team that went in there with the most physical team in the league that I had seen, and they bullied them. They took it to them. You're talking about a quarterback that typically holds it too long, tries to play off script. This year has made big-time mistakes playing off script, off schedule. He said, nope, I'm going to sit right here in his pocket. I'm going to get the football to my guys. That's the best game that I've seen. Now you've seen more. You paid closer attention. That's the best game I've seen Travis Kelce play. I mean, when it comes to like multiple big time catches and contested catches, and his run after catch, the little option looking thing that he did on I think it was 3rd and 2 or something, and he
counted as a run.
He pump fakes and then goes and runs over Roquan Smith or it was
Williams. It was Williams and Smith got over there late.
Gotcha. Okay. But just like that. That's the best game where I was like, hey man, this thing is on Pat's and Travis Kelce's shoulders, and they're gonna do it like on time and on rhythm, and they were flawless. To me, that's the best. I know he's had some bigger catches and a run after catch type plays, but when you look at the back shoulder that he caught, when you look at a couple of the balls where he settled in a zone where him and Pat were on just the exact same page, the exact same letter of the exact same word, I mean, it was tremendous.
Because you picked the Chiefs. I picked it's not how you thought it would go? Is that?
No. I thought that I didn't in any way, shape, or form think that the Chiefs' defense was going to hold that offense to 7 points, and the 7 points would come on a busted play. I thought for sure. I thought a field goal. I thought for sure they would score some points. Now I thought Pat would outscore them. Which, by the way, I know Pat only scored 17 points.
You think it was deliberate?
Absolutely. Look, I'm going to tell you, Ron.
It was frustrating the hell out of me.
What was it? Was it the Zay Flowers fumble that would have made it 17-14?
Yes.
Okay. If Zay Flowers scores right there, then Pat and Andy, they go back to all gas, no brakes, and we got to go score points. This thing's turned into a shootout. Now we got to go score to put this thing to bed. But instead, Zay fumbles. They go right back into, hey, we're up 2 scores. Let's ease through this thing and let's chew this clock. And to me, that's what makes this thing scary. Is you've still got 2 things make this thing really scary. 3, actually, with the Chiefs. The defense, obviously, is better than we're used to Pat playing with, right? But Pat, I keep using the term reinventing himself, however you want to look at it, like committing to playing on script, on schedule, not making mistakes, and being okay with being a close game. That's Brady-like. Like, Brady's the only one I've ever seen where he's cool, calm, and collected playing a game that's tight when he's got the momentum and when he knows he's got a little 2-score lead and he knows that the other team's got to be damn near perfect to win. And then if the other team gets close, then he'll go put them to bed. Like Pat did that the other day. The other thing is Rashee Rice. Like that dude is a huge difference maker in this offense.
And that screen that he got, the touchdown that got called back, like that was –
Bro, there's multiple though, Ron. Like even some of the 5- and 6-yard gains, like he's making a guy or two miss and then finishing violently to get 2 or 3 more yards. Like that guy is the Mecole Hardman they brought back in. They were hoping he would be. The Kadarius Toney, they hoped he would be that consistently. The guys that they've kept bringing in since Tyreek's been here, and you hope that you get one that's got some staying power. Man, that kid's got a chance to be really good in his system with Kelsey.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue. I got a Mahomes question that I want to get your thoughts on, and we got to look at this thing. How the hell are the Lions not in the Super Bowl? Did Dan Campbell cost them this? And before we get there, Clint's got to fire somebody, and I want Clint to let people. He don't normally call for folks' jobs, but he is firing somebody today. We'll get to that coming up next.
us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, make sure you're listening. 7 o'clock.
Come on.
7 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 610. 7 damn o'clock. You don't want to miss it. All right? I'm telling you, that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. 7 o'clock. You ain't going to miss it, are you, Tyler?
Hell no.
Clint ain't going to miss it.
I'm glad you gave me the eye because I was just fixing to.
I know it. 7 o'clock.
I was fixing to fire hose these boys about 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, baby. Vegas. Just telling you, no, we ain't going to Las Vegas. Nevada at 7.
Nevada.
He's yours, Taylor. That's who you brought to the dance. Somebody go get Travie.
He brought her.
That's it. That's who you brought. Oh, shut up.
All right.
Clint's calling about coming in, trying to fire somebody. Clint wants to fire somebody who got a team to the AFC, helped get a team to the AFC Championship game, a man that is nominated for AP Assistant Coach of the Year in his first season. And Clint wants to fire people.
Sometimes you make mistakes, and they're costly mistakes. Trust me, I was a great backup quarterback till I threw 4 interceptions in the second half against the Giants when we had to lead 24-7. Trust me. I mean, my future looked bright as a backup quarterback in the league, but I did that, and guess what? Never saw the field again.
Damn it.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Yeah, that's true, Jerry. We had some good times, but that was a rough one for me, brother. And so sometimes one game can change a career. Told many people before. I mean, I had as good a numbers, if not better numbers, than Joey Harrington my junior year. He was up for the Heisman. Nobody knew who the hell I was because I fumbled the ball in the second half against Tennessee.
Don't worry. Joey played as long as you did.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good
he
point.
Was number 3 overall.
I did get to stick around a little bit. One game can change. And Todd Monken, your ass should not have an office this morning.
Really?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and you mean
wholeheartedly, dead ass. I cannot be more serious. If I were a head coach and my entire offensive staff sat around for a week and game planned against a Kansas City Chiefs defense, and part of that plan was Lamar Jackson is going to have 2 designed runs, they would all be fired.
How many do you think game plan wise minimum?
10. Depending on how the game goes, 10. The way that game went.
I want to see how many Josh Allen had last week.
But the way that game went, 15.
What about the game that you feel like it's even more than
ain't nothing else they were doing working, Chief. It ain't like they had the chance to turn around and hand it to somebody else.
Because they didn't want to do that either.
They didn't want to do that either. They had 6 carries between the 2 running backs that they deploy on the regular.
Josh Allen last week against that Chiefs defense, 12 for 72.
12 for 72, and there's probably a couple of those are scrambles in there, so I'm going to give him probably 9 or 10 of them were runs. There is, if Lamar Jackson is your quarterback and you only call 2 plays in 4 quarters of football that by design use his legs as a threat to run against the defense, your ass should be fired. At any time. Regular season, postseason, damn sure in the AFC Championship. That is absolutely inexcusable, and people are going to have to just come to terms, man. If the landscape of quarterback in the NFL is changing. You're going to if you're going to draft and you're going to commit a early draft pick or a market-setting contract to a mobile quarterback, you're going to have to just accept that a big part of that is you're going to risk physical injury because he's going to run more than Peyton Manning's ass did. Like there's no excuse to ever have a game plan or call plays in 4 quarters of football. Ever. Don't care what else is working. There's not an excuse to give him to have him by design 2 runs in a game. It's inexcusable. You set the kid up to fail. You left the biggest, arguably the most dangerous single weapon in all of football right now, Lamar Jackson's legs. You left that on the shelf. And 82% of the snaps, guys, 82% of the snaps in the AFC Championship with Lamar Jackson as your quarterback, they call drop-back passes. The hell are they doing?
Yeah,
it makes no sense, Ron, and I'm dead ass. It's a firework.
He had a really, really good year, Todd Mulkin, changing things around. And, yes, so I think firing him is a bit strong, but we do got to have a conversation. And like, for me in a conversation, it would have been a conversation with, if I'm John Harbaugh, multiple times on the field. Like, we in the game, man, we got 8 handoffs. We got 8 design runs, on-purpose runs for the game. Because the backs, Gus Edwards and Justice Hill, they only combined for 6 carries. They got 3 apiece in a game that was, at its worst, 17-7. And they only – and not just only. Like, you know what? I could see the Chiefs of old, especially, maybe they only had 10 rushes. But not the number one rushing attack in the league that got 230 yards last week rushing.
Think about that. They average over 150 yards per game rushing, number 1 in the league. They went for over 200 last week against the Texans, which was a top 10 run defense.
Yeah,
in the league.
Number 2
run defense in the league. And then you turn around and you got the Chiefs, who Josh Allen went for what? I mean, Josh Allen and the Bills went for how much last week?
186.
180, almost went for 200 against them. And your plan is to give Lamar Jackson 2 design carries and your 2 running backs 6 combined design carries. It don't make sense, man. It doesn't add up. They deserve to lose that football game, and ultimately the game's in the players' hands. The players got to go make plays. But I will. This is a hill that I'm going to die on. It used to be for me, Ron, like if I would watch film, and this is the case with your Kansas City Chiefs a lot of the time. Like but they won so much it's irrelevant. You watch a game and guys throw go routes incomplete, post incomplete, take all this risk. Quarterback holds the football, runs all over the field, and then you watch the tape and you go, man, they could have threw Y option to Kelsey. They could have thrown the hits. They could have thrown the slant. Ultimately, they could have done what they did yesterday, right, in the game. To lose that game when all the simple stuff was right there for the taking, it's inexcusable. For 4 quarters to go out there and take all kind of risk except for just all the easy, quick stuff that's there, right? That's the same thing that the Ravens did. Instead of using and relying on what you know you have and what you know the defense is scared to death of, you're throwing goes and posts and asking your quarterback to hold the football. And
everybody appeared confused.
Everybody did, yeah.
Todd, Lamar.
It was a mess.
I feel there's a feel like a lot of people, and I watched it too. I don't know how much he could have. A lot of people feel like he should have just taken off several times.
Well, I think
that they were rushing in a particular way that they were waiting for him to try to take off. So I think there were times he could have, but I don't know that it was as easy as everyone just saying. Like everybody's like, well, look what Brock Purdy did. He stepped back there and he'd hit 2 counts and then run. No, I mean the Chiefs were rushing and stopping. Purposely waiting.
The Chiefs their D-line was rushing and stopping purposely. Don't rush past him. Yep. Don't get everybody crammed up inside. They were holding their ground at the line of scrimmage so they could bat passes down.
We're watching it right now. They're literally like they're just
and so they can build a wall. And they had 7 or 8 guys around. They always had an extra guy around the line of scrimmage, which did 2 things. It stopped the run. It contained Lamar Jackson. And if they tried to throw the football over the middle of the field, there was a lot of traffic there, which is where Lamar Jackson likes to throw the footballs over the middle of the field. So they had a great plan. But the counter to that is snap the football and run quarterback power like you did on 4th and 1, and you damn near hit your head on the goalpost. You hit a crease, and you got one guy that can hit a crease like anybody else, and you tried it twice. Like that's the part that's crazy, man. That's the part to me that is, because here's again, we're watching
at
right
some
now.
point. If I'm John, you got to stop calling plays, and I got to step,
Right.
or at least step in on what we're going to call.
Right. Well, it just like they're just not. Like we're watching him miss. We're watching Lamar Jackson miss a screen to Zay Flowers. Right, he one hops it out there to him. Not a screen, but like a quick throw out to the right. He one hops him. Right, and then the next one gets batted down by Chris Jones, and then the next one Aguilar drops over the middle. Like it's just not. That's not who you are. Is to go out there and put Aguilar in a place to have game-winning catches for you. Like that's not or really game starting, because that was the first drive when he dropped the ball. Like you just magnify your issues times 10 when you're not involving Lamar Jackson's legs in your offense. It just again, fireball offense.
I think they got themselves a little ate up with a lot of stuff that people were hearing. Like I think it got away from people last week about the receiving core and
about
the Ravens receiving core of like they were. This has been like. I mean, they didn't even cover Odell with one of their best corners.
Yeah, they ain't going nowhere.
Not to a point where you don't have to run the football.
Yep.
And they can just roll. So I think that was a miscalculation by Todd Monken. But I don't think he should be fired yet.